Chapter 2471. The Dragon King iron was used as a flagon, and the black vibranium weighed more than 300 kilograms. The sword wood was densely packed, and the golden wood could only be used as firewood. Fong Chen did not dare to think further. He quickly walked to the gourd. "I'll go first." Li Ruohong was full of confidence. He closed his eyes, and his martial Tao comprehension emerged and shrouded the gourd. Buzz! An ear-piercing sound was transmitted into the ears of the crowd. "Not bad." Fong Chen nodded. Although Li Ruohong seemed unreliable, he was still a disciple of the divine Sword Heaven's overlordly family. His martial Tao comprehension was not bad. This was the foundation that a big family valued. Soon, under Li Ruohong's martial Tao comprehension, the green gourd gradually turned red. However, before it was completely shrouded in red, his body kept retreating and he was gasping for breath. "Did I pass?" Li Ruohong did not have time to rest and asked hurriedly. "You barely passed," the shadow said. "After passing the first level, you can take some things away." "Oh." Li Ruohong's eyes lit up when he heard that. The first level of the test had forced him into a desperate situation, and he almost failed. The next two levels of the test were destined to be difficult. "What I take away?" "Some firewood." Li Ruohong's fiery gaze instantly dimmed. He replied weakly, "Then I'll continue with the challenge." Bai Qingqing and Fong Chun, who were standing at the side, also smiled. After passing the first level of the test, he could only take away a pile of firewood. Obviously, this was not the result that Fong Chun and the others wanted. "Let me do it." Bai Qingqing, who was in a green robe, walked to the gourd. A strong martial Tao aura emerged instantly. Bai Qingqing waved her fair hands, and the gourd turned red in the blink of an eye. It was very transparent. "Isn't this too exaggerated?" Li Ruohong curled his lips. He had worked so hard to pass, but Bai Qingqing passed in an instant. It seemed that her martial Tao comprehension was much stronger than his. "Not bad." The illusory figure nodded. "Your comprehension of martial arts is very strong. Your potential is stronger than that guy." Li Ruohong was speechless at the virtual shadow's comment. All of this was within Fong Chen's expectations. To be able to be taken in as a disciple by an almighty, one could imagine that Bai Qingqing's talent was definitely not too bad. Next, it was his turn. Fong Chen closed his eyes, and a mighty martial aura gushed out from his body. In an instant, it enveloped the gourd. However, nothing happened to the gourd. "What happened?" Li Ruohong exclaimed in shock. "Impossible." Fong Chun was better than him in every aspect, so there was no reason for the gourd to remain calm. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Even after 15 minutes, the gourd was still green. Seeing this, the virtual shadow shook his head and denied Fong Chen's claim. Li Ruohong was very anxious. He tried to wake Fong Chen up, but to no avail. As for Bai Qingqing, she bit her lips tightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. She believed that Fong Chen would definitely succeed. At this moment, Fong Chen's mind was filled with rich martial Tao comprehension. On the path of martial Tao, fighting with heaven and earth is endless fun. Fong Chen thought to himself, without a fearless heart, the path of martial Tao will definitely not be long. Thinking of this, he was suddenly enlightened. Buzz! The gourd that was originally motionless started to tremble. Hiss! The gourd kept shaking as if it was about to be torn apart. Suddenly, a red dot flashed on the gourd. Then, a black color instantly submerged the gourd. The moment Fong Chen's eyes turned black, the green gourd turned black. "Why did it turn black?" Li Ruohong asked with his eyes wide open. Bai Qingqing was also a little surprised. Only the virtual shadow that was suspended in midair remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Fong Chun smiled bitterly. He also didn't understand. He was just following the rules to test his martial Tao comprehension. "Why did it turn black? What does black represent?" Fong Chen pondered. After a long time, the virtual shadow finally spoke. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at Fong Chun as a scorching light flashed in his eyes. "How long have you been cultivating?" "Less than 20,000 years, Fong Chun said. "Buzz!" The virtual shadow's heart trembled, and he looked at Fong Chun as if he was looking at a monster. Amazing. I didn't expect that in this era where the power of heaven is lacking, there would be such a talented genius like you. The virtual shadow said with a little regret. Unfortunately, I can't witness the arrival of this glorious era. Speaking of this, the virtual shadow looked at Fong Chun again and grinned. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first test. What's the difference between black and red? Li Ruohong couldn't help but ask. Red means that you have great potential. You are a talent that can be molded. In the future, you will definitely step into the honorable realm of the mysterious God realm, the virtual shadow said. Honorable realm of the mysterious God realm? Li Ruohong laughed. Black means that you have great potential. I don't dare to say that you are the only one in history, but you are also the top genius in the chaotic void. If this kind of person doesn't die prematurely, his achievements in the future will not be limited to the honorable realm of the mysterious God realm. The virtual shadow didn't finish his words, but Li Ruohong and Bai Qingqing were shocked. Not limited to the mysterious God realm? Didn't that mean that Fong Chun had hopes of reaching the ancient God realm in the future? That was the ancient God realm. In the entire chaotic void, there are only a handful of ancient gods who stood at the top of the chaotic void. Congratulations, Brother Fong. After being stunned, Li Ruohong hurriedly cupped his fists and congratulated him. In response, Fong Chun just smiled. Having great potential didn't mean that one would be strong. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? At the current stage, even the honorable realm of the mysterious God realm was a little far from him, let alone the legendary ancient God realm. As a person, one shouldn't bite off more than one could chew. One should be down to earth, step by step, to strengthen the foundation. Only then could one walk to a higher level in the chaotic void where martial arts were prevalent. All right, let's begin the second test. The virtual shadow glanced at Fong Chun and said, the second test is the power of bloodline. Throughout history, the experts who could reach the top all had the strongest bloodline. If one didn't have a super strong bloodline, he wouldn't be qualified to get this. Splash! With a wave of his hand, a bronze mirror appeared in front of the three of them. Drip your essence blood on the bronze mirror. The virtual shadow said, if the essence blood spreads to the size of a palm, you pass. The rules were simple. They just needed to drip their essence blood on the bronze mirror. This bronze mirror is not simple. Fong Chun frowned and stared at the bronze mirror. He seemed to have seen records about this bronze mirror somewhere, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. This is the bloodline bronze mirror. Bai Qingqing said from the side. What? Li Ruohong asked. Although he was a disciple of the Li family, he had never heard of the bloodline bronze mirror. I follow Master to cultivate at the suicide cliff and saw it a few times. Master got it from a dangerous place. However, the size of it couldn't be compared to the bloodline bronze mirror. It was only the size of a palm. Bai Qingqing explained, the bloodline bronze mirror is known as the most precious treasure of the present age. It can test any bloodline. Moreover, if the bloodline bronze mirror is used to nurture the bloodline for a long time, it can make the bloodline stronger and stimulate the power of the bloodline hidden in the depths of the bloodline. To put it simply, the bloodline bronze mirror was a precious treasure in the chaotic void that could only be found by chance. In the present age, only the 5 great clans had it. If one wanted to make the bloodline bronze mirror, one had to be an ancient god blacksmith. No one below the ancient god realm could make it. I remember now. Li Ruohong patted his head and said, I once heard from the elders in the clan that Honorable Soldier Wu, who was famous in the stellar sky, obtained a bloodline bronze mirror to nurture his bloodline. In the end, he managed to nurture the invincible soldier vein. At that time, I didn't quite understand. So the bloodline bronze mirror they were talking about is this guy. Li Ruohong looked at the bloodline bronze mirror in front of him with envy. Not bad. It seems that the few of you are quite knowledgeable. This bloodline bronze mirror was made by an ancient god emperor. If you can pass the third test, this bloodline bronze mirror will belong to you. Really? Li Ruohong was in a frenzy. He immediately bit his finger, and a drop of blood fell on the bloodline bronze mirror. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood gradually dispersed on the bloodline bronze mirror. However, in the end, it only spread to the size of a palm. Leroy Holmes' face was ashen. He shook his head and sighed. Failed. Don't be discouraged. Although you didn't pass, your Li clan's bloodline is still very strong. Fong Chun comforted him. Indeed, the Li clan's bloodline was very strong. It was just that Leroy Holmes' bloodline was not pure enough. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2472. Leroy Holmes nodded. I'm fine. Next, it was Bai Qingqing's turn. Logically speaking, Bai Qingqing's bloodline power should be weaker than Leroy Holmes'. After all, Leroy Holmes was a disciple of the Divine Sword Heaven's overlordly family, while Bai Qingqing was just a disciple of an ordinary family in the miniature universe. However, nothing was absolute in this world. When Bai Qingqing's test result came out, Leroy Holmes was shocked. On the bloodline copper mirror, a palm-sized blood red mark was imprinted in his eyes. Leroy Holmes was dumbfounded. Pass. The Phantom seemed to have seen Bai Qingqing's bloodline and said, Your bloodline shouldn't be this strong. It must have been nurtured by the bloodline copper mirror? Bai Qingqing cupped her fists and nodded. The bloodline copper mirror is really powerful. Fong Chen couldn't help but exclaim. It's your turn. The Phantom asked curiously, How's your bloodline? Fong Chun bit his finger and dripped a drop of essence blood on the bloodline copper mirror. Hiss! The essence blood spread rapidly, and when it reached a certain extent, it gradually stopped. Seeing this, Leroy Holmes heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, there was someone with a weaker bloodline than him. If Fong Chen's bloodline was also stronger than his, he would really go crazy. Fong Chen's essence blood spread much less than Leroy Holmes'. My bloodline is from the Luo clan in the lower world of the universe. It's a bit weak, Fong Chen said. When he was in the lower world, his Luo clan bloodline was very strong. But in the chaotic void, what was the Luo clan bloodline? However, just as Fong Chen was about to give up, the wolf god's blood hidden in the essence blood suddenly spread out. Wong. The wolf god's bloodline quietly came out and directly entered Fong Chen's Luo clan bloodline. Hiss! Hiss! The essence blood that had stopped spreading started to spread again. What's going on? Leroy Holmes opened his mouth and was shocked. Rip! A moment later, the blood essence had expanded to the size of a palm. However, it did not stop there. It was still expanding wildly. The illusory figure was also a little surprised. He looked at the bloodline copper mirror nervously. Under everyone's gazes, Fong Chen's essence blood expanded to cover half of the bloodline copper mirror's surface before finally stopping. Isn't this too exaggerated? Leroy Holmes said weakly. Bai Qingqing smiled faintly. No matter what, she would always support this stalwart figure in front of her. The virtual shadow sensed a little and felt relieved. So that's how the wolf god bloodline works. The shadow looked at Fong Chun and said, The wolf god bloodline is one of the top bloodlines in the world. If it's nurtured by the bloodline copper mirror, it might even evolve into the legendary darkness bloodline. The werewolf race was a branch of the current great race, the dark blood race. The wolf god bloodline contained the dark blood race. Of course, the number of werewolves who had activated their dark bloodline was so small that it was almost negligible. Even the 5 wolf gods of the werewolf race could not do it. Isn't that too bold and powerful? Leroy Holmes' admiration for Fong Chun had reached an extreme level. The wolf god's bloodline was one of the legendary bloodlines. No wonder his essence blood could occupy half of the bloodline copper mirror surface. If I'm not wrong, there's only one possibility for a human like you to have the wolf god's bloodline. That is, you have refined the wolf god's slough. The blood shadow said, The wolf god's slough was shed when the werewolf race transformed and became the wolf god. It contains the purest wolf god's blood. Although the wolf god's bloodline in your essence blood is very thin, it is the purest and most likely to evolve into the darkness bloodline, the virtual shadow said. Evidently, he felt incomparable reverence for the bloodline of darkness. I hope you can pass the 3rd test and get the bloodline copper mirror, the virtual shadow said solemnly. Then, after a short rest, the 3rd test began. This test was strange. He thought it would be very difficult. Who would have thought that it would be an illusion? This illusion is a test to the martial artist's heart. If you can break through it within 100 years, you will succeed, the virtual shadow said. With a wave of his hand, the three of them were sent into the illusion. Buzz. As soon as he entered the illusion, Fong Chun felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. What's going on? Fong Chen's heart trembled. He was the best at illusions. How could a mere illusion resist him? Master, this is not an ordinary illusion, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail said. This illusion has been tainted with the ancient god's aura, so it became powerful. Tainted with the ancient god's aura? Fong Chen's heart trembled, but he was barely holding on. This illusion is a test of the martial artist's heart. I can't help you, Master, but I have to remind you that if you want to walk out of the illusion, you need to have a normal heart. A normal heart was easy to say, but it was very difficult to do. Dong! As soon as the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail finished speaking, Fong Chun sat cross-legged on the ground and fell into a coma. This place is so nutritious. It's a waste not to eat it. A ray of light shot out from Fong Chen's body and disappeared into the messy storeroom. The virtual shadow exclaimed softly, as if he had sensed something. He looked around and finally he set his eyes on Fong Chun. In Dark Cave Mountain, as time passed, the number of casualties increased. The Iron Wolf of the werewolf clan attacked again, but this time there were many of them. There was even the son of Sirius of the werewolf clan. He was a fierce person who was ranked 8th on the profound ranking. He boasted that he was the strongest martial artist of the werewolf clan's younger generation. Although he was not as strong as the Iron Wolf, he could challenge a mystic light realm martial artist. This time, he personally led the Iron Wolf to Nine Dragon Mountain. Son of Sirius, Nine Dragon Mountain is right in front of us, one of the Iron Wolf said softly. Humph. A mere mystic chi realm martial artist dares to covet the wolf god slew. He's really courting death, the son of Sirius said indifferently. Follow me to Nine Dragon Mountain and grind his bones to dust. Rumble. The werewolves rushed up the Nine Dragon Mountain in great numbers. Buzz. The sound of a dragon's roar filled the sky. They were blocked by a powerful formation at the bottom of Nine Dragon Mountain. You want to stop me with a mere formation? The son of Sirius attacked the formation with lightning speed. However, his attack did not cause any ripples. Roar. The son of Sirius roared and transformed into his true form, rushing toward the formation. With a bang, his body flew out. Holy Sun, be careful. Several Iron Wolf hurriedly supported the son of Sirius. Holy Sun, this formation is very strange. If you don't understand formations, you won't be able to break it with brute force. Yes, we were at a disadvantage because of this formation last time. Let's work together. I don't believe that there is any formation in this world that can stop us, the son of Sirius said after recovering slightly. Boom! Many Iron Wolf attacked together. The majestic attack landed on the formation, causing it to distort greatly. But in the end, it still managed to withstand the attack. Damn it, the son of Sirius cursed. A piece of news quickly spread throughout Dark Cave Mountain. The son of Sirius of the werewolf clan had paid a huge price to invite an array master to help him open the Nine Dragon Mountain formation. Once this news spread, many array masters were eager to take action. Of course, more warriors guessed the son of Sirius's intention. The werewolf clan can't help but take action. A warrior in the profound Chi realm forced the 3 Iron Wolf clans into a corner by himself. Although he had the help of the Nine Dragon Mountain formation, it's still quite impressive. The werewolf clan can't afford to lose face like this. The son of Sirius must get it back. The Nine Dragon Mountain formation is very powerful. Ordinary people can't break it at all. Many warriors at the top of the profound ranking also expressed their opinions. There were even rumors that the holy son of the Dark Blood clan was rushing toward the Nine Dragon Mountain. The purpose of his trip was to break the formation of the Nine Dragon Mountain. The holy son of the Dark Blood clan? Is he going to take action too? That's right. The Werewolf clan is a branch of the Dark Blood clan. Now that the son of Sirius is in trouble, The holy son of the Dark Blood clan won't stand by and do nothing. The son of Sirius wasn't enough to cause a stir. However, the appearance of the holy son of the Dark Blood clan had caused a great commotion. After all, the Dark Blood clan was one of the 5 legendary clans of the current era. They stood at the top of the chaotic void. In the primal chaos void, such a force could simply do whatever they wanted with a flip of their hand. I wonder if the holy son of the Dark Blood clan can break the formation? This was what everyone was most concerned about. Chapter 2473. Nine Dragon Mountain Underground Palace. In the Dreamland, Fong Chun sat cross-legged, surrounded by an extremely strong aura of illusion. Illusion is the art of the mind. Fong Chun murmured to himself. Only with a clear mind could one achieve success in illusion. Now he had fallen into an endless loop of illusion and had lost himself. If he wanted to get out, he could only rely on himself. No one could help him. Li Ruohong and Bai Qingqing's illusion attainments were not as good as Fong Chen's. They were completely lost and would not wake up for a while. The aura of illusion in the Dreamland was getting stronger and stronger. In Fong Chen's heart, his understanding of illusory skills was constantly improving. Illusion. Fong Chun sighed in his heart. Under Nine Dragon Mountain, the son of darkness, the holy son of the Blood clan, was so powerful that even the experts on the profound ranking were shocked. It was said that the dark bloodline in the son of darkness was very pure and was about to reach the level of atavism. The arrival of the son of darkness directly excited many warriors. What's going on? The son of darkness, dressed in black, exuded a cold, dark aura. He came from the distant sky and looked indifferently at the peerless formation on Nine Dragon Mountain. Holy Sun, a warrior in the profound Qi realm, got the slew of the 5th wolf god of the wolf clan and hid it on Nine Dragon Mountain, the son of Sirius said. Is this formation very powerful? The son of darkness asked. The son of Sirius's expression kept changing and finally nodded. Let me do it. The son of darkness was a man of few words. He took a step forward and rushed to the top of Nine Dragon Mountain. You want to stop me with a mere formation? The 9 golden dragons roared to the sky and spewed out scorching dragon breath, trying to stop the son of darkness. Great! The son of darkness shouted and spread out his palm. Black thunderbolts flashed out. When the black thunderbolts hit the peerless formation, there was a sudden explosion and the whole Nine Dragon Mountain shook. However, the peerless formation finally held on. Seeing this, the expression of the son of darkness turned completely gloomy. I don't believe it, the son of darkness said coldly. Then he took out a pitch-black longsword from his bosom and ruthlessly slashed at the peerless formation. Crack! The pitch-black longsword quickly cut through the peerless array as if it was cutting vegetables. Voila! The peerless formation directly collapsed. At the foot of Nine Dragon Mountain, the hearts of many martial artists trembled when they saw this. The Sword of Darkness. I didn't expect the Son of Darkness to bring it here. As expected of the most powerful treasure of the dark vampires. Truly powerful. It is said that the Sword of Darkness is very compatible with the bloodline of the Son of Darkness. While everyone was discussing, the Son of Darkness had already broken through the peerless formation and arrived at the peak of the mountain. Where is he? The Son of Darkness frowned. There was no one on the mountain peak. Hoo. Soon, the son of Sirius arrived. When they saw the empty mountain peak, they were a little surprised. Did he escape somewhere else? The son of Sirius wondered. But soon, he shook his head and denied it. He had studied before and found that the peerless formation had to be controlled by someone to maintain it for a long time. Now that the peerless formation had been enveloping Nine Dragon Mountain, it meant that the person must still be on Nine Dragon Mountain. Look carefully. While the son of Sirius and the others were searching, Fong Chun, who was in the underground palace, finally had a slight reaction. He sat quietly like an old monk in meditation. In his mind, the illusory world had taken shape. This is the real illusory world. Fong Chun muttered to himself. Comprehending the illusory world seemed to take countless years. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. But it also seemed like it was just a snap of the fingers. Buzz. At a certain moment, his heart beat rhythmically. In the next moment, the illusory world in his mind opened and crazily absorbed the aura of the illusory world. Hoo. When the aura of the illusory world was completely absorbed, the illusory world expanded and soon reached a state of saturation. At this moment, Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes. Crack! The illusory world that enveloped him collapsed. Hoo! He spat out a mouthful of turbid air and grinned. I didn't think that I would be able to comprehend it here. At this moment, Fong Chun was extremely excited. After the illusory world was formed, his understanding of the illusory world had reached a new height. Whoosh! With a thought, the illusory world instantly opened and covered the entire underground palace. Being able to do as he pleased was the highest level of the illusory world. If I use the illusory world now, I can even fight against a mystic light realm cultivator. As for a mystic star realm cultivator, no one would be able to stop him. After putting away the illusory world disappeared, and Li Ruohong and Bai Qingqing woke up one after another. What's going on? The two were confused, but when they saw the smiling Fong Chun, they hurriedly asked, Brother Fong, did you pass the test? Fong Chun shrugged his shoulders and said, Probably. He wasn't too sure either. Who? The figure appeared again and looked at Fong Chun excitedly. You bastard, even I have misjudged you. The figure was full of praise for Fong Chun. He waved his hand and a key fell into his palm. To be able to walk out of the illusory world, your mental state has reached a very high level. You are qualified to have everything here, the figure said. This key is the key to the treasury. After you drip your blood on the key, you can put away the treasury and leave as you wish. Hearing this, Fong Chun was very happy. Thank you, senior. The figure shook his head. You don't have to thank me. If you die in the martial path, everything will be in vain. These are just worldly possessions. Just treat them as some opportunities for you. All right, the Nine-Dragon Mountain is about to collapse. You can leave now, the figure said and disappeared into the darkness. Fong Chun and the other two looked at each other. In the end, they dripped their blood on the key and put the treasury into the Sumeru ring. Then, they quickly left with Bai Qingqing and Li Ruohong. At the top of the Nine-Dragon Mountain, the Son of Darkness and others were looking for Fong Chun. Suddenly, the mountain trembled. Then, a light rainbow soared into the sky. When they saw it clearly, they found that Fong Chun and the other two were wrapped in the light rainbow. It's him. One of the Iron Wolf roared angrily. The Son of Sirius and the Son of Darkness quickly surrounded Fong Chun and the other two. Boy, are you the one who took away the slough of the fifth wolf god? The Son of Sirius licked his dry lips and asked grimly. Fong Chun frowned. He felt several powerful forces. Brother Fong, be careful. This is the holy son of the werewolf clan, the Son of Sirius, who ranks 9th on the profound list. The other one is the Son of Darkness of the Dark Blood clan, who ranks 5th on the profound list. Li Ruohong hurriedly reminded him. Hand over the slough of the wolf god, and then kill yourself here, the Son of Sirius said coldly. The Son of Darkness stood quietly, as if he was an outsider. His face was indifferent, and his eyes flickered with a playful look. The werewolf clan is really haunting me, Fong Chun said. Seeing Fong Chun's expression, the Son of Sirius was immediately furious. Die! The Son of Sirius attacked in person. His powerful attack made many warriors tremble. Rumble! The Son of Sirius stretched out his claws and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a big hole was torn in the void. Whoosh! Facing the Son of Sirius, Fong Chun did not hold back and slashed out with his sword. The Hidden Star sword released a dazzling sword light, and the 11th move of the Azura sword art burst out without reservation. Zhong Xiangshan, who ranks 9th on the profound list, was unable to resist the power of my sword. I wonder if you, who ranks 8th on the profound list, are worthy of your title? Fong Chun said lightly. As soon as his voice fell, the Hidden Star sword and the Son of Sirius's claws violently collided. Dong! The Nine-Dragon Mountain trembled. The violent energy caused the mountain to collapse, and rumbling sounds could be heard. At the same time, A miserable cry came from the son of Sirius. His body flew out, and one of his claws flew in the sky. Blood splattered all over the sky. The scene was dead silent. The son of Sirius of the werewolf clan, who ranks 8th on the profound list, was unable to resist this person's sword. How powerful was his swordsmanship? The sound of his sword cutting off the son of Sirius's claws would cause a shock in the chaotic void. "I'm going to kill you." The son of Sirius roared crazily with a ferocious face. Chapter 2474. Come back. The son of darkness, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His rebuke immediately pulled the sky wolf Holy Sun, who had dashed out, back. Holy Sun. The son of Sirius looked at the son of darkness unwillingly. "Can't you see?" The son of darkness said. "He cut off your claw with his chi realm cultivation. Not only did you not wake up, but you were blinded by hatred." But the son of Sirius still wanted to explain, but the son of darkness waved his hand to stop him. "A loss is a loss. There's nothing to be afraid of." The son of darkness lectured. "Failure is not terrible. The most terrible thing is to give up after failure. As the holy son of the werewolf clan and the most outstanding genius of this era, you have endless cultivation resources that the werewolf clan enjoys. In the future, you are very likely to become an ancient god. Why are you so obsessed with this?" The holy son is right. The son of Sirius lowered his head and said in a low voice. The son of darkness waved his hand. "You can leave first. Leave this to me." "You hit the small one, and the big one jumped out." Fong Chin said. "It's indeed the style of the big clans." The son of darkness exuded a vast aura when he heard this. He said coldly, "Do you know that what you just said is enough to kill you 10,000 times? The big clans of the world could not be humiliated. A mere Chi Realm warrior dared to criticize the big clans of the world. This was a capital offense. You can do it, but you don't allow others to say it?" Fong Chin said. Haha. Many people had already realized that the son of darkness was angry. However, he did not make a move. He just stared at Fong Chin with his dark eyes and said, "Hand over the wolf god slew." Just when everyone thought that the son of darkness was going to make a move, he said such words. "I did get the wolf god slew," but after a pause, he continued, "Why didn't you take the so-called 5th wolf god skin with you? You left it there for hundreds of years. After I got it, you chased me for thousands of miles to get it back? What were you doing earlier?" "Brat, don't be disrespectful to the 5th wolf god." An iron wolf scolded. The son of Sirius also glared at him. "What can these things change?" The son of darkness asked softly. "They can't change anything. If I make a move, you will die without a doubt. I've already used up the wolf god slew. It's useless for you to find me." Fong Chun spread his hands and said, "I hope you won't bother me in the future." With that, Fong Chun prepared to leave. The figure of the son of darkness suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Must it be like this? Fong Chun stared at the son of darkness, knowing that the latter was about to make a move. The son of darkness, who was ranked 5th on the profound ranking, was still a little afraid. Moreover, Nine Dragon Mountain was about to collapse. Fong Chun did not want to stay any longer. Moreover, there were many Iron Wolf here. Once a battle broke out, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Voila! With a thought from Fong Chun, an illusion instantly appeared. The illusory world in his mind opened and directly enveloped everyone. "Let's go." He took Li Ruohong and by Ching Ching and quickly left Nine Dragon Mountain. "What's going on?" Fong Chen's illusion was too strong. The weak warriors could not resist at all and instantly fell into a coma. Only a few Iron Wolf, the son of Sirius, and the son of darkness could barely resist. Damn it! The son of darkness bared his fangs. He regarded Fong Chun as an enemy who must be killed. Break! How could a mere illusory realm stop him? Crack! The son of darkness slashed out with his sword and immediately split open a crack in the illusion, but it quickly healed. Seeing this scene, the son of darkness's face turned completely gloomy. At this moment, Nine Dragon Mountain shook and swayed. Rumble! Nine Dragon Mountain is about to collapse. The son of Sirius shouted loudly. The Son of Darkness held the Sword of Darkness and rushed into the storm. Nine Dragon Mountain completely collapsed. The entire mountain was razed to the ground. The son of Sirius, the Son of Darkness, and the others disappeared without a trace. Nine Dragon Mountain collapsed. Where did the Son of Darkness go? Could it be that it was flattened by the Son of Darkness's Sword of Darkness? How strong is that guy called Fong Chun? It's too terrifying. It's unbelievable. In a dense forest, Fong Chun sat cross-legged on a towering tree. His face was filled with a peaceful smile, and he was relaxed. Beside him, Bai Qingqing leaned on a thick branch and looked at Fong Chun with a smile. What if they could see each other the moment they opened their eyes every day? What would that be like? Brother Fong, don't you find it tiring to sit up there? Li Ruohong shouted from below. Why? Do you want to come up too? Fong Chun said. I'm not going up. Li Ruohong glanced at Bai Qingqing and said with a smile. But Brother Fong, you've completely offended the Son of Sirius and the Son of Darkness this time. Li Ruohong was a little worried. The Son of Sirius was fine, but the Son of Darkness was a thorn. The blood race of darkness was one of the 5 major races in the world and ranked 3rd. It was much stronger than the Zhong family of Tianqing and the Xiu family of Qingluo Heaven. As the pride of the blood race of darkness, the Son of Darkness would definitely hunt down Fong Chun all over the world after being humiliated like this. It was fine in Dark Cave Mountain, but once he went out, it would be terrible. Don't worry. The Son of Darkness is nothing in my eyes, Fong Chun said. Li Ruohong was speechless. After the news of the collapse of Nine Dragon Mountain spread, the Li family also knew. Li Ruochu's expression was complicated, and her heart was full of emotions. How is he so strong? Reality proved that Li Ruohong's eyes were much better than hers. However, thinking about how she had offended the Son of Sirius and the Son of Darkness, Li Ruochu's expression softened. So what if he's strong and has great potential? Li Ruochu said. If he's stupid enough to offend a major race, he'll die in the end. Rushu, according to the witnesses, that guy called Fong Chen's strength is comparable to the mystic light realm, an elder of the Li family said. Yeah, he cut off the son of Sirius's wolf claw with one sword. That's something that few people in the younger generation can do. Wouldn't it be great if such a prodigy was a member of the Li family? Many people sighed. Fong Chun offended the blood race, and Li Ruohong is with Fong Chun. From today onwards, I, as the strongest person in the younger generation of the Li family, expel Li Ruohong from the family, Li Ruochu said coldly. This? Many elders looked at each other, then shook their heads and sighed. Li Ruochu's status in the Li family was too high. She had the right to expel Li Ruohong. However, it was a pity for Li Ruohong. However, none of the elders present dared to plead for Li Ruohong. After Li Ruohong heard this news, he was dumbfounded and only reacted after a long time. Brotherly. Fong Chun patted his shoulder and comforted him. All of this happened because of me. You can announce to the public that you've cut off all ties with me, Fong Chun. I'm sure Li Ruochu won't be so heartless. It was as if Li Ruohong had lost his soul. He kept shaking his head, looking dispirited. She won't. I know Li Ruochu very well. She's cold and ruthless. Once she makes a decision, no one could change it. At this point, Li Ruohong laughed wildly. I really didn't expect Li Ruochu to be so ambitious. Li Ruohong spread out his hands and said, It's gone. Everything is gone. Fong Chun remained silent and let Li Ruohong vent. After a long while, Li Ruohong finally finished venting. He sat on the ground and said in a deep voice, Brother Fong, do you know what my life goal is? Before Fong Chun could speak, he continued, When I was a child, I made a vow that one day I would become a man of the Li family and become an existence respected by tens of thousands of people. All these years, I've been working hard and getting closer to my goal. I'm a son of the Li family. I'd rather die on the battlefield than be expelled from the family. At the end, Li Ruohong choked with sobs. Fong Chen's expression was cold. The scene of the first time he saw Li Ruochu appeared in his mind. He clenched his fists and was filled with murderous intent. At some point, Bai Qingqing's small hand grasped Fong Chen's big hand. Warmth flowed from her palm to his heart. Don't be impulsive. Bai Qingqing put her red lips close to Fang Chen's ear and whispered. He turned his head and saw Bai Qingqing's pretty face. Her eyelashes, eyes, nose, and red lips could be seen clearly. She nodded gently. She didn't want Fang Chen to lose his mind because of this. Chapter 2475. After the Battle of Nine Dragon Mountain, Fang Chen had completely offended the Son of Darkness. The huge Nine Dragon Mountain collapsed in an instant. All the martial artists in the entire Dark Cave Mountain were shocked. Rumor had it that someone had seen the Son of Darkness escape from Nine Dragon Mountain with the Sword of Darkness. As for the Son of Sirius and the Iron Wolf of the Werewolf clan, they were also in a sorry state. Unbelievable. The Blood Clan of Darkness was one of the 5 major clans in the Chaos Void, and it was ranked 3rd. Its foundation was unimaginable, and all of this was caused by a martial artist in the profound Qi realm. Thinking of this, everyone's face fell. If it was in the outside world, there would definitely be other major clans try to rope him in. In a certain land of inheritance, a dense forest completely blocked the mountain stream. There were some strange stones near the mountain stream. Suddenly, a thick black smoke emerged from these stones. Then, a few figures coughed loudly and staggered out of the forest. Whoosh! After everyone walked out of the mountain stream, their faces were covered with black soot. They took a deep breath, and their hearts were finally at ease. Among the few men, there was a woman in a thin veil. Although the black smoke covered the white veil, it still couldn't hide the woman's beauty. She was the little disciple of Venerable Bai Xian, a Siamese Senshi. Qianyan, are you okay? The leader looked around and hurriedly asked after confirming that there was no danger. A Siamese Senshi shook her head gently and said, I'm fine. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They had risked their lives to enter this land of inheritance. Who would have thought that the danger inside was far beyond their imagination? They had almost been wiped out here. Fortunately, they had found a way out at the critical moment. Moreover, what made them the happiest was that they had successfully brought the inheritance out. Let's leave here first. Soon, the group quickly left the dense forest. A moment later, they found a safe place. Everyone sat down on the ground, panting. They had used up all the energy in their bodies and were very tired at the moment. Damn it, we're finally out. The owner of that land of inheritance should have been a venerable in the profound God realm. We've really struck gold. Let's see what kind of inheritance it is. Their gazes fell upon a Siamese Senshi. Fairy Qian Yin nodded her head and took out the inheritance scroll that she was about to obtain. The dossier was slowly opened. Everyone was extremely nervous. Hoo. The sudden wind was very strange. Before they could react, a black shadow appeared with a whistle. Not good. A Siamese Senshi wanted to put away the file, but it was too late. Poochie. When the file was snatched away, the senior brother at the side retaliated. His arm was scratched by the black shadow, leaving a bloody wound. This is the werewolf race? After seeing the wound on his arm, everyone exclaimed and retreated. The Son of Sirius slowly appeared in the air. Son of Sirius? After seeing the Son of Sirius, a Siamese Senshi and the others were completely stunned. They didn't have the courage to fight the Son of Sirius, who was ranked 8th on the profound list. What do you want? The file has been snatched away by you. Do you want to kill us? The Son of Sirius smiled eerily, raised his paw, and pointed at a Siamese Senshi. You come with me. No. The senior brothers immediately refused. When they entered Immortal Cave Mountain, their master, Venerable Bai Xian, kept reminding them to protect their junior sister. We will block the Son of Sirius. Junior sister, you go first. The senior brothers emitted powerful auras and blocked the Son of Sirius. A bunch of trash. The Son of Sirius sneered. I heard that you have some dealings with Fang Chen. Fang Chen. A Siamese Senshi was a little surprised. She didn't know why the Son of Sirius mentioned Fang Chen. However, she still nodded mechanically. That's good. The Son of Sirius waved his hand, and several Iron Wolf appeared in the void. Oh no! The senior brothers were shocked and retreated. The Iron Wolf was too strong. They couldn't resist at all. Whoosh! A cold wind blew. The werewolves had disappeared, and so had Asima Senshi. Damn it, Junior's sister was taken away by them. The leader clenched his fists and said coldly, "What's going on? We have never offended the werewolves." The Heavenly Wolf Holy Sun mentioned Fongchen before. Could it be that he offended the werewolf clan and implicated Junior's sister? It must be this guy. Asima Senshi's senior brothers were in a daze and felt guilty. Recently, they had been in the land of inheritance and didn't know anything about the outside world. 3 days later, when they were walking on the empty land of a mortal cave mountain, they finally heard news about Fongchen. How is that possible? Is this guy so powerful? He's just a martial artist in the profound sky realm. How? He must have obtained an inheritance treasure in a mortal cave mountain and broken through to the profound chi realm. But even so, he can't be so strong, right? Especially when they learned that Fongchen killed Zhong Xiangshan, who was ranked 9th on the profound ranking, and cut off one of the claws of the son of Sirius, who was ranked 8th on the profound ranking. Moreover, he retreated calmly under the attack of the Son of Darkness, which made the Son of Darkness extremely embarrassed. Every single incident was like a sledgehammer that hammered deeply into their hearts. The few of them looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. "What should we do now?" One of them asked. "With just the few of us, we can't even defeat the Heavenly Wolf Saint, let alone the Iron Wolf Guards and the Son of Darkness." Junior's sister Qianyan was implicated by him. He should be responsible for this matter. That's right. Let's go find him and ask him to help save Junior's sister Qianyan. With his strength, it should be very easy to save Junior's sister Qianyan as long as the plan is right. Soon, they reached a consensus and began to look for Fongchen. However, before they could find Fongchen, the son of Sirius released the news. On a hill, Fongchen was sitting cross-legged, and Bai Qingqing was sitting quietly beside him. As for Li Ruohong, he looked absent-minded and hadn't recovered from being expelled. Suddenly, Fongchen opened his eyes. Li Ruohong came back from afar with a slightly gloomy face. "Something happened. What's the matter?" Fongchen asked. The son of Sirius released the news that he captured a woman named Asima Senshi and threatened to let you go to the ruined cave to accept your punishment within 3 days. Otherwise, he will defile Asima Senshi and strip her naked so that all the warriors in Dark Cave Mountain can see it, Li Ruohong said. "Pa!" Fongchen clenched his fists tightly, and the void trembled. A cold glint burst out from his eyes. He's courting death. Fongchen's heart was filled with rage. "Brother Fong, do you know this Asima Senshi?" Li Ruohong asked. Suppressing his anger, Fongchen said, "The one who sent me to Dark Cave Mountain was Venerable Hei Qi of the Xiu family in Azure Net Heaven. Asima Senshi's master, Venerable Asima Senshi, is friends with Venerable Hei Qi. We crossed the Wave Lake together, and Asima Senshi talked to me. We're not close, we're just acquaintances." Because of this, Fongchen was even angrier. The werewolf tribe, such a large tribe, had actually threatened a weak woman to deal with him. Were they not afraid of being ridiculed? "The son of Sirius has gone too far," Fongchen said. "Asima Senshi is innocent and was implicated by me. If I don't save her, I won't be at ease." "But this is obviously a trap, waiting for you to take the bait," Li Ruohong dissuaded. Bai Qingqing, who was at the side, slowly stood up and walked over to Fongchen. She said softly, "I agree with you. Fairy Qianyan is innocent. She was implicated because of you. We should not sit by and do nothing. However, we can't be reckless. We need to think about it at length. First, we need to confirm whether the Son of Darkness is involved in this matter. Secondly, we need to find out more about the situation in the Cave of Ruins," Bai Qingqing said. "We need to be fully confident before we act. Although the son of Sirius has said that you have 3 days to accept your punishment, his goal is to deal with you. As long as you don't appear, Asima Senshi shouldn't be in danger." After hearing Bai Qingqing's analysis, Fongchen's anxious heart gradually calmed down. "Qingqing is right. I was too impulsive just now," Fongchen said apologetically. "You've made your decision?" Li Ruohong asked. Chapter 2476. "Okay." Fongchen nodded. He had already made his decision. Asima Senshi was implicated because of him. If he didn't save her, the son of Sirius and the others would become even more unrestrained. At that time, even a stranger who had only met him once would be in trouble. This wasn't something that Fang Chun wanted to see. Since he had already offended the son of Sirius, there was no need for him to worry about anything. In any case, the Wolfman race wouldn't let him go. The wolf god Slew was very important to the Wolfman race, and he had raised it for the demon tiger and beast. Then let's go, Li Ruohong said. Brotherly, Fang Chun stretched out his hand and patted Li Ruohong's shoulder. He grinned. You don't have to go. You're afraid that I'll be implicated? Li Ruohong said. I'm alone now. What's there to be afraid of? Fang Chun smiled faintly at Li Ruohong's words. Then he said, Okay, then let's fight side by side. Annihilation Ruins Cave, a relatively famous cave in the western part of Dark Cave Mountain. According to legends, peerless experts had fought in this cave in the ancient times, causing the cave to collapse and forming the extremely dangerous Annihilation Ruins Cave. There were many treasures in the cave, but it was also very dangerous. Even Mystic Light Realm cultivators would be in danger, let alone Mystic Star Realm cultivators. At the entrance of the Annihilation Ruins Cave, the son of Sirius's pitch-black eyes stared into the distance. I wonder if that guy will come? The son of Sirius wasn't completely confident. He didn't know if Fang Chun would come here because of a woman. As long as he comes, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The son of Sirius had already set up many traps here. Once Fang Chun came, he wouldn't have any chance to escape. Asima Senshi, who was trapped on the wooden stake, had a grave expression on her face. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. Holy Son, don't worry. I've already asked around. It said that Fang Chun is a very loyal person. I'm sure he will come, an Iron Wolf said. Is everything ready? The son of Sirius asked. The Iron Wolf nodded and said, Don't worry. Every Iron Wolf is hiding in the Cave of the Ruins. Once that guy comes in, I guarantee he won't be able to return alive. The son of Sirius nodded in satisfaction and said, When the time comes, leave one alive. After receiving the order, Iron Wolf quickly returned to the Destruction Ruins Cave. The son of Sirius stared at the blue sky, his mind filled with complicated thoughts. In the western part of Dark Cave Mountain, many martial artists were paying attention to the situation in Annihilation Ruin Cave. 3 days are almost up. I wonder if Fang Chun will appear? I don't think so. He knows that the son of Sirius has set up a trap. Fang Chun won't be so stupid as to come and die, right? That might not be the case. I heard that the son of Darkness seemed to have left because of some matters. The son of Sirius alone isn't enough to make Fang Chun afraid. But the son of Sirius has many Iron Wolf behind him. Every Iron Wolf was a Mystic Light Realm expert. With so many Iron Wolf, it was more than enough to deal with a Mystic Chi Realm martial artist. As the crowd discussed, Fang Chun's group of 3 quickly rushed toward the Destruction Ruins Cave. Brotherly, this is the model of the Burning Sky 9-change formation. Take it. Fang Chun escaped from his embrace and handed it to Li Ruohong. You and Ching Ching hide in the dark. After I attract the attention of the son of Sirius and the others, you two wait for an opportunity. Don't worry. Li Ruohong nodded heavily. Remember, don't be rash. Think of yourself first. After Li Ruohong and Bai Ching Ching hid, Fang Chun turned into a streak of light and shot out. Hoo. 2 hours later, a shocking ray of light shot over from the distant horizon. Look, Fang Chun is here. The martial artists surrounding the Extermination Ruin Cave all shouted loudly. This fellow really dares to come and die? Many people were discussing, not understanding why Yi Shiwen would come and die. Dong! The terrifying light was like a meteor that heavily smashed into the mountain outside the Destruction Ruins Cave. Kacha! The entire mountain trembled and debris collapsed from the mountainside. The mountain shook as if there was an earthquake. Hiss. After the violent power, Fang Chun appeared in front of everyone. I thought you were going to be a coward. The son of Sirius sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Let her go, Fang Chun said. Asima Senshi, who was tied up with ropes, widened her eyes. She also did not expect Fang Chun to come and save her. She was slightly touched. Want to save her? Come to the Destruction Ruins cave. As he spoke, the son of Sirius grabbed a Semisenshi and entered the Destruction Ruins cave. Swoosh! Fang Chun turned into a streak of light and rushed into the cave. Rumble! A deafening sound erupted from within the Annihilation Ruin cave, causing many martial artists outside to be shocked. This fellow is too fierce. He actually chased into the Destruction Ruins cave? His cultivation is still too weak. I'm afraid he will die in the Destruction Ruins cave. Many people shook their heads slightly, not optimistic about Fang Chun's chances. At this moment, Fang Chun, who had rushed into the Destruction Ruins cave, was plunged into darkness. Looking around, he did not find any clues. The son of Sirius seemed to have evaporated. He must be nearby. Fang Chun frowned and fell into deep thought. Boom! Suddenly, a huge fireball emerged from the darkness and smashed towards Fang Chun. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fireball contained a scorching aura, and everywhere it passed, the air became chaotic. Bang! Fang Chun fiercely punched and blocked the fireball. Not good. Feeling the terrifying power in the fireball, the black vibration golden armor instantly covered the surface of his skin, blocking the impact of the fireball. At the same time, he took out the hidden star sword and executed the 11th move of the Azura sword arts, slashing at the fireball. Kacha! The fireball was split into two halves, and the flames dimmed. Roar! A wolf's howl was heard, and a shocking power rushed towards him. Wong! Fang Chun's mind moved, and the illusory world his mind instantly opened, trapping the iron wolf who attacked him. Let's go! Casting the space-time collapse spell, Fang Chun's figure disappeared into the darkness. Time was disrupted, and space collapsed. By the time the other iron wolf guards appeared, Fang Chun had already fled without a trace. Damn it, he actually has such a strong illusory technique. An iron wolf cursed. That guy escaped into the depths of the Destruction Ruins cave. The depths of the Destruction Ruins cave are getting more and more dangerous. In the end, even we don't dare to take risks. This guy can't have escaped far. Let's chase. Having said that, several iron wolf quickly chased after him. Outside the Destruction Ruins cave, many martial artists saw that it was shaking and could collapse at any time. Whispers of shock spread out. Everyone was exclaiming about the earth-shattering battle in the Destruction Ruins cave. However, what they didn't know was that on the other mountain, a truly shocking battle was taking place. The Son of Darkness versus the Holy Warrior. The Blood Race of Darkness was ranked third among the 5 major clans. The Holy Warrior race was ranked second among the major clans. The battle between the geniuses of the 2 major forces was definitely an earth-shattering battle. The Son of Darkness held the Sword of Darkness and stared at the Holy Warrior with his dark eyes. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He had the aura of a weak scholar. This was the intuitive feeling that the Holy Warrior gave people. I heard that the Son of Darkness was forced into a sorry state by a guy in the profound Chi realm. It seems that the rumors are true. The Holy Warrior grinned. Their Holy Warrior race was a major clan and was not weaker than the Blood Race of Darkness. As a young genius of the Holy Warrior race, he was naturally not afraid of the Son of Darkness. If the heavenly warriors of your Holy Warrior race were here, I might be afraid. But you're just a Holy Warrior. Who do you think you are? The Son of Darkness's face was gloomy and somewhat unhappy. The battle on 9 Dragons Mountain was the most humiliating experience for him in all these years. He didn't want to be mentioned by others. Obviously, this Holy Warrior had touched his reverse scale. All right, stop pretending. Didn't you take a fancy to my item? The Holy Warrior race spread out his hands and said, "The item is on me. If you have the ability, come and take it. But I have to tell you that once you make a move, you will bear the consequences alone." At this point, the Holy Warrior looked at the Sword of Darkness with a smile and said, "I am also slightly interested in the Holy Sword of the Blood Race of Darkness. I would like to borrow it to take a look." A threat, a blatant threat. The Son of Darkness sneered. His black clothes turned scarlet, and a terrifying aura escaped from his body. The Sword of Darkness let out a deafening sword cry, as if it was responding to its master's emotions. Chapter 2477. The Destruction Ruin Cave was very dangerous. Fong Chun used the space-time collapse technique to escape into the depths and felt a heavy pressure. Ding! 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 The violent force forced him to stop in his tracks. His expression was a little gloomy and kept changing as he fell into deep thought. Let's go. After thinking for a while, he quickly entered the spatial storm. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, Iron Wolf caught up. After seeing the spatial storm, he changed directions and continued to look for Fong Chun. Bai Qingqing and Li Ruohong silently entered the Destruction Ruin Cave. I wonder how Brother Fong is doing. Li Ruohong was a little worried. There was a change in the plan, and they were forced to enter. He held the burning Heaven 9 change array model tightly in his hand. As long as there was any movement, he would immediately activate it. Look, at this moment, Bai Qingqing said softly. Following the voice, Li Ruohong turned his head and saw the son of Sirius walking out of the darkness with a woman. Asimus Senshi? After all, Li Ruohong was a disciple of the divine Sword Heaven's dominant force, the Li family. He was quite familiar with the various forces in the chaotic void. Before this, he had heard of Asimus Senshi's name. Of course, the reason why he had heard of her was because of her master, Reverend Bai Xian. She was an expert who could compete with Reverend Heiqi. She was not someone that those reverends who had just entered the profound god realm could compare to. He recognized Asimus Senshi at a glance. Do it. Li Ruohong and Bai Qingqing looked at each other and then pinched their fingers. Suddenly, a vast power exploded from the model. Whoosh! The burning Heaven 9 change array model instantly filled the Destruction Ruin Cave. Flames circled around and trapped the son of Sirius. The son of Sirius, who was deep in thought, suddenly felt danger approaching. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Damn it! The son of Sirius's clothes were instantly burned to ashes by the flames. His expression was ferocious and incomparably furious. Li Ruohong wholeheartedly controlled the burning Heaven 9 change formation. He used the killing power within it and the soaring flames to forcefully separate Asimus Senshi and the son of Sirius. Rip! Space was torn apart, and Asimus Senshi appeared out of thin air. Li Ruohong caught her. Take her away. Li Ruohong handed Asimus Senshi to Bai Qingqing while he used the burning Heaven 9 change formation to deal with the son of Sirius. Boom! The raging power continued to batter the array. Pucci! Li Ruohong suffered a strong impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale. Let's go! Li Ruohong shouted. Bai Qingqing saw that the situation was not good and quickly brought Asimus Senshi to the entrance of the Destruction Ruins. Die! The son of Sirius unleashed a strong power and attacked the burning Heaven 9 change formation wildly. Li Ruohong was too weak and could not fully unleash the power of the array. He was severely injured by the impact of the array, but he continued to hold on. Swoosh! Bai Qingqing's figure flashed, and she instantly took out the Destruction Ruins. Boom! At this moment, the burning Heaven 9 change formation could not hold on any longer, and it shattered. Li Ruohong's figure was also sent flying. Crack! His body smashed into the wall, shattering the stone. Li Ruohong's body was covered with wounds. His internal organs were already shattered. Whoosh! After the son of Sirius smashed the burning Heaven 9 change formation, he rushed out and wanted to chase after Bai Qingqing. When Li Ruohong saw this, a look of determination flashed across his eyes. He took a deep breath and suddenly charged toward the son of Sirius. He used his body to block the son of Sirius. His hands held the latter's body tightly, not allowing him to move. Qingqing, leave quickly. A cry of agony could be heard coming from the Cave of Ruins. In the outside world, Bai Qingqing had not gone far when she heard the cry behind her. Her face quickly turned pale. However, after hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and left quickly. You're courting death. The son of Sirius was furious. He grabbed Li Ruohong and tore off the latter's arm. Blood spurted out. "Even if I die, I will not let your plan succeed." Li Ruohong spat out a mouthful of blood and said with difficulty. He looked very miserable. He was already prepared to die. He was very happy when he was with Fang Chun. However, ever since the Li family expelled him, he was in great pain and was struggling. In the blink of an eye, his countless years of bitter cultivation, countless years of hard work, all went up in flames. He could not accept this fact. In addition, there was an unforeseen event when he was rescuing Asima Senshi. If he did not die, Qingqing would die. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to use his own life to delay the son of Sirius. Li Ruohong, the son of Sirius, shouted coldly, "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Originally, the son of Sirius did not want to kill Li Ruohong. After all, Li Ruochu of the Li family was a warrior ranked 10th on the profound ranking. His strength was comparable to his own. But now, Li Ruohong had completely infuriated the son of Sirius. "Go to hell." The son of Sirius's sharp claws grabbed Li Ruohong's head. "Useless guy." Crack! The sharp claws pierced Li Ruohong's head. Li Ruohong's head directly exploded. His primordial spirit was also affected. Whoosh! Whoosh! The son of Sirius was ruthless. He did not give Li Ruohong any chance and directly shattered his primordial spirit. Li Ruohong's body slowly fell to the ground. Then, the son of Sirius rushed out of the cave of destruction and chased after by Qingqing. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the Iron Wolf, telling them to kill Fang Chun. In the depths of the cave of destruction, Fang Chun appeared in a place with complicated circular patterns. What is this? Vaguely, he felt that there seemed to be an ancient array here. These complicated circular patterns should be a part of the ancient formation. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chun decided to use the comprehension of the 3,000 scrolls of formation principles to try to communicate with it. Buzz! The violent aura of formation principles escaped from his body and gradually merged into the circular patterns. Dong! After absorbing the aura of formation principles, the circular patterns actually changed. This scene made Fang Chun very excited. However, he soon realized that no matter how he communicated with it, the circular patterns were indifferent. This ancient array is very powerful. It is not even recorded in the 3,000 scrolls of formation principles. Fang Chun murmured. He guessed that the other end of the array should be an independent space. It could also be an inheritance treasure in the cave of destruction. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he could not activate the circular patterns. At the thought of this, he did not waste any more time and continued forward. Roar! The roars of beasts were incessant. Terrifying killing power accompanied by powerful demonic beasts whizzed out. Ding! Feeling the fierce wind behind him, Fang Chun's figure quickly moved horizontally and then slashed out with his sword. Bang! The hidden star sword slashed on a dark beast, causing it to roar to the sky. Not good. Fang Chun could feel that the dark beasts were too powerful. He once again used the space-time collapse skill and quickly escaped from this place. After a long while, he could still feel the vast power behind him. Whoosh! Whoosh! After leaving the territory of the dark beasts, Fang Chun saw a glimmer of light. Fang Chun was a little surprised that he had made a detour to the exit. I wonder how those Iron Wolf are doing. Fang Chun muttered to himself. However, what he did not know was that not long after he left, several Iron Wolf appeared in the territory of the Dark Beasts and had a conflict with them. When the battle broke out, the Iron Wolf had no time to care about him. Let's go. Soon, Fang Chun arrived in front of the cave entrance. When he was about to take a step out, his body suddenly stiffened. He widened his eyes and looked at the ground in front of him in disbelief. There was a cold corpse. Its head was crushed by a sharp claw, and it was lying on the ground dripping with blood. His body began to tremble, and his head kept shaking. His face was pale, and he was unwilling to believe the facts in front of him. Brotherly, Fang Chun took a step forward and came in front of Li Ruohong. His voice was filled with grief. How could this be? His heart was filled with guilt. Beside Li Ruohong, he found a broken array model. Fang Chun immediately understood that the son of Sirius must have broken the burning sky 9-change array, destroyed the array model, and then killed it. Thinking of this, Fang Chun clenched his fists and his heart was filled with killing intent. He picked up Li Ruohong's corpse and his heart was filled with grief. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2478. Cold winds rustled in the air. The sorrowful atmosphere quickly infected the entire cave of annihilation. One could vaguely hear the sound of sobbing within the cave of annihilation. Even the heavens were grieving for Li Ruohong. The son of the first wife of the Li family had outstanding talent. Everyone had thought that he was the hope of the Li family. Even the upper echelons of the Li family had thought so. However, when Li Ruohong had stood out among the younger generation and made a name for himself in the chaotic void, Li Ruochu had emerged from the Li family. A woman who had forcefully made a name for herself in the Li family. She hadn't cultivated as long as Li Ruohong, but her potential had far surpassed the latter's. Li Ruohong's rise to prominence had caused Li Ruohong's status in the Li family to drop significantly. However, Li Ruohong had never given up. He was a son of the Li family. He could give up everything for the Li family. It could be said that in Li Ruohong's heart, the Li family of the godly sword heaven was his home. However, he hadn't been able to return to the Li family until his death. He had been banished by the Li family because of Luo Yunyang. Now, he had been laid to rest here because of Luo Yunyang. Fang Chen closed his eyes in pain. He hoisted Li Ruohong's body over his shoulder and dragged his heavy footsteps out of the cave of annihilation. 3 days later, Fang Chun arrived at the old site of the collapsed Nine-Dragon Mountain. He stood on a huge rock and looked down. The surroundings were a mess. This was the place where Li Ruohong's fate had changed. It was also the place where he had forged a deep friendship with the former. "Brother Li, I'll bury you here." Fang Chun put down Li Ruohong's body and quickly dug a big hole to bury him. When the last bit of dust covered Li Ruohong's body, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. His scarlet eyes stared unwaveringly at the pile of dirt. He had prepared a tombstone long ago and inserted it into the ground. "Your lifelong wish was to return to the Li family. Although you've fallen now, I, Fang Chun, swear that while I'm still alive, I will definitely bring you back to the Li family in a dignified manner. I will even get the approval of many of the Li family's upper echelons to bury you in the Li family cemetery." Fang Chen stood in front of the tombstone and said each word. Li Ruohong's death was a huge blow to Fang Chun. He stayed with Li Ruohong at the old site of Nine-Dragon Mountain for 7 days and 7 nights. After that, he resolutely turned around and left. Son of Sirius? Fang Chen's Fang Chun was dead after asking around. He found out that the heavenly wolf Holy Sun was hunting down a woman in green all over the world. After receiving the news, Fang Chun took a shortcut to kill the son of Sirius. The son of Sirius had been the most depressed in recent days. Damn it, he was only a profound heaven realm martial artist. How could he be so fast? The son of Sirius was very confused, but he still chased with all his might. You can't escape. After chasing for more than 10 days, he finally caught up. Whoosh, whoosh. Bai Qingqing brought Asima Senshi to a mountain peak. Rip. The void was torn apart, and the son of Sirius whizzed over. He stared at Bai Qingqing and said coldly, "Run. Why aren't you running anymore?" Bai Qingqing's expression was grave. Asima Senshi said, "You go first. I'll stay behind." Bang! The son of Sirius clawed at Asima Senshi, leaving a few bloody marks on her body. "Both of you stay." For a moment, the two women were in danger. "Stop!" A few voices came from the foot of the mountain. They were Bai Xian's disciples. After receiving the news, they had been following the son of Sirius and finally arrived before he attacked. After they reached the peak, they looked at the son of Sirius with a grave expression and said in a deep voice, "Son of Sirius, please let Junior's sister go on account of my master, Bai Xian. Junior's sister Qian Yin is Master's favorite disciple. If you attack her, Master will not let you go." Scram. The heavenly wolf Holy Sun roared when he heard that. He waved his claws, and a terrifying force forced them back. Oomph. If Bai Xian was here, I might have given him face. Trash like I want to use supremacy Bai Xian to coerce me? The son of Sirius didn't want to kill them, and only asked them to scram. However, if Junior's sister was in danger, how could they sit back and do nothing? Son of Sirius, don't go too far. Rip. The son of Sirius pulled hard with his claws and left a few bloody marks on Asima's Senchi's fair arm. So what if I'm going too far? The son of Sirius said arrogantly. Junior's sister, let's go. They looked at each other and then roared angrily. At the same time, a shocking force erupted from their bodies and rushed toward the son of Sirius. You can't even withstand a single blow. The son of Sirius's eyes were full of ridicule. Rip. He waved his claws and tore one of them into pieces. Then he waved his claws a few more times and instantly disintegrated their attacks. Miserable screams came out from their mouths. Seeing this, Asima Senshi closed her eyes in pain and burst into tears. However, Bai Qingqing pulled her and quickly left the mountain peak. Crack! A few people who were struggling at death's door still wanted to stop the son of Sirius, but what responded to them was sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples under Bai Xian, except for Asima Senshi, had died. You can't escape. The son of Sirius looked at Bai Qingqing's disappearing figure with a playful expression. With a thought, he turned into a shadow and chased after her. After a long while, Bai Qingqing was forced into a dead end again. Run, the son of Sirius sneered. Bai Qingqing and Asima Senshi kept retreating and stared at the son of Sirius warily. At the same time, Fang Chun was also rushing over. Son of Sirius. When the latter attacked Bai Qingqing, Fang Chun had already arrived. Swoosh! In the distant sky, Fang Chun was suspended in midair. The star-hidden sword was like a rainbow that rushed into the sky and slashed out. The 11th move of the Azura swordsmanship burst out. The majestic sword light pierced through the void and shot toward the son of Sirius. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shattered and the entire sky trembled. Rip! In front of the son of Sirius, a vortex like a black hole appeared. Then, the star-hidden sword burst out from it. Crack! The extremely sharp star-hidden sword, with a shocking force, fiercely slashed the son of Sirius's remaining claw. The sword struck, and the wolf claw fell. Blood splattered in the sky. The son of Sirius let out a miserable cry. Swoosh! A long rainbow covered the entire sky. Fang Chun stepped on the star-hidden sword and appeared in front of Bai Qingqing and Asima Senshi like a god of war. His scarlet eyes stared at the son of Sirius. Fang Chun. Seeing this, Asima Senshi's face was full of complex emotions. Bai Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled. It's you, bastard. The son of Sirius cursed in pain. As the holy son of the werewolf clan and the 8th expert on the profound board, why are you so cruel? Fang Chun asked calmly. Li Ruohong is just an ordinary warrior on the profound board. In your eyes, he is like an ant. You won't let such a person go? Humph! Anyone who dares to offend the werewolf clan deserves to die. The son of Sirius said. Li Ruohong colluded with you and openly opposed the werewolf clan. It won't be enough for him to die 10,000 times. Fang Chun stepped out and came in front of the son of Sirius. Li Ruohong is my brother, but you killed him. Tell me, how should I treat you? Bai Qingqing, who was behind him, trembled. Her pretty face suddenly turned pale, and she kept shaking her head. A sad aura shrouded her body. That kind of trash, killing him will only dirty my hands. The son of Sirius said, and you not only offended the werewolf clan, but also the noble son of darkness. So what if you have great potential? In the end, you still can't change your fate. Fang Chun shook his head. You're really a dog. You, the son of Sirius, was furious, but after thinking of Fang Chun's incredible strength, his eyes flickered, and he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Fang Chun didn't give the son of Sirius a chance. His heart was filled with killing intent. With the hidden star sword in his hand, he was like a peerless sword god, incomparably dazzling. The sword chi surrounding his body soared into the sky like a dragon and a rainbow, and its momentum shook the sky. From now on, I will fight the werewolf clan to the death, Fang Chun said. And you, son of Sirius, I declare your death sentence. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being the enemy of a werewolf clan? The son of Sirius sneered. Whoosh! The hidden star sword whistled and slashed out. Seeing this, the son of Sirius's body surged with a dark luster, desperately resisting. Kacha! The hidden star sword cut through the son of Sirius's defense like cutting tofu. In my eyes, you are not even comparable to an ant. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2479, Wrath of the Heavenly Wolf. The son of Sirius roared angrily. The violent power around his body whizzed out, desperately resisting Fang Chen's attack. However, it was to no avail. The sword light that erupted from the hidden star sword was too powerful. It was so powerful that the son of Sirius's heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. Kacha! The sharp hidden star sword cut through the son of Sirius's defense. The latter's face finally became dignified. No, the son of Sirius wanted to shift his body and then dodge Fang Chen's attack. Unfortunately, the latter was attacking in anger. How could he let him escape so easily? Puff! Another fierce and overbearing sword light ruthlessly pierced the son of Sirius's body, piercing through it. Die! Fang Chen said coldly. His palm exerted force, and the hidden star sword pierced the son of Sirius's chest. Dong! A deafening sound rang out. The next moment, the son of Sirius's head directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spewed out in the air. Xiao! The hidden star sword issued a cheerful sword cry, as if telling its master that he had avenged his great hatred. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen stared at the son of Sirius's body that had already decayed. He suddenly stretched out his palm, grabbed the son of Sirius's heart, and threw it into the Sumeru ring. Brotherly, I have avenged you. As for your wish, I will help you fulfill it. After saying that, Fang Chen took a deep breath, calmed his heart, and turned to look at the two women. When Fang Chen and the son of Sirius were fighting, Asima Senshi was very worried. But now her face was full of shock. She never dreamed that the guy who was inferior to her in the past would reach such a level now. On the other hand, Bai Qingqing had always supported Fang Chen. She was also very clear about Fang Chen's strength. Seeing the son of Sirius fall, her heart did not fluctuate too much. She only smiled at Fang Chen. Thank you for saving my life. After a moment of shock, Asima Senshi finally recovered from her shock. She walked gracefully to Fang Chen and bowed to Fang Chen with her small white hands. Asima Senshi, you don't have to be like this. You were captured by the son of Sirius because of me. I still have to apologize to you, Fang Chen said. Asima Senshi shook her head. Even without you, with the character of the son of Sirius, he would not let me off. Asima Senshi still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fang Chen. Let's leave here first, Fang Chen said, and then left with the two girls. The news of the son of Sirius's death had not yet spread. However, another piece of shocking news quickly swept through the entire Cave Ming Mountain. After the shocking battle between the Son of Darkness and the jihadists, the Son of Darkness was the one who was defeated in the end. This news caused a great sensation. The Son of Darkness was a master ranked 5th on the profound ranking, while the jihadists were only ranked 6th. Moreover, everyone knew that the Son of Darkness carried the most powerful weapon of the Blood Clan, the Sword of Darkness. The Sword of Darkness was very compatible with his bloodline and could greatly enhance his attack power. However, even so, he was still defeated by the jihadists. Everyone was in disbelief. On a mountain peak, the Son of Darkness was panting and his face was a little pale. He sat cross-legged on the ground with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. The Sword of Darkness lay across his knees and lay there quietly. Occasionally, it would emit a trace of dark light. Damn the jihadists! How dare they sneak attack me? The Son of Darkness roared in his heart. This time, He had underestimated the strength of the jihadists. He also did not expect that the jihadists had taken the last step. His attack power had reached an incredible level. However, although the jihadist strength was beyond his imagination, he could still barely suppress the latter with the Sword of Darkness. However, no one expected that the jihadists would take out a treasure at the critical moment and forcibly suppress the power of the Sword of Darkness. This made the Son of Darkness's heart tremble. What is it? Recalling the scene of the battle with the jihadists, the Son of Darkness frowned and pondered. That treasure is too powerful. It can actually suppress the Sword of Darkness. This matter must be reported back to the clan, the Son of Darkness said in a deep voice. Just as he was pondering, there was a sudden vibration in the Sumeru ring. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. The Son of Sirius has fallen. The Son of Darkness's face was gloomy. In the Beast Pagoda, Feng Chun threw the Son of Sirius's heart into the mark of the demon tiger and beast. Buzz! A powerful aura was released from the mark and instantly swallowed the Son of Sirius's heart. The many fire spirit beasts on the side were full of greed. Roar! Suddenly, a loud cry came from the second level of the Beast Pagoda. Feng Chun was overjoyed and quickly went to the second level. At this moment, the second level was filled with colorful light. A violent power swept across the entire land. In the center of the storm, the six-feathered sky sparrow was soaring and transforming. Master! The three-eyed bear king came to Feng Chen's side and explained to Feng Chen. After listening to the latter's explanation, Feng Chen instantly understood. The six-feathered sky sparrow's potential was very strong. In addition, it was infected by the demon tiger and beast aura and consumed a lot of cultivation resources. It was time for it to advance. As the six-feathered sky sparrow flapped its wings, the entire second level of the Beast Pagoda trembled. It consumed a lot of energy. Feng Chen noticed this detail and thought to himself. He found some energy resources from the warehouse in the Nine-Dragon Mountain and threw them to the six-feathered sky sparrow. After the six-feathered sky sparrow swallowed them, its energy recovered and it continued to transform. The entire process lasted for about a month. A month later, the one standing in front of Feng Chen was no longer the six-feathered sky sparrow, but the eight-feathered sky sparrow. Their race could eventually evolve into the nine-feathered sky sparrow. However, it had been a long time since a nine-feathered sky sparrow had appeared in the chaotic void. In the current situation, the eight-feathered sky sparrow was already considered one of the best in this race. If it was in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion and even lead to a bloody battle. Many mysterious God Realm honorables would probably be drooling over the eight-feathered sky sparrow. Master! The eight-feathered sky sparrow flapped its wings and transmitted its voice to Feng Chen. Feng Chen nodded with satisfaction. You just evolved. Consolidate your power. Master, when are you going to let us out to fight? It's so boring here. The three-eyed bear king giggled. Cultivate well. There will be a time for you to fight. Back then, he couldn't even control the Beast Pagoda. But now, Feng Chen could control the Beast Pagoda as he wished. He had even trained an army of demonic beasts. Although most of the beasts were in the mysterious heaven realm, if they joined forces, even a mysterious Qi realm warrior would be crushed in minutes. Feng Chen's goal was to let them out when they all entered the second level and reached the mysterious Qi realm. By then, with so many beasts practicing a battle formation, they would be able to threaten the top 20 experts on the mysterious ranking. After leaving the Beast Pagoda, Feng Chen's mood was obviously much better. Bai Qingqing and Asima Senshi were chatting happily, as if they were talking about something happy. What are you talking about? Feng Chen asked. Seeing this, the two women stood up. Bai Qingqing said, We're talking about something interesting. Feng Chen, you killed the Son of Sirius. The werewolf clan will definitely not let you go. Asima Senshi reminded him. Don't worry. No one was there when I killed the Son of Sirius. Without sufficient evidence, what can the werewolf clan do to me? Feng Chen said. Besides, he had completely offended the werewolf clan because of the wolf god's slew. Why should he care about what they thought? The Son of Sirius was fully responsible for Li Ruohong's death, so he had to die. The son of darkness seems to be very angry about the death of the son of Sirius. Asima essentially glanced at Fong Chun and whispered, I heard some news from the other sky prides. The son of darkness seemed to have been defeated by the jihadists. Asima Senshi said, I thought that he would hide and concentrate on cultivating. Who knew that not long ago, when he heard the news of the son of Sirius's death, he was immediately furious and pushed all the blame to you. Fong Chun already knew what Asima Senshi meant. She was a little worried that the son of darkness was looking for him. The son of darkness? Fong Chun said nonchalantly. The son of darkness is very strong. Seeing Fong Chun's nonchalant look, Asima Senshi emphasized, although the son of darkness was defeated by the jihadists, you can't underestimate him. Fong Chun didn't have much thoughts about the son of darkness. Instead, he was very interested in the jihadists. If I'm not wrong, the jihadists should be from the jihadist clan, right? I heard that this clan is born to be belligerent, and the more they fight, the braver they become. They have a secret technique to cultivate battle intent, which is very terrifying, Fong Chun said. There were countless legends about the jihadist clan in the Chaos Void, but the most popular one was the secret technique to cultivate battle intent. In a battle between experts, sometimes the strength of battle intent could completely turn the situation around and change the overall situation. Seeing Asima Senshi's expression, Fong Chun shrugged and said helplessly, Don't worry. If he wants to kill me, he will have to pay a high enough price. The son of darkness is not as simple as you see on the surface, and Dark Cave Mountain is not what you see now. Asima Senshi continued. The supreme treasure that appeared in Dark Cave Mountain this time is related to swordsmanship. The son of darkness came with the sword of darkness to find that supreme treasure. Once he finds it, we will all be in trouble. In Dark Cave Mountain, strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and sword chi was like a rainbow. Everyone said that the supreme treasure that appeared this time was related to swordsmanship. The sword of darkness? Fong Chun murmured. Even profound God Realm sovereigns were attracted by the supreme treasure in Dark Cave Mountain. It wouldn't be that easy to obtain it. The Mystic Light Realm sovereigns hiding in the dark hadn't made a move yet. They were the most terrifying opponents in this trip to Dark Cave Mountain. The son of darkness wasn't much of a threat, and Fong Chun could even ignore the experts on the profound ranking. Only the Mystic Light Realm sovereigns were invincible in this dimension of Dark Cave Mountain. Thinking up to here, Fong Chun thought of the Iron Wolf of the Wolfman clan. I have to think of a way to kill them all. Chapter 2480. In a vast chaos void, in a land of nothingness in the territory of the werewolf tribe, there were 5 huge stone platforms. The 5 wolf gods were like statues, quietly sitting on top of them, motionless, accepting the worship of their people. Below them, countless werewolves in the vast territory of the werewolf clan were worshipping. Crack! A token in the 5th wolf god's hand shattered. He suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a terrifying ray of light. Is he dead? The 5th wolf god said, a trace of anger appearing on his face. Suddenly, the sky above the werewolf clan's territory was covered by dark clouds. No one is allowed to lay a finger on my remains. The 5th wolf god's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly. Then he stood up, waved his hand, and tore the void apart, disappearing into the black hole. The wolf god has appeared. A trembling voice came from below. After the 5th wolf god left, the other 4 wolf gods opened their eyes one after another. 5th wolf was too impulsive. You can't blame him. His remains were destroyed by a weakling, and he has repeatedly obstructed the werewolf clan's actions. This time, even the son of Sirius died. How can 5th wolf not be angry? The 4 wolf gods chatted one after another. Suddenly, their minds trembled. Immediately, the 4 of them stood up and looked at a certain spot in the void with burning eyes. 5th wolf, come back. The 1st wolf god secretly transmitted his voice. His voice rippled through the void like waves, spreading rapidly. The 5th wolf god, who had already left, was called back. The blood ancestors matter is more important. Let's go to the Dark Kindred first, the 1st wolf god said. Just a moment ago, The blood ancestor had summoned them to discuss important matters. Let's go. The 5 wolf gods went to the dark kindred together. Inside Dark Cave Mountain, Fong Chun and the 2 girls were looking for the inheritance treasure. Before they knew it, they had come to a mysterious valley. This valley was like an otherworldly paradise. There were delicate and beautiful flowers all over the mountains and plains. The valley was also lush, and the origin power was so thin that it could not be sensed. No matter how one looked at the valley, it was an ordinary valley. The 3 of them entered the valley and surveyed their surroundings. "What a beautiful valley," Asaima Senshi said. "That's right. Wouldn't it be great if I could live in seclusion with my beloved forever in such a paradise?" When she said this, Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fong Chun with a smile. The latter pretended to be ignorant and ignored him. Asaima Senshi's red lips parted slightly as she said, "Fong Chun, Qingqing is a good girl. If you miss her, you won't be able to find her again." Fong Chen's face darkened. "How long have you 2 known each other? You're trying to pull strings for her?" Fong Chen hurriedly walked into the depths of the valley. He had killed the son of Sirius, who was ranked 8th on the Xian ranking. But now, he was in such a sorry state. Seeing this, Asaima Senshi smiled faintly and looked at Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing calmly followed Fong Chun. After reaching the depths of the valley, Fong Chen's face became more and more solemn. "What did you find?" Bai Qingqing asked. Fong Chen shook his head. "I didn't find anything. Because of this, it's even more suspicious. There was the Heavenly Master Sea in the south and Immortal Cave Mountain in the north. This was not an exaggeration. One could imagine how dangerous a forbidden area that was as famous as the Heavenly Master Sea was. Since entering Immortal Cave Mountain, one could feel that the origin energy here was hundreds of times more than that of the outside world. However, in this elegant valley, the origin energy was so thin that one could not sense it. There must be something that interferes with our perception, or a treasure that completely covers up the aura of the origin energy in the valley, Fong Chun said. The origin energy was the most basic and the purest power in the chaotic void. This kind of power was a very important component that formed the chaotic void and even helped the heavenly way operate. Ordinary treasures could not cover up the aura of the origin energy. Therefore, Fong Chun ruled out this idea. Interferes with perception? Fong Chun frowned. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be a treasure related to the soul Tao in this valley. Dong! Just as he was deep in thought, Fairy Qian Yan's cry of surprise suddenly sounded. "What's wrong?" Fong Chun asked hurriedly. However, when he looked over, he was completely stunned. The cliffs around the valley were actually closing in. "What's going on?" Fong Chun was very puzzled. At the same time, he quickly came in front of Asaima Senshi. Boom! Mustering all his strength, he threw out a punch, striking the cliff that was getting closer and closer to him. Gotcha! Unexpectedly, the cliffs only paused for a moment before continuing to close in. The power of Fong Chen's punch was something that even a mysterious Star Realm martial artist would not dare to take head-on. However, the cliffs did not break after receiving his punch. What a strong defense! Fong Chen frowned. He took out the hidden star sword and performed the 11th move of the Azura sword art. Whoosh! The violent sword light, carrying the power of death, slashed the cliffs. Gotcha! On the cliffs, stone fragments finally fell, but it still could not stop the cliffs from closing in. In the blink of an eye, the cliffs had completely closed in. Dong! Finally, a trembling sound was heard. In the next moment, Fong Chun and the other 2 were trapped in the darkness. Not good. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's tool spirit secretly shouted and reminded them. This valley itself is a powerful space-type treasure. You entered the valley and activated it. The space-type treasure was gathering and trapping Fong Chun and the other 2. A space-type treasure? Fong Chun turned pale with fright. A space-type treasure that could withstand the full blow of the Hidden Star Sword should at least be at the space-type chaos level or above. Even I was wrong before. This space-type treasure is tainted with the ancient god's aura. The tool spirit said in a low voice. The ancient god's aura covered the space-type treasure's own aura. At the same time, it also completely covered the aura of the origin power in the valley. Ancient god's aura? Fengshen widened his eyes in disbelief. Rumble. As they spoke, the space-type treasure had completely closed, trapping them completely inside. But it's okay. The tool spirit probed and said, according to my probing, this space-type treasure should have been damaged like me. It has not been able to fully recover for a long time. Your trip into the valley just happened to activate it and completely seal it. But Master, you don't have to worry. It is now in a state of deep sleep and has no consciousness. It will not attack you. Hearing this, Fengshen breathed a sigh of relief. Was there really an ancient god in Dark Cave Mountain? Fengshen asked. In the past, he felt that the ancient god was an illusory existence. Although there were some rumors in the chaotic void that a few ancient gods were still alive in the current era. However, no one had seen it with their own eyes. Fengshen always felt that the ancient god was too far away from him. And now, for the first time, he felt that the ancient god was not that far away from him. Dark Cave Mountain was tainted with the ancient god's aura everywhere. The more it was like this, the more shocked Fengshen was. How powerful were the ancient gods that a trace of their aura could cause so much trouble? Dark Cave Mountain is far from as simple as you imagine. There are too many things involved, and I'm not too sure. The tool spirit said, back then, Old Master found me by chance in Dark Cave Mountain. After that, he obtained some opportunities and broke through the cage in one fell swoop to step into the ancient god realm. As for the other ancient gods, I have never seen them. However, I've been in a deep sleep in Dark Cave Mountain for a long time and have sensed some powerful auras. The tool spirit said, although I'm not sure whether it is the ancient god's aura, it should be similar. After Great Emperor Su Xian stepped into the ancient god realm, he left Dark Cave Mountain with the tool spirit of the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail. Then how do I leave now? Fengshen asked. This was what he was most concerned about. The space-type treasure's tool spirit is in a deep sleep. This is good news. However, because it has been tainted with the ancient god's aura, it is somewhat unrealistic to forcefully open a gap. The tool spirit analyzed. However, any treasure will have a certain flaw. Master, don't be anxious. Give me some time. Once I find out its flaw, it will be easy to leave. Fengshen nodded and waited quietly. He did not notice at all that a trace of formless aura was quietly approaching him. Chapter 2481. A space-type treasure was tainted with the aura of the ancient gods. All the clues were connected, and it was extremely shocking. Anything that had anything to do with the ancient gods would cause a bloodbath. Fengshen looked around vigilantly, waiting for the artifact spirit to check. After a while, the artifact spirit spoke. Master, this space-type treasure seems to be related to the demon clan. Related to the demon clan? Fengshen frowned, and his heart skipped a beat. In the chaotic void, only the 5 major forces could be called major clans. Any major clan had the ability to dominate the chaotic void. The demon clan ruled all the beasts in the chaotic void. In every corner, in every space, as long as there were beasts, there would be the aura of the demon clan. The demon clan was not a single clan, but a collective name for all the beasts. For example, the demon clan in the innate world was just a branch of the demon clan. The 5 major clans were the Void Clan, the Holy War Clan, the Blood Clan, the Thunder Punishment Clan, and the Demon Clan. Although the Demon Clan was ranked 5th, its power was not to be underestimated. Even the other 4 major clans did not dare to provoke the Demon Clan easily. Since the human race and the Demon Clan were at odds, the Demon Clan had been fighting against the human race for countless years and occupied Buter Heaven. Only the major clans of the current era had the means to dominate the 10 super heavens. Although he had heard of the 5 major clans, he had little contact with them. Previously, Fengshen had fought with the Son of Darkness, and now this space-type treasure was related to the Demon Clan. I checked it and found that this space-type treasure is very similar to one of your treasures. The artifact spirit continued. Very similar? Are you talking about the Beast Pagoda? Hearing this, the artifact spirit said, Yes, the Beast Pagoda. This space-type treasure is many times more advanced than the Beast Pagoda. Its main function is to provide space, but it has been tainted with the aura of the ancient gods and has mutated. In addition, this space-type treasure should have belonged to the demon clan, so I concluded that it has all the functions of the Beast Pagoda. Fang Chun was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter a demon clan's spatial treasure here. Among the 5 great clans, the demon clan is the most proficient in refining weapons. This space-type supreme treasure is very exquisite. It must have been made by the demon clan, said the weapon spirit. Trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, Fang Chen asked, Have you found a way to break it? After saying so much, he still hadn't said how to get out. If they were trapped here forever and couldn't get out, then what was the point of talking about this? This space-type treasure spirit is in deep slumber. You can try to use the beast taming pagoda to gradually control the spirit, the mysterious heaven cone nail spirit said. Then, he told Fang Chun the detailed method. The latter was a little worried. Are you sure it's okay? There's still some hope. After all, this belongs to the Yao clan. You're a human, so it'll be extremely difficult for you to control it. However, if you can control it, then the power of the beast taming pagoda will increase greatly. Since things had come to this, he could only give it a try. Help me protect them, Fang Chen said. Whoosh! The mysterious heaven cone nail shot out from his body. Halos flickered and shrouded by Ching Ching and Asima Senshi. Then, Fang Chun sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the beast-taming pagoda. Buzz! The moment the beast-taming pagoda escaped, many demon beasts were released. What's happening? Is a great battle going to happen? The fire spirit beast, the 3-eyed bear king, and the 8-feathered sky sparrow all shouted. However, they were shocked to find that the space where they were was extremely oppressive. If they were careless, they would be crushed by the violent aura and crawl on ground. What the hell is this place? The 3-eyed bear king grinned and shouted. At this moment, layers of halos appeared around Fang Chen's body. In his palm, the beast-taming pagoda emitted a bright light. Buzz! Fang Chen's primordial spirit left his body and disappeared into the void with the glowing beast-taming pagoda. It must succeed, Fang Chen muttered to himself. When the beast-taming pagoda found the sleeping place of the space-type treasure's weapon spirit, it suddenly emitted spots of brilliance and began to disintegrate. This was what the mysterious heaven cone nail's weapon spirit told him. After all, the beast-taming pagoda was just an ordinary space-type treasure. It could not be compared to the demon clan's item in front of him. If he wanted to seize the opportunity to control the weapon spirit of the space-type treasure, the only way was to disintegrate the beast-taming pagoda and use its essence to repair the damaged weapon spirit. Hiss! The beast-taming pagoda was slowly disintegrating. Meanwhile, inside Fang Chen's body, there was also an earth-shattering change. The mysterious heaven cone nail's weapon spirit protected the 2 girls while watching Fang Chun. The disintegration of the beast-taming pagoda would take a long time. If he wanted to repair the weapon spirit of the space-type treasure, he would need even more time. It would take at least 30 to 50 years, or even a few hundred to 1,000 years. As time passed, Fang Chun was fully immersed in it. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the past 10 years, many things had happened in Mount Dongming. The powerhouses of the profound ranking had appeared one after another to crazily compete for the Sword Dao treasure. The rankings, which had remained unchanged for millions of years, had changed hands several times in the short span of 10 years. However, from the beginning to the end, the top 3 rankings had never changed. The first on the profound ranking was Su Zichen, the Heaven's Pride of the Void Clan, the #1 clan in the world. He was good at the Tao of the Void and possessed the indestructible body of the Void. His speed was unparalleled, and no one could surpass his speed. His attack was also incredible. Even the Son of Darkness did not dare to fight against it. The second on the profound ranking was Lei Pu of the Thunder Punishment clan. His Thunder Punishment technique was even more amazing. Any martial artist who dared to provoke him could not withstand a single bolt of his shocking heavenly thunder. So far, no one had seen Lei Pu's full strength. The third on the profound ranking was Yao Yin of the Demon Clan. Originally, the fourth on the profound ranking was Qianjia of the Holy War Clan. However, in the third year when Fang Chun was trapped in the spatial treasure, the Son of Darkness obtained the treasure and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. He fought with Qianjia, defeated him, and successfully ranked fourth. However, the Son of Darkness only stayed in the fourth position for 2 years. In the fifth year, Qianjia obtained the treasure and soared to the sky. Finally, he fought with the Son of Darkness on a mountain peak. The battle between the two shattered the sky. The void collapsed, and a spatial storm appeared. This was the second battle between the two in Mount Dongming. In the first battle, Qianjia was stronger than the Son of Darkness. The Son of Darkness escaped with the sharp Sword of Darkness. This time, the Son of Darkness activated the Sword of Darkness to the extreme, and its attack power was even stronger. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. This battle was earth-shattering, and it lasted for an entire year. When everyone thought that both sides would be injured, Qianjia suddenly comprehended the last level of the invincible battle intent. His battle intent comprehension reached another level, and his strength increased by several times. He instantly crushed the Son of Darkness. After the heaven-shaking battle, the dark sword of the Son of Darkness was lost in dark cave mountain and disappeared. The Son of Darkness himself was also severely injured. If it weren't for the arrival of the mystic light realm experts of the blood race, he would have died in the hands of Qianjia. After this battle, Qianjia was completely overshadowed by the Holy War. Everyone was shocked. The Holy War, who had always kept a low profile, was actually so powerful. The battles between the top 10 of the profound ranking were happening all the time. In the past 10 years, the most depressed person was the Iron Wolf of the Werewolf Clan. The death of the son of Sirius had greatly affected them. In the past few years, they had almost searched the entire Mount Dongming, but they still couldn't find Fang Chun. It was as if the latter had disappeared. On a towering mountain peak surrounded by beast chi, a man in black clothes looked down at the ground with his hands behind his back. There was a trace of smile on his handsome face. No one who saw him would think that he was the prodigy of the beast race, one of the 5 major clans, Yao Yin, who was ranked 3rd on the profound ranking. Stupid humans. Yao Yan's face was filled with disdain. The Sword Dao treasure of Mount Dongming is an opportunity, Yao Yin said. We can use this opportunity to kill all the human prodigies in one fell swoop. The first thing that came to Yao Yan's mind was the blood race. Originally, he wanted to use the Son of Darkness to kill the human prodigies one by one. However, the Son of Darkness was a piece of trash. He was severely injured by Qianjia and even lost his Sword of Darkness. Chapter 2482. That damn guy. Yao Yin was furious when he thought of the Son of Darkness. However, that hallowed warrior is really good at hiding. For hundreds of years, he has been suppressed by Sky Warrior, while he has kept a low profile. If the Son of Darkness hadn't defeated Sky Warrior, he might have kept a low profile. Yao Yin said, according to the witnesses, the hallowed warrior has already cultivated the invincible battle will to the highest level. The invincible battle will was a secret technique of the hallowed warrior tribe. It was a secret technique to cultivate battle will. In the hallowed warrior tribe, anyone who could cultivate the invincible battle will to the highest level could at least reach the profound God realm. They might even have the chance to reach the legendary ancient God realm in the future. Before this, Sky Warrior was the prodigy with the highest chance of cultivating the invincible battle will. Who would have thought that Sky Warrior would lose to the Son of Darkness, and the hallowed warrior tribe would silently cultivate it? With the invincible battle will, this hallowed warrior's strength is enough to threaten me. A trace of coldness flashed past Yao Yan's eyes. After being on the profound ranking for so many years, he was most afraid of the 2 people ranked above him. He had met Su Zichen of the Void Tribe once before. He didn't like the latter, so he fought with him. However, he didn't even see his opponent's shadow before he was defeated. News of this battle didn't spread, so the outside world didn't know about it. However, it was the most humiliating battle in Yao Yan's heart. As for Lei Pu, she wasn't as mysterious as Su Zichen, but she had the strongest attack power. The moment the power of lightning punishment appeared, the world was shocked. Back then, when he fought with Lei Pu, he could only barely block 3 lightning punishment heavenly blades. It seems like I have to hurry up and find the Sword Dao treasure, then leave Immortal Cave Mountain, said Yao Yan. He vaguely felt that the appearance of the Sword Dao treasure in Immortal Cave Mountain was unusual. If he wasn't careful, he might die. Young master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures arrived at the foot of the mountain. How is it? Yao Yan asked without turning his head. That guy called Fong Chun seems to have evaporated from Dark Cave Mountain. Not only can we not find him, even the werewolves and vampires can't find him. Young master, although Fong Chun killed the son of Sirius, he is only ranked 8th on the profound ranking. Why do you care? That's right. If young master were to make a move, he would be able to destroy them with a single finger. Hearing this, Yao Yin snorted. What do you know? Fong Chun possesses the 10,000 swords flesh and has cultivated it to an extremely high level. If I can devour him, the chances of obtaining the ultimate sword treasure will be greatly increased. And, hearing Yao Yan's words, everyone's eyes widened. Yao Yan's gaze swept over everyone before he continued. Moreover, he is far from being as simple as he seems on the surface. If we capture him, we will be able to obtain what we want. Don't worry, young master. As long as he's still in Dark Cave Mountain, he won't be able to escape from the clutches of our Yao clan, said one of them. Yao Yan nodded and smiled wickedly. If you discover anything about him, just inform the Dark Kindred. Yao Yan wanted to borrow the hand of the Dark Kindred to fight against the human race's prodigies. In 10 years, the outside world had changed a lot. In Mashaishan, the Azura Sword Dao was now prevalent, and the Mashaishan Sword Dao had long disappeared. Under the Spirit Void clan leaders' relentless efforts to spread the Azura Sword Dao throughout Mashaishan, Xiao Huang and the other 3 had all broken through to the profound Qi realm. When the 4 of them joined forces, they could challenge a profound Star Realm expert. Gradually, the 4 of them made a name for themselves in Mashaishan. The former Qiu clan had long been reduced to ashes. Mashaishan was changing with each passing day. Just as Mashaishan was rapidly developing and prospering, a crisis was quietly approaching. In the center of Mashaishan, there was a huge ocean. Splash! On this day, the calm ocean suddenly surged with raging waves. The surging waves soared into the sky and wreaked havoc in the entire sky. Rip! Above the towering water pillar, a figure suddenly appeared. He stepped on the water pillar and spread his divine sense, surveying the huge Mashaishan. Soon, his face was distorted and filled with rage. Spirit Void clan? The Qiu clan ancestor's heart was filled with rage. Back then, the Spirit Void clan didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Qiu clan territory. But now, the Spirit Void clan openly betrayed the Qiu clan, giving up the Mashaishan Sword Dao and focusing on the Azura Sword Dao. Betraying the Qiu clan was a crime punishable by death. Today, let me clean up the clan. With that, the Qiu clan ancestor's figure flashed and quickly arrived on the land surrounding the ocean. Spirit Void clan leader, come out and accept your death. Rumbling thunder spread through the void, shaking the entire Spirit Void Qiu clan. What's that sound? Who dares to cause trouble in my Qiu clan? You're courting death. How dare you shout at the clan leader? On the land, many Qiu clan disciples were discussing, and in the depths of the Qiu clan residence, a beam of light soared into the sky. The Spirit Void clan leader floated in the sky, stepping on a long sword. Azura Sword Qi surrounded him as his dark eyes stared at the person in front of him. Who are you? The Spirit Void clan leader said coldly. He could already feel the powerful Mashaishan Sword Qi from the other party. He guessed that this person should be a fish that escaped the net of the Qiu clan. Ha! The Qiu clan ancestor chuckled, his face full of mockery. It's only been 10 years, and you don't even recognize me? Spirit Void Clan leader, you're so impressive. Speaking of this, the Chio clan ancestor changed the topic and said coldly, do you remember that 10 years ago you were worse than a dog in front of the main Chio clan? And now, you betrayed the Chio clan and joined the enemy. You abandoned the Mashatian sword path and focused on the Azura sword path. And you're asking me who I am? The Chio clan ancestor's words made the Spirit Void clan leader's expression change drastically. You're the ancestor? After all, the Spirit Void clan leader was once a member of the Chio clan. He was forced to join Fangchun because he had no other choice. However, since the Chio clan was destroyed by the Iron Wolf of the Werewolf clan, he had made up his mind to follow Fangchun. He had thought that everyone in the Chio clan had died. Who would have thought that the ancestor was still alive? You still know that I'm the Chio clan ancestor? The Chio clan ancestor sneered. There's only one Chio clan in Mashatian. No matter what you do, you can't change the fact that you betrayed the Chio clan. The Chio clan ancestor spread out his hands and said, back then, the Chio clan worked hard to build this empire, but in the end, you turned it into this. You're the center of the Chio clan. Today, I'm going to clean up the clan and tear you to pieces. As soon as the Chio clan ancestor finished speaking, he waved his hand. Immediately, a sword rapidly formed and blasted toward the Spirit Void clan leader. Dong! The Spirit Void clan leader's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly used the Azura sword path to block. The two swords collided in the void, erupting with a deafening sound. In the ocean, shocking waves surged. Dang, dang, dang. The Spirit Void clan leader retreated a few steps. After stabilizing his body, his pitch-black eyes stared at the ancestor. Ancestor, the Chio clan ancestor took a deep breath, and a trace of determination appeared on his face. If I hadn't been injured back then, and my cultivation hadn't fallen, I could have killed someone like you with one slap, the Chio clan ancestor said. But today, there's no point in continuing the battle. I can't do anything to you. But, in 100 years, I'll come and take your head. With that, the Chio clan ancestor's figure flashed and disappeared into the vast ocean. The Spirit Void clan leader was a little worried. He rushed into the ocean to search for the ancestor. But no matter how he searched, the ancestor seemed to have evaporated and disappeared without a trace. After that, the Spirit Void clan leader sent the Chio clan cultivators into the vast ocean to search for the ancestor. After searching for a while without any results, he even asked Xiao Huang and the others for help. The four of them were very bored, so when they heard the Spirit Void clan leader's request, they immediately agreed. Don't worry, that old guy is heavily injured and must be hiding in the ocean. Wait for us four brothers to drag him out. Dongming Mountain, Mysterious Valley, Space-type treasure. The Beast Pagoda was still disintegrating as usual. Fangchun was fully focused on controlling it, not daring to be distracted at all. However, he was completely unaware that a shapeless and formless aura had quietly drilled into his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This aura circled around his body and finally seeped into his blood. After the blood came into contact with the invisible aura, it immediately set off huge waves in Fangchun's body. Dong! There was a sound of vibration. Fangchun's body swayed, and the Beast Pagoda in the middle of disintegrating also swayed unsteadily. Chapter 2483. Soon, Fangchun realized that something was wrong. His blood was actually moving restlessly. What's going on? Fangchun was confused as he stared at his restless blood. Buzz! At this moment, the bloodline copper mirror he got from the Nine Dragons Mountain appeared. The bloodline copper mirror was used to nurture the bloodline. Fangchun had never used it since he got it. Now, the bloodline copper mirror appeared automatically. This meant that there was something wrong with his bloodline. What's going on? Fangchun vaguely felt that the restless blood had something to do with the space-type treasure. Decompose. After thinking for a while, Fangchun continued to decompose the Beast Pagoda. The Beast Pagoda was about to be decomposed. Once it was decomposed, he might be able to control the weapon spirit of the space-type treasure. This was an excellent method. Whoosh! A drop of blood fell on the bloodline copper mirror and instantly dyed half of the mirror red. The power contained in the blood that had been purified by the bloodline copper mirror instantly erupted and went into the beast pagoda. Fang Chun was surprised to find that the bloodline copper mirror was helping him to decompose the beast pagoda faster. He was overjoyed and immediately devoted himself to decomposing the beast pagoda. He made sure that the restless blood did not bring him any harm. Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The beast pagoda was decomposing very slowly, but with the help of the bloodline copper mirror, it was extremely fast. An hour was equivalent to decomposing a year's time. With this, Fang Chun was extremely confident. At this speed, the beast pagoda will be completely decomposed in a few months. Thinking of this, Fang Chun continued to urge his blood to drip on the bloodline copper mirror to speed up the beast pagoda's decomposition. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months with the help of the bloodline copper mirror, the beast pagoda's decomposition was extremely fast. After half a year, the beast pagoda was finally decomposed completely. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Then the tip of the last level of the beast pagoda gradually collapsed. Dong! The sound of vibrations could be heard continuously. Violent energy came out of the beast pagoda and went into the space-type true treasure. Wang. Fang Chun could vaguely sense a berserk energy that seemed to be in a deep slumber. He was sure that this violent power was the device spirit of the space-type supreme treasure. Fang Chun tried to communicate with the weapon spirit. The power of the beast pagoda had completely filled the weapon spirit. The artifact spirit felt a sense of familiarity. Who? The artifact spirit's voice echoed out. I am your master. Fang Chun was trying to deceive the artifact spirit, but it had an unexpected effect. Perhaps the artifact spirit had been asleep for too long, causing it to lose its intelligence. It had fallen into a deep slumber because it was heavily injured. It lacked power and was unable to awaken. But now, Fang Chun had disintegrated the beast pagoda. All the violent energy had seeped into the pagoda, making it extremely rich. Another thing was that the beast pagoda was essentially the same as a space-type true treasure. They both had the aura of the demon clan. That was why the artifact spirit felt a sense of familiarity. Master. The artifact spirit's voice came intermittently. Fang Chun could hear that the artifact spirit's voice contained a trace of joy. However, it had been asleep for too long and was heavily injured. It would not be able to wake up for a while. Your injuries are too severe. I will take you out of here. Fang Chun gradually began to instill in the artifact spirit the idea that he was its master. At first, the artifact spirit was indifferent. However, after Fang Chun's earnest instilling, the artifact spirit finally began to stir. My blood can help you recover. Fang Chun felt that the time was right. He was secretly delighted and immediately said. A wave of energy spread out. Seeing that the artifact spirit did not object, Fang Chun hurriedly cut his finger. A drop of essence blood instantly dripped into the air. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the drop of essence blood disappeared without a trace. The artifact spirit took the initiative to absorb the essence blood and then refine it. Wang. Somehow, there was a connection between him and the space-type supreme treasure. It worked. Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect to succeed so easily. The efforts of more than 10 years were not in vain. Open. Even the artifact spirit did not know that it had unknowingly dripped blood to recognize him as its master. After absorbing Fang Chun's blood, the artifact spirit fell into a deep sleep again. It felt a trace of warmth and gradually relaxed. Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. The space-type true treasure that trapped him opened instantly. Immediately, he waved his hand and put all the monsters into the space-type true treasure. Keep. With a thought, the space-type true treasure kept shrinking until it was the size of a thumb and went into the Sumeru ring. Wang. At the same time, a lot of information about the space-type true treasure emerged in Fang Chun's mind. After reading it, Fang Chun was shocked and nodded slowly. I see. This space-type true treasure was called the Demon Sealing Tower. Its effect was much more powerful than the Beast Taming Tower. It was said that the Demon Sealing Tower could seal monsters at the profound God Realm supremacy level. Unless an ancient God powerhouse intervened, no monster could break through the Demon Sealing Tower seal. Great! Fong Chun was overjoyed. With the Demon Sealing Tower, his monster army could grow more easily. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a smile appeared on his face. Whoosh! Fong Chun and the other two appeared in the valley. Are you okay? Bai Qingqing asked worriedly. Fong Chun shook his head, indicating that he was fine. This valley is too mysterious. Let's leave quickly, a Siamese Senshi said. Bai Qingqing also indicated that they should leave first. Fong Chun nodded and did not tell them about the Demon Sealing Tower. Roar! Just as the three of them arrived at the exit of the valley, a series of beast roars suddenly came. What's going on? What a violent power. We seem to have encountered a group of monsters. The two women's faces changed drastically and hurriedly said. Only Fong Chun was calm. Monsters, huh? He muttered as his eyes glowed with golden light. In the blink of an eye, a vast horde of demonic beasts rushed in from outside the valley. The leading demonic beast was at the Mystic Light Realm. Behind it were many Mystic Star Realm monsters, and they stared angrily at Fong Chun and the other two. Humans, this is the territory of the beast race. You will all die if you enter. The Mystic Light Realm monsters spoke in the human language. Is that so? Fong Chun shrugged and said, I feel that your strength is not bad. You can be my slaves. You're courting death. The leading demonic beast roared, and the demonic beasts behind it burst forth with violent energy. Instantly, monster aura filled the valley. All of you back off. Bai Qingqing and Asayama Senshi retreated far away and looked at Fong Chun. Roar! Many monsters charged at Fong Chun. Fong Chun wasn't afraid at all. He stood there silently, without moving. Just as the monsters were about to get close to him, he opened his palm, and the Shifter Sealing Tower appeared. Wang, the Shifter Sealing Tower continued to expand. Come, Fong Chun said softly, and the Mystic Star Realm monster closest to him instantly disappeared and was sucked into the Shifter Sealing Tower. Fong Chun nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the monsters behind him. Whoosh! The Shifter Sealing Tower opened completely, and a crazy devouring power surged out. One Mystic Star Realm monster after another was sucked into the Shifter Sealing Tower. They couldn't resist at all. Shifter Sealing Tower? How is this possible? The leading Mystic Light Realm monster recognized the Shifter Sealing Tower, and its eyes were filled with fear. Not good. Thinking up to here, the Mystic Light Realm monster quickly retreated and disappeared. Human, the beast race won't let you go. Fong Chun wanted to chase, but he realized that the Mystic Light Realm monster had already disappeared. Whatever. Furthermore, Bai Qingqing and Asayama Senshi still needed him to take care of them. He had gained a lot this time. After taking in so many Mystic Star Realm monsters, the strength of the monster army had increased once again. Unfortunately, the Shifter Sealing Tower was heavily damaged and hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, I would be able to take in these Mystic Light Realm monsters with just a thought, Fong Chun said regretfully. Right now, the Shifter Sealing Tower could only use a portion of its power. Absorbing Mystic Star Realm monsters wasn't a problem, but absorbing Mystic Light Realm monsters was a bit difficult. Chapter 2484. In the Land of Darkness. The Son of Darkness was surrounded by an extremely dense power. His eyes were tightly closed as if he was cultivating. Crack! Suddenly, he waved both of his hands. Suddenly, a hand blade whizzed out and slashed at the void in the distance. The void distorted, forming a terrifying black hole. Slowly opening his eyes, the Son of Darkness spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Why can't I take the last step? There was a hint of helplessness on the Son of Darkness's face. After being defeated by the jihadists, his heart was filled with anger. The jihadists had already taken the last step, and he was stuck at the bottleneck, unable to break through. Now, the Dark Sword was also lost in Mount Dongming. The Son of Darkness was very anxious. The dark sword was the inherited treasure of the dark kindred. It was very powerful. The reason why he brought it in this time was to increase his strength so that he could seize the sword Dao treasure. Who would have thought that the dark sword would be lost before the sword Dao treasure appeared? I must find it. The dark sword was very powerful. With his strength, he couldn't activate it at all. Before leaving, the higher-ups of the clan used some means to seal the dark sword. Only then did he control it. Buzz. Just as the son of darkness stood up, his communication jade pendant suddenly rang. Then, a cold, murderous intent shot out from his scarlet eyes. Fong Chun. Just now, the Dark Kindred sent news that they had found Fong Chen's traces. You finally appeared? The son of darkness licked his dry lips and said sinisterly. Then, he took a step forward and tore through space. At the same time, on a mountain peak, Yao Yan, who was dressed in white, stood with his hands behind his back. How's the matter? Yao Yan asked. Young master, don't worry. Everything is under your control, an old man said. As soon as Fong Chen appeared, our people knew about it and immediately sent the news to the Dark Kindred. Now, I'm afraid the Dark Kindred and the Werewolf clan can't hold back anymore and have gone to find Fong Chen for revenge, right? Hearing this, Yao Yan nodded in satisfaction. Well done, young master. The old man wanted to say something but stopped. Speak. Our people found Fong Chen in a valley. Before he came out, a large number of demonic beasts entered the valley. The old man said, but there were no obvious signs of battle in the valley, and yet Fong Chen came out unscathed. Yao Yan's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he turned to look at the old man. He pondered quickly in his mind. After a while, he asked in a deep voice, You suspect that he has a powerful, supreme treasure? Young master, do you remember the demon ceiling tower? The old man asked. The demon ceiling tower. After hearing these 3 words, Yao Yan's expression finally became serious. Are you talking about the venerable sinister dragon who betrayed the monster clan? The elder nodded and said, It's not strange for a mystic Chi realm cultivator to be able to kill a mystic star realm cultivator. But how could he be unharmed when facing a group of mystic star realm beasts and a mystic light realm beast leader? The only explanation is that he has some kind of treasure that can restrain demonic beasts. Are you sure it's the demon ceiling tower? Yao Yan asked. I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be far off. The elder continued. Back then, after the venerable sinister dragon betrayed the monster clan, he took the heavenly dragon pagoda and entered the immortal cave mountain. Not long after, the immortal cave mountain spread the news of the demon ceiling tower. Back then, after the experts of the monster clan analyzed it, they confirmed that the demon ceiling tower was the heavenly dragon pagoda that the venerable sinister dragon had taken away. However, the demon ceiling tower had been modified by an ancient god expert and was tainted with the ancient god aura, so it was many times stronger than the heavenly dragon pagoda. It said that the demon ceiling tower can easily seal mystic god realm beasts. Unless it's an ancient god expert, no monster clan member can avoid it. The elder's expression changed drastically. After combining all the information, the elder was sure that Fong Chen had obtained the demon ceiling tower. Pay close attention to his every move, Yao Yan said. Fong Chen brought the 2 girls and strolled on the wasteland. He didn't know that his whereabouts had been exposed. There's someone ahead. Bai Qingqing suddenly said, just as Fong Chen was deep in thought. Looking up, there were more than 10 martial artists in front of him who were hurrying on. Originally, Fong Chen didn't care at all, but when he saw a woman in the crowd, he changed his mind. Divine Sword Heaven, Li family. The woman was Li Ruochu, the prodigy of a younger generation of the Li family, ranked 10th on the profound ranking. Seeing Li Ruochu, Fong Chen's heart turned cold. Let's go and take a look, Fong Chen said. Li Ruochu and the others also noticed Fong Chen. Her eyes flickered with a complicated look, and she stopped in her tracks. Soon, Fong Chen appeared in front of Li Ruochu. Li Ruochu, Fong Chen said, I didn't expect you to still dare to appear. Li Ruochu sneered. It was impossible for a mystic Chi realm martial artist to leave the immortal cave mountain alive after offending the Dark Blood clan and the Werewolf clan. No matter how strong his potential was, once he died, people would quickly forget about him. This was also the reason why she chose to expel Li Ruohong. If Li Ruohong insisted on being with Fang Chun, the Dark Blood clan, the Werewolf clan, and the Tianqing Zong family would definitely not let him go. She was afraid that Li Ruohong's actions would affect the development of the Li family. Why wouldn't I dare to appear? Fang Chun asked in return. Fang Chun, I admire your courage. But sometimes, courage alone is not enough, Li Ruochu said. With a cold snort, Li Ruochu turned and left with the disciples of the Li family. Stop. Li Ruochu stopped in her tracks and frowned. What? Are you going to stand up for Li Ruohong? If it weren't for you, would Li Ruohong be expelled from the Li family? Li Ruochu said coldly. Fang Chun walked towards Li Ruochu step by step and said, You are not qualified to mention Li Ruohong. Boom! Fang Chun's body emitted a violent power. Fang Chun, you have already offended the Tianqing Zong family and the Dark Blood clan. Do you still want to be enemies with the Li family? Li Ruochu threatened. Fang Chun was very strong and could kill the son of Sirius. She did not dare to go against him. Bang! Fang Chun punched Li Ruochu's delicate body. Her body flew out like a kite. You're courting death. The disciples of the Li family glared at Fang Chun and wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Li Ruochu. They were too weak and were not Fang Chun's match. If they attacked, they would only be humiliating themselves. Li Ruochu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said coldly, What you did to me today, my Li family will pay you back 100 times in the future. If it weren't for Li Ruohong, I would have killed you long ago. Fang Chun said. Li Ruohong wanted to return to his family, even in death. He naturally did not want to see anyone in his family die. Fang Chun suppressed the anger in his heart and did not kill Li Ruochu. Bang! Another punch landed on Li Ruochu's body. Rumble. After more than 10 punches, Li Ruochu's delicate body was covered in blood. Her face was pale as she lay on the ground. You ordered Brother Li to be expelled from the Li family. This is your punishment, Fang Chun said without turning his head. One day, I will personally go to the Li family of the Divine Sword Heaven and bury Brother Li's ashes in the Li family's ancestral hall. Li Ruochu was extremely ashamed and angry. She swore that no one had dared to humiliate her like this for countless years. Damn you, I won't let you go. Li Ruochu roared in her heart. Especially after hearing Fang Chun's words, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. Li Ruohong asked for it. He deserved to die. There's no need to wait for you to go to the Divine Sword Heaven. If you can leave Immortal Cave Mountain alive, my Li family will definitely turn you into ashes. Unfortunately, Fang Chun had already disappeared when she said these words. Along the way, Bai Qingqing and Asaima Senshi quietly followed behind Fang Chun. They could feel the emotional fluctuations in Fang Chun. Li Ruochu's appearance had successfully evoked the hidden sadness in Fang Chun's heart. Li Ruohong's death had always been the thing that Fang Chun blamed himself the most. Why didn't you kill Li Ruochu? Bai Qingqing asked. She knew Fang Chun's temper very well. If it was in the past, a vicious woman like Li Ruochu would have died 10,000 times. Is it because of Li Ruohong? Bai Qingqing continued to ask. Fang Chun stopped and turned to look at the two women. Sometimes, there are many ways to make a person regret it for the rest of his life. For a woman like Li Ruochu, killing her is letting her off easy. Fang Chun looked up at the sky. One day, when he spread his wings and soared to the Li family of the Divine Sword Heaven, he wondered how Li Ruochu would feel. Chapter 2485. It had been a few decades since they had entered the Dark Cave Mountain. Fang Chun's cultivation had also reached the Mystic Qi realm from the Mystic Heaven realm. His combat strength had also skyrocketed. The path of soul, martial Dao, and physical Dao had all improved. His 10,000 sword body had also silently reached the 8th level. His physical strength had become even stronger. Just one punch was enough to shatter the head of an early-stage Mystic Star Realm cultivator. Even the experts on the Xian ranking couldn't do such a terrifying thing. The more he cultivated, the more he felt that the 10,000 sword body was indeed one of the strongest sword Dao physiques. After reaching the 8th level, the 10,000 sword body seemed to have completely evolved. The 10,000 sword domain had also expanded to a large enough area. With just a thought, the entire plane would be covered by Feng Chen's 10,000 sword domain. The chaotic space grade hidden star sword had 4 special attributes. Together with the sword domain, its attack power had reached its peak. No one under the mystic light realm could block his full-powered attack. The 11th move of the Shura sword art was the nightmare of many experts on the Xian ranking. But now, Feng Chen had obtained the Demon Sealing Tower and absorbed many Mystic Star Realm beasts. Once the beast army came out, even Mystic Light Realm cultivators would be able to deal with them. Only now did Feng Chen truly possess the strength to challenge the various major forces. At least, he had enough power to protect himself in the Dark Cave Mountain. His path of soul was also gradually increasing. His primordial spirit had reached the limit of the 9th origin realm. He was only one step away from completing the final transformation. The innate soul reversal technique had already reached the 5th level. He hadn't been able to find the remaining parts. Actually, what Feng Chen really valued was the path of weapon controlling. The soldier martial saint had relied on the path of weapon controlling to dominate the starry sky and was respected by countless disciples. His current mastery of the armament controlling Dao had already reached the 2nd level. The 10 years in the Dark Cave Mountain were the 10 years Feng Chen had completely transformed. Even he didn't know how strong he was now when he used his full strength. Whoosh! A black sword light soared into the sky and finally sank into a certain piece of land in the north. On the plains, Feng Chen and the other 2 were walking. Suddenly, Feng Chen raised his head and looked at the blue sky. The impact of the black sword light was too strong. Feng Chen noticed it at a glance. That's what a powerful sword chi. Could it be a legendary sword Dao treasure? Feng Chen's heart stirred slightly. A phenomenon descended from the heavens above Dark Cave Mountain. Sword hums lingered in the air, shaking the primal chaos void. All the powerhouses believed that the supreme treasure that appeared this time must be a supreme treasure of sword principle. He had been in Immortal Cave Mountain for more than 10 years, but he had never found any trace of the supreme sword treasure. Today, he finally discovered it. Is it a sword Dao treasure? Feng Chen muttered. Soon after, a blazing light shot out from his eyes as he said, "Let's go." The 3 of them were extremely fast as they rushed towards the place where the black sword light had landed. At the same time, the top 10 experts on the profound ranking also noticed this scene. The Sword of Darkness. My Sword of Darkness has finally appeared. The most excited one was the Son of Darkness. He had lost the Sword of Darkness and had been looking for it. Finally, he found its trace. No one can stop me from taking back the Sword of Darkness. The Son of Darkness's eyes were full of excitement. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. At the same time, in different places, many top 10 experts on the profound ranking set off. Somewhere in the north of Dark Cave Mountain, a huge black sword was inserted into the ground. If someone was here, they would definitely find that this huge black sword was the legendary Sword of Darkness, the most powerful weapon of the Dark Blood clan. In the battle back then, the Saint had used his invincible fighting spirit to severely injure the Son of Darkness, causing the Sword of Darkness to be lost. Now, the Sword of Darkness had a spirit and had appeared again, causing a great sensation. The first one to come to this wasteland was Feng Chen. He had activated the space-time collapse technique to the extreme. His original body was cultivating, and so was his doppelganger. In addition, he had the help of the bone progenitor. Within the Shura universe, his doppelganger and the bone progenitor had worked together and deduced the space-time collapse technique to the 23rd level. In terms of speed, Feng Chen dared to say that he was the fastest on the profound ranking. Roar! The deafening roar of beasts spread across the wasteland. So many beasts. Most of the beasts present were at the Mystic Star Realm, but there were more than 10 Mystic Light Realm beasts at the front. That's the Sword of Darkness. At this moment, Feng Chen realized that they were surrounding the Sword of Darkness. Roar! Seeing Fong Chen arrive, many beasts roared at him, trying to scare him away. There were even some that opened their ferocious mouths in an attempt to devour him. You're courting death. The demon sealing tower activated, and the mystic star realm beasts were instantly sucked in. This sudden scene stunned all the demonic beasts. The dozen or so mystic light realm demonic beasts in the lead raised their heads and roared at the sky, giving out orders. All of you back off, Fong Chun said, and charged into the group of beasts. Whoosh! The demon sealing tower was simply too powerful. The mystic star realm beasts couldn't resist at all and were sucked in. In the blink of an eye, a large group of beasts were sucked into the demon sealing tower. In the distance, Bai Qingqing and Asima Senshi exchanged glances with worry in their eyes. She'll be fine, right? Asima Senshi asked softly. Bai Qingqing shook her head and remained silent. Whoosh! 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 Powerful auras came from the horizon. The Holy Warrior and Sky Warrior had arrived. Unparalleled battle intent surrounded the two of them and gave off a strong pressure. Sword of Darkness, the Holy Warrior said. Who's that guy? Sky Warrior asked. Fong Chun. The Holy Warrior had never seen Fong Chun before, but this name came to mind after seeing the latter's performance. He's Fong Chun, the guy who killed the son of Sirius and Zhongxiangshan? Sky Warrior's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. After a long while, Sky Warrior sighed. A peerless monster. In terms of potential, even Su Zichen, who's first on the profound ranking, can't compare to him. Just as the Holy Warrior was about to speak, he suddenly turned to the other side and sensed something. Ha ha! The Holy Warrior tribe's unparalleled battle intent is indeed worthy of its reputation. A white-robed man walked out of the void. The Holy Warrior and Sky Warrior's expressions changed slightly. The newcomer was Yao Yin, who was third on the profound ranking. I didn't expect even Yao to come, said the Holy Warrior. If it was before, he might have been wary of Yao Yin, but it was different now. He had mastered the unparalleled battle intent, and his battle prowess had increased exponentially. It seems like many people are eyeing the Sword of Darkness. Yao Yin grinned, and two more people appeared in the void. One of them exuded a lightning-like aura. He was burly and had lightning tattoos. He was second on the profound ranking, the prodigy of the Thunder Punishment tribe, Lei Pu. As for the other person, he was even more mysterious. No one could sense his existence, even though he stood in front of them. They could only see him with their eyes. From this, it could be seen just how high this person's mastery of the Tao of the Void was. Among the younger generation, there was no one else besides the Void race's Su Zichen who could reach such heights. Lei Pu, Su Zichen, do you want the Sword of Darkness as well? Asked Yao Yin. All of a sudden, almost all the experts of the profound ranking had gathered here. Whoosh! While they were talking, Fong Chun had already absorbed most of the beasts below. Only 10-odd mystic light realm beasts remained, and they were still surrounding Fong Chun. Seeing this, Yao Yan's pupils constricted. He was extremely excited. He was certain that Fong Chun definitely had the Shifter Sealing Tower. I must get the Shifter Sealing Tower, Yao Yan thought to himself. The Sword of Darkness is mine. Suddenly, a deafening voice came from the void. Then, the Son of Darkness in a black robe appeared in a hurry. He glanced at everyone and said in a low voice, Everyone, the Sword of Darkness is the ultimate treasure of the Dark Blood race. I hope that you won't interfere in this matter for the sake of the Dark Blood race. Everyone present was stronger than him. He definitely wouldn't be able to get the Sword of Darkness back if he fought alone. Thus, he could only use the Dark Blood race to scare them. Don't use the Dark Blood race to scare us, said Lei Pu. In Dark Cave Mountain, everything depends on one's ability. If you, the Son of Darkness, have the ability to get it, then go and get it yourself. That's right. I think Brother Lei Pu's words make sense, said Yao Yin, as if he didn't care about the situation at all. The Holy Warriors and Sky Warriors didn't say anything, but their undefeatable battle intent said it all. Chapter 2486. Hearing that, the Son of Darkness's expression turned solemn. His sharp gaze scanned everyone before landing on the Sword of Darkness in front of him. Mm. The Son of Darkness realized that the one fighting with the beasts was Fang Chun, the person he had been looking for. It's him. The Son of Darkness clenched his fists as anger filled his heart. At this moment, Fang Chun had successfully sucked a mystic light realm beast into the shifter ceiling tower. Whoosh! The shifter ceiling tower flashed, and Fang Chun quickly retreated, dodging the attacks of the other beasts. I see. After understanding that, Fang Chun was very confident in himself. Open! The shifter ceiling tower opened, and a terrifying power swept out. At the same time, Fang Chun activated the myriad sword domain and temporarily sealed the mystic light realm beast. Then, the powerful illusion and the powerful formation overlapped and shrouded the 9 demonic beasts. Come! Another beast was sucked in. These beasts lived in the dark cave mountain for a long time. Although they were strong, they weren't as intelligent as humans. After Fang Chun sucked in 5 mystic light realm beasts, the experts of the profound ranking all watched from afar. The shifter ceiling tower? No wonder he can fight against mystic light realm beasts by himself. The person who spoke was the Sky Warrior. These prodigies all knew a bit about the shifter ceiling tower, and they finally realized what it was after watching for a while. The shifter ceiling tower was very strong, and it was the bane of the Yao race. With the shifter ceiling tower, fighting against mystic light realm beasts wasn't too difficult. Therefore, they weren't too surprised by Fang Chun's performance. After all, the shifter ceiling tower was the main contribution. This guy is interesting. He actually obtained the shifter ceiling tower? The hallowed warrior grinned and looked at Yao Yin provocatively. The latter's face turned green. Now that the shifter ceiling tower had been recognized, it would be much harder for him to obtain it. He's just relying on a supreme treasure, the Son of Darkness sneered. Lei Pu and Su Zichen didn't comment on Fang Chun at all. They looked forward calmly. On the surface, they didn't care about Fang Chun at all, but their hearts were in turmoil. This guy is not simple. He's only in the mystic Qi realm, but he's able to fight against a mystic light realm beast. The two of them had special identities and were very insightful. Their way of looking at things was different from others. Others only saw the demon ceiling tower, but the two of them saw another side of Fang Chun that no one knew about. While they were pondering, Fang Chun had already used the demon ceiling tower to suck in the last monster beast. The wilderness became empty, and the dark sword was right in front of him. Fang Chun was overjoyed. Not only had he obtained the Sword of Darkness, but he had also increased the strength of the demonic beast army. Fang Chun took a step forward and arrived in front of the Sword of Darkness. He reached out his hand, preparing to grab the Sword of Darkness. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the distant horizon. Then, a strong wind blew, and a black shadow flashed over. Voila! After the black silhouette transformed into his human form, he smiled at the crowd and said, "How can I, Hei Feng, miss such a lively event?" The person who came was Hei Feng, the 7th on the Xian ranking. He was also the only rogue cultivator in the top 10. It was shocking that a rogue cultivator could reach such a level. However, Hei Feng could stand on the Xian ranking thanks to the Son of Darkness. He obeyed the Son of Darkness and even deliberately flattered him in order to join the blood race of darkness. Unfortunately, it was not easy to join the blood race of darkness. Seeing Hei Feng's arrival, the Son of Darkness nodded. The Sword of Darkness? After Hei Feng saw the Sword of Darkness and looked at the faces of the crowd, he roughly understood. It seemed that the top 10 of the Xian ranking had gathered here for the Sword of Darkness. Brother Darkness, a mere Qi realm warrior dares to touch the Sword of Darkness. He's courting death. Hei Feng said, "This kind of trash is not qualified for you to take action. Let me, Hei Feng, do it for you. I'll kill this person and take the Sword of Darkness." Then, before the Son of Darkness could respond, Hei Feng turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun happened to hold the Sword of Darkness. Buzz! A violent dark force came from the hilt and drilled into Fang Chun's body. Hiss! 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 The dark force that was repulsive to him seemed to calm down after coming into contact with his blood. Hmm. Fang Chen nodded. It should be because of the wolf god bloodline in his body. Otherwise, the repulsive force of the Sword of Darkness would be very strong. Rise! Fang Chen exclaimed softly. He suddenly exerted force and pulled the Sword of Darkness out of the ground. Rumble! Fang Chen raised the Sword of Darkness. The sky was covered with dark clouds, a violent storm, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Thick thunder dragons swooped down and bombarded the tip of the sword. It's so powerful. Fang Chen could feel the power of the Sword of Darkness. Unfortunately, he could not fully control it. Swoosh! With a gentle wave, the sharp blade cut through the sky, leaving a black light behind. Boy, give me the Sword of Darkness. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. Immediately, Fang Chen put down the Sword of Darkness, and the sky gradually cleared up. He turned to look at Hei Feng and said, "Why? Is the name of the Blood Clan enough?" Hei Feng sneered. In his opinion, Fang Chen was just a lucky guy. Although killing the son of Sirius proved that he was powerful, it was not to the extent that Hei Feng was afraid of him. Fang Chen sneered, and his face was full of sarcasm. He just saw the top 10 powerhouses of a Xianboard coming. He was working hard to kill the monsters, and they were just watching from the sidelines. After he used the demon ceiling tower to suck in all the monsters and swept away all the obstacles, it jumped out. Did they think he was easy to bully? To put it bluntly, you are just a dog of the Son of Darkness. Don't you feel ashamed to use the name of the Blood Clan to scare people? Fang Chen said mercilessly. You! Hei Feng was furious. His figure flashed and turned into an afterimage. Hei Feng, ranked 7th on the Xian board, had amazing speed and was invincible in the way of the blade. This was the unanimous evaluation of the outside world. You were quite fast, but unfortunately, seeing the afterimage, Fang Chen shook his head. Boom! Hei Feng gathered all the strength in his body and punched Fang Chen. You're nothing in front of me, Hei Feng, he said as he attacked. However, just as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's body shattered and turned into an afterimage and dissipated in the air. Seeing this, Hei Feng's expression changed drastically. How is that possible? Hei Feng frowned. The Sky Warrior and the Holy Warrior in the distance were also surprised. This guy's speed is actually faster than Hei Feng, the Sky Warrior exclaimed. Speed is Hei Feng's forte. This person can move calmly under Hei Feng's speed. Amazing. The Holy Warrior also praised. At the same time, he looked at Su Zichen. Su Zichen was expressionless, as if this had nothing to do with him. However, everyone knew that in terms of speed, if the Void Race claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Even Lei Pu couldn't compare to Su Zichen's speed, let alone Hei Feng. Su Zichen, it seems like you have another strong opponent, Lei Pu laughed. Everyone knew that the strong opponent Lei Pu spoke of was purely a competition of speed. In terms of combat strength, Su Zichen was still the undisputed number one. Su Zichen's gaze was deep as he looked at Fang Chen. The perfect combination of time and space. Interesting. After a brief moment of surprise, Hei Feng took out his blade. Kid, have a taste of my ghost-slaying blade technique. Whoosh! He raised his blade. Light flashed, and afterimages appeared. His aura shook the sky. Since he didn't have an advantage in speed, he would use the way of the blade to suppress his opponent. This was Hei Feng's strategy. If it was when I first entered Immortal Cave Mountain, I might not have been able to resist, but now, Fang Chen thought to himself. He saw through Hei Feng's blade technique at a glance. Although it was sharp and domineering, it had a flaw. It couldn't be compared to his Shura sword technique. Although your blade technique is strong, can you block my sword? Back then, Zhong Xiangshan and the son of Sirius both boasted of their strength and looked down on Fang Chen. However, reality proved that they were nothing in Fang Chen's eyes. Neither of the two experts on the profound ranking could block Fang Chen's shocking sword. He opened his palm, and the hidden star sword appeared. This was the third time he had used the sword since the son of Sirius committed suicide. This time, his target was Hei Feng, who was ranked 7th on the profound ranking. Chapter 2487. The first time, he killed Zhong Xiangshan, who was ranked 9th on the profound ranking. The second time, he killed the son of Sirius, who was ranked 8th on the profound ranking. And now, the third time, He Feng, who was ranked 7th on the profound ranking and was known to be extremely fast and invincible in the Saber Dao. Would he be able to withstand the power of his sword? In the distance, many experts on the profound ranking were watching with great interest. In their opinion, no matter how strong Fang Chen was, he would not be able to threaten them. To them, this was nothing more than an unimportant battle in their spare time. Hey Feng, they all say that your speed is amazing, but it's just so. Under his control, the hidden star sword slashed out rapidly at an astonishing speed. At the same time, Fang Chen's body kept changing, turning into a series of afterimages. No one could tell which one was his real body. He Feng's face finally turned solemn when he saw this scene. How can he be so fast? This was the first time He Feng felt so powerless in terms of speed. One should know that his He Feng movement technique was highly valued by experts in the profound light realm and even the mysterious true realm. Since he had cultivated the He Feng movement technique to the extreme, no one on the profound ranking could surpass him in terms of speed except for Su Zichen, who was good at the Tao of the Void. Fang Chen was the second. He Feng's eyes flickered. He could not catch Fang Chen's trace at all. Boom! A powerful defense instantly covered He Feng's body. At this moment, the saber in his hand also burst out a bright and dazzling light. Crash! Fang Chen broke through He Feng's defense with pure speed and appeared behind him silently. Then, the hidden star sword stabbed out quickly. Whoosh! The 11th move of the Shura sword art was extremely powerful. The terrifying aura of the Tao of the sword whizzed out and suppressed He Feng instantly. Kill! He Feng waved the saber in his hand to the extreme. The invincible aura of the Tao of the saber burst out and collided with Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Dong! When the saber and sword collided, there was a sound of metal colliding. Die! He Feng was full of confidence. He shouted and increased the power output. However, at this moment, he felt that something was amiss. Through the saber, a sharp sword chi drilled into his palm. Crack! In an instant, his palm exploded and a bloody mist gushed out. As for his body, it flew out and smashed into the ground. When the people in the distance saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They finally became serious about Fang Chen. He Feng, the Heaven's warrior, twitched his mouth. He Feng's strength was on par with his. Although he was once ranked 4th on the profound ranking, he was only slightly stronger than He Feng. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen defeated He Feng, who was known for his astonishing speed and unparalleled saber Dao, with one sword strike. This guy is not simple. His speed is superior to He Feng's, his sword Dao is superior to He Feng's, and his saber Dao is superior to He Feng's. The holy warrior was filled with fighting spirit, and his eyes were burning with passion. The holy war tribe was born with a thirst for battle. Moreover, they had cultivated an invincible battle intent. What they desired the most was to exchange blows with powerful beings so that they could improve themselves continuously. Yao Yan's eyes flickered strangely. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. He had no choice but to change his strategy. It was not as easy as he thought to take the demon ceiling tower from him. Yao Yan's gaze swept across the others and finally landed on the Son of Darkness. He could only use the Son of Darkness to injure him severely. Only then would he be able to get the demon ceiling tower. 7th on the profound ranking is just so. Fang Chen exuded a shocking aura, as if he could dominate the world with his sword in hand. His cold eyes looked at He Feng as he said in a deep voice, Pucci. He Feng stood up. His body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were red as he stared at Fang Chen. How is this possible? He's a profound Qi realm cultivator. How can he be faster than me? Although He Feng was best at speed and sword Dao, strictly speaking, he mainly cultivated speed. Sword Dao was just a support. In all these years, only Su Zichen surpassed me in speed, said He Feng. I don't believe that you can catch up to the void race. Whoosh! The wind started to blow. The wind blew violently, and dust flew everywhere. Heifeng's figure disappeared into the void. Even Yao Yin and the others could not catch a trace of him. Heifeng is angry. Even we can't compare to Heifeng's speed. I wonder if this guy is just lucky or really confident. Sky Warrior and the others were curious when they saw Fang Chun standing on the ground expressionlessly with the hidden star sword in his hand. Buzz! Fang Chun could feel the fluctuations in the surrounding space. Although Heifeng hit it well, Yi Futian still caught his aura. Are you trying to play this game with me? Fang Chun grinned. His smile was brilliant and full of mockery. His master, the Bone Progenitor, was the founder of the Tao of Space-Time. He was the one who raised the Tao of Space-Time to its peak. His understanding of space-time had reached an unimaginable level. He did not know how the Void Race's understanding of space-time was, but he knew very well that Heifeng could not. In the Void, Heifeng used a powerful forbidden technique and quickly approached Fang Chun. Let's see how you block it this time. Heifeng laughed coldly. When he got close to Fang Chun, he held his saber and accumulated power, preparing to strike. However, at that moment, a terrifying sword light cut through the sky and appeared in front of him. Heifeng instantly felt a hint of danger approaching. Not good. Heifeng shouted, then struck with his saber. Crack! The saber slashed out and hit the star-hidden sword. Unfortunately, the power of the saber was unable to block the powerful attack of the hidden star sword. Bang! The saber fell out of his hand and onto the ground. At the same time, the hidden star sword carried the powerful pressure of the Azure Sword Tao and stabbed Heifeng. Go! At the critical moment, Heifeng used a forbidden technique to try and escape. However, the void shattered and a mist of blood spewed out. A sword light cut through the sky and merged into the void. Buzz! The entire sky instantly fell silent. Only the continuous dripping of blood from the cracks in the sky proved that a great battle had just taken place. Where's Heifeng? Everyone looked around and asked in surprise. Su Zichen, who had not said anything until now, spoke up. Heifeng was severely injured and fell into a space-time storm. Everyone exclaimed when they heard that. A space-time storm was the most terrifying storm in the primal chaos. Generally speaking, space-time storms rarely appeared in the 33 heavens. Fang Chen's sword actually split open a space-time crack and caused a space-time storm. It was shocking. At the same time, everyone was also shocked. Heifeng, who was ranked 7th on the profound ranking, did not escape despite his shocking speed. Instead, he fell into a space-time storm. Everyone knew how terrifying a space-time storm was. Once trapped, even a profound God realm supremacy would not be able to escape, let alone Heifeng. At this moment, their expressions changed as they looked at Fang Chun. Amazing. Sky Battler shook his head. After this battle, he knew that he was no match for Fang Chun. Even if he used the unparalleled battle intent, he would only be able to escape unscathed. In a way, Fang Chun's ability to banish Heifeng had already gained the recognition of the top 6 experts of the profound ranking. They already regarded Fang Chun as an outstanding genius of their level. Su Zichen, in particular, was very interested in Fang Chun. His movement technique seems to have the aura of space-time, Su Zichen said to himself. Su Zichen thought to himself, his comprehension of space-time is very, very strong. Even in the void race, a genius like him would definitely be heavily nurtured. Su Zichen looked at Fang Chun with interest. Dong! A trembling sound rang out from the cracks in the void, and Heifeng's miserable cry could be heard. After the trembling sound, the cracks in the void began to heal. This meant that the space-time storm had retreated. The Son of Darkness looked coldly at Fang Chun. He was surrounded by a dark aura, and his gaze was threatening. Brat, take out the Sword of Darkness and kill yourself here, the Son of Darkness threatened. Otherwise, the blood race of darkness will definitely kill you. At this point, the others were no longer willing to act rashly. Although Fang Chun was not as strong as them, his speed was shocking. He was much faster than Heifeng. Among everyone present, Only Su Zichen was confident that he could stop Fang Chun. Chapter 2488. To be honest, with Fang Chen's current strength, no one would be able to stop him unless Su Zichen personally intervened. The consequences of being targeted by such a monstrous genius would be unimaginable. Think about it. Although you're stronger than your opponent's speed is astonishing. He could escape after sneaking an attack on you. He wouldn't be able to threaten you in the short term. However, as time passed, his opponent's strength would definitely increase. The enemy was in the dark while I was in the light. It would be troublesome. Moreover, there wasn't much competition between them. The demon's ceiling tower? Only Yao Yin would care about it. The Sword of Darkness? Even if they obtained it, they would be threatened by the dark vampires after leaving. Therefore, they were all sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. The Son of Darkness was currently 5th on the profound ranking. After him was the Holy War Clan's Sky Warrior. Sky Warrior believed that he wasn't as strong as Fang Chun, so he was only watching. The Son of Darkness was different. He believed that he was extremely strong, had the dark bloodline, and could activate the memory inheritance. Unless Fang Chun had the same invincible battle intent as the Holy War Clans, there was no way he could defeat him. Speak, the Son of Darkness sneered. He waved his hand, and a shocking beam of light shot out from his sleeve. Dong! The shocking light exploded in the air, turning into countless meteors that fell from the sky. Rumble! A majestic dark formation instantly appeared and enveloped Fang Chun. This is the bloodthirsty dark formation, Sky Warrior exclaimed. He didn't expect the Son of Darkness to be able to set up such a formation. No, this isn't the real bloodthirsty dark formation, said Lei Pu. Brother Lei is correct. Brother Lei Pu is right. This is at best a pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness array. The upper echelons of the dark vampires actually condensed such a model and gave it to the Son of Darkness. It seems like they have high hopes for him. All signs showed that the dark vampires cared a lot about the inheritance treasure in Dark Cave Mountain. The Son of Darkness came with the Sword of Darkness and the pseudo-bloodthirsty dark formation. No wonder you were so confident, even though you knew that Fang Chun was very fast. It turns out that it was because of the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation, the Holy Warriors said. The power of the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation is very strong. It can confine this void. Even if Fang Chun has the ability to reach the heavens, he won't be able to escape. Yao Yin said. If they were to fight head-on, how would he be able to resist the Son of Darkness who possesses the bloodline of darkness? Obviously, Yao Yin thought that Fang Chun was going to lose. It's just a mere formation. Just shatter it. Lei Pu's personality was overbearing and unyielding. She loved to break formations with brute force the most. As he spoke, lightning runes flickered on his body and lightning surged in his eyes. Although the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation can confine the void, it also has its flaws. I wonder if he can find it? Su Zichen thought to himself. Actually, to him, this formation shouldn't be able to trap the ladder. After all, the ladder's comprehension of space-time had reached a very high level. Dark, cold, and bloody. This was the main theme of the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation. Fang Chun stood in the empty wasteland, surrounded by a sea of scarlet. The smell of blood in the air continuously corroded his body. A pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation? Fang Chun turned his eyes and glanced at it. There were records of the bloodthirsty darkness formation in the 3,000 scrolls on the Tao of Formations. The true bloodthirsty darkness formation was rumored to be a powerful formation capable of binding profound gods. Although the formation in front of him looked strong, it gave Fang Chun a feeling that its insides were in chaos. "Die, kid," said the Son of Darkness. The Son of Darkness said sinisterly. Taking a step forward, he charged into the formation and started a merciless massacre of Fang Chun. Time passed bit by bit. The people outside were filled with curiosity about the formation. "That kid couldn't have been killed by the Son of Darkness, could he?" said the Sky Warrior. "I don't think so. The Son of Darkness isn't much stronger than Blackwind," said the Holy Warrior. While they were talking, cracks suddenly appeared on the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation. Crack! A crisp sound came from within the array. Whoosh! A shocking sword light whizzed out, enlarging the cracks. A storm was coming, and the formation shook. The pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation shook and was about to shatter. Condense. The Son of Darkness was shocked and frantically injected energy to maintain the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation. However, it was already too late. Whoosh! Another shocking sword light completely broke the last barrier of the Son of Darkness. The pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation shattered, and the dark and bloody aura dispersed. The sky and the earth returned to calm. Fang Chun held a long sword in his hand, like a sword god descending upon the earth. If it was the true bloodthirsty darkness formation, I might be afraid. But it's just a pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation, and it's controlled by a half-baked formation master like you. It's really not a threat. Fang Chun grinned. The Son of Darkness's face was ferocious. The pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation was his greatest reliance. Without the formation, how could he stop Fang Chun from escaping? Damn it! The Son of Darkness had already fallen into a state of madness. As the Holy Son of the Dark Kindred, the fifth strongest on the profound ranking, he had been high and mighty for countless years. Anyone who saw him had to respectfully address him as the Holy Son. Even Lei, Pu, and the others, who were at the top of the profound ranking, had not forced him into such a sorry state. Most importantly, the person in front of him had taken away the Dark Sword, the most precious treasure of the Dark Kindred. If he lost the Dark Sword, he would lose his position as the Holy Son. He would take back the Dark Sword at all costs. This was what the Son of Darkness thought. Terrifying runes appeared around his body, together with layers of black halos. The whole sky was completely dark. Darkness invasion. The Son of Darkness roared, and black light filled the sky. His arms shook violently, and he immediately grabbed at Fang Chun's head. Whoosh! In the face of the Son of Darkness's counterattack, Fang Chun naturally would not sit still and wait for death. As he used the space-time collapse technique, he slashed out with his sword. The 11th move of the Shura sword art appeared, and a sword light flashed and shot out. Crack! The Son of Darkness used all his strength to block the first attack, and the web between his thumb and forefinger started to bleed. The second attack shattered the Son of Darkness's defense, and a terrifying sword mark appeared on his body. With the third strike, the Son of Darkness's body was sent flying. His defenses were shattered, and he was practically useless. The fourth attack, Fang Chun cut off half of the Son of Darkness's body, severely injuring him, and his Yuan spirit escaped. The fifth attack, when Fang Chun slashed out the fifth attack, the Mystic Light Realm experts of the Dark Kindred arrived. At the same time, the Iron Wolf of the Wolfman race also arrived. After seeing the situation, everyone was enraged. After protecting the Son of Darkness's Yuan spirit, the Mystic Light Realm cultivators surrounded Fang Chun. Bastard! How dare you go against the Dark Kindred? Even if you die 10,000 times, it won't be enough. One of the Mystic Light Realm experts roared. Lei Pu and the others watched this scene thoughtfully. The old one jumped out after I hit the young one. Fang Chun said coldly as he stood on the plains with a hidden star sword in his hand. It's useless to say anything. Today, I'll slay your soul and make you stay in the dark cave mountain forever. As he spoke, the Mystic Light Realm cultivators prepared to attack. If that's the case, then. Fang Chun shrugged and said, "There's no need to hold back." Right after Fang Chun spoke, a tall tower with a strong aura suddenly appeared around him. The Demon Ceiling Tower? Seeing this, Yao Yan's eyes constricted, and he exclaimed. After the Demon Ceiling Tower appeared, an endless stream of demonic beasts came out. Roar! In the blink of an eye, beasts covered the entire plains, and there were more than 10 Mystic Light Realm beasts at the front. Kill! Following Fang Chun's order, the Beast Army started an intense battle with the Mystic Light Realm cultivators of the Dark Kindred and the Iron Wolf of the Wolfman race. Rumble! This battle shook heaven and earth. Even Lei Pu and the others didn't expect things to turn out like this. The battle lasted for half a month, and the plains were sunk. The Wolfman race's Iron Wolf had all died. The mystic light realm experts of the Dark Kindred also suffered injuries and deaths. Of course, Fang Chen's side also suffered great losses. 7 mystic light realm beasts had died, and countless mystic star realm beasts had died. After this battle, the number of beasts in the demon's sealing tower decreased by 60%. After the intense battle, Fang Chun vanished without a trace. The Dark Kindred, on the other hand, had suffered great losses and had to heal the Son of Darkness. Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire Dark Cave Mountain. Chapter 2489. Although they suffered heavy losses in this battle, Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire Immortal Cave Mountain. Those nameless people who wanted to take advantage of the situation became much more obedient. Even the Son of Darkness, who was ranked 5th on the Profound ranking, couldn't defeat Fang Chun. It wasn't hard to imagine just how strong the latter was. The Son of Darkness' physical body was destroyed, and only a sliver of his Yuan spirit was left. If it weren't for the Dark Blood race and the Dark Wolf race's mystic light realm experts, his Yuan spirit would have been shattered. The destruction of one soul was true death for a cultivator. Even the Dark Blood race couldn't withstand such a natural death. At the side of the wasteland, the ground was in a sorry state and was full of potholes. It was obvious that an intense battle had taken place here. There was still a terrifying aura lingering in the air. In the sky above the desolate plains, there were 4 figures looking at each other. Shock also surfaced in their eyes. Impressive. A profound Qi realm cultivator was able to force the Dark Blood race to such an extent. I, Tian Battler, am unable to do so, Tian Battler exclaimed. Heaven Warrior sighed, feeling great admiration for Fang Chun. The Holy War race was detached from worldly affairs. Although they were one of the 5 major races, they didn't compete with the rest of the world. The only thing that drove them forward was the illusory peak of the martial Tao. Everyone in the Holy War race loved to fight. Every time they saw a powerful opponent, their hearts would burn. It was the same now. Tian Battler admired Fang Chun very much. At the same time, he wanted to fight with Fang Chun. However, Tian Battler knew that he wasn't Fang Chen's match, even if he used the unparalleled battle intent. If he wanted to defeat it, the only one who could do so was the Holy Warrior before him. Seeing Tian Battler's gaze, the Holy War race's eyes burned with battle intent. It's not time yet. There will definitely be a battle between him and me in the near future, said the Holy War race. The saints said, exuding a strong sense of confidence. This battle had nothing to do with the grudges between factions or treasures. It was just a real battle. I can't do it if we're at the same level. The overbearing Lei Pu had never admitted defeat. Even when facing Su Zichen of the Void Race, she didn't admit defeat. However, facing Fang Chun, he had to admit that if the two of them were at the same cultivation level or age, he would be far inferior to Fang Chun. This was the best evaluation of Fang Chun and also the best compliment. Su Zichen nodded calmly, but inwardly, he was rather shocked as well. Fang Chen's attainments in the Tao of space-time had vaguely threatened them. After this battle, they regarded Fang Chun as a martial artist of the same level. Unless there was a deep grudge between them, they wouldn't easily make a move against such an opponent. The third on the profound ranking, Yao Yin, had already left quietly. Yao Yin wants to obtain the Demon Sealing Tower? Lei Pu sneered. The Thunder Punishment clan controlled all the power of Thunder Punishment in the Primal Chaos Void. They didn't have a good impression of the Demon Clan. In fact, several trillion years ago, the Thunder Punishment clan had fought against the Monstrous clan. After Yao Yin left, he knew what the latter was planning. He merely sneered, thinking that Yao Yin wouldn't succeed. Yao Yin wanted to use the Son of Darkness to incite internal strife among us humans. Unfortunately, his plan didn't succeed, said the Heaven Battler. The Holy Warrior clenched his fists and said in a low voice, If I see him again, I'll definitely fight it out with him. Let's see whose fist is harder. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Su Zichen had been keeping a low profile since the beginning. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Seeing this, the other 3 left as well. After this battle, the profound ranking changed once again. A familiar yet unfamiliar name appeared in the top 5 of the profound ranking. Fang Chun, the unknown guy before entering Dark Cave Mountain, actually made it to the top 5 of the profound ranking. Furthermore, there was a lot of information about him in Dark Cave Mountain. Some people said that he must have obtained an inheritance treasure in Dark Cave Mountain, which was why he was so strong. Some people also said that the rumors were fake and that there must be a top expert of the profound ranking supporting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge the Dark Blood race. For a time, the news of Fang Chun snatching the Sword of Darkness spread like wildfire. Many people were discussing this. They knew that the Dark Blood race wouldn't let this go. However, the truth was that the Dark Blood race wouldn't be able to fight for a short period of time after this serious injury. In a dark and terrifying place, the Dark Blood race's mystic light realm experts sat cross-legged on the ground with a ball of Yuan spirit light floating between them. "Endure," one of them said in a low voice. One of them said in a deep voice, "Our priority now is to treat the saint's injuries and then seize the Sword of Darkness." That damn bastard. How dare he challenge the Dark Blood race? He will definitely die. The Dark Blood race's members clenched their teeth in hatred when they mentioned Fang Chun. Meanwhile, on another plane, the Yao race's members were in a hurry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yao Yan's figure whizzed over from the distant horizon. "How is it?" Yao Yan asked. The Yao race's mystic light realm cultivator shrugged, then shook his head. "Young master, that guy is very cunning. We lost him." Hearing that, Yao Yan's expression changed. He was clearly displeased. "You lost him when he's only in the mystic energy realm?" Furthermore, that mystic energy realm guy had just gone through a huge battle and had used up a lot of his energy. How could Yao Yan not be angry when the Yao race actually lost him under such circumstances? "Young master, please calm down. That guy's attainments in the Tao of space-time are very high. He's almost on par with Su Zichen. You saw the battle between him and Black Wind. Even if we tried our best, we wouldn't be able to catch up to him," one of the Yao race's members said. The other nodded. "No one can match his speed unless they're in the Mystic True Realm. No matter what, we have to get the Shifter Sealing Tower and the Sword of Darkness." Yao Yan's eyes flashed. The Shifter Sealing Tower was a huge threat to the Yao race. No matter what, they had to get it and bring it back to their race. As for the Sword of Darkness, it was just a side benefit. After all, it was the inherited treasure of the Dark Blood clan. It was very powerful, but it was sealed at the moment. "Don't worry, young master. We Yao race's members have already spread all over Dark Cave Mountain. As long as that guy appears, we'll definitely discover him." Yao Yan nodded. The Yao race's members spread out and quickly left the place. Rip. After Yao Yan left, the void tore open, and 3 figures slowly walked out from it. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes looked at Yao Yan's departing figure. His heart was filled with murderous intent. "Yao Yan of the Yao race?" Fang Chen muttered. "Master, the Shifter Sealing Tower's existence is a huge threat to the Yao race. As a prodigy of the Yao race's younger generation, Yao Yan naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen," the mysterious Heaven Conails artifact spirit said. Just now, after the battle, it was the mysterious Heaven Conails artifact spirit's reminder that Fang Chun hid himself. "If we were in the outside world, I might be afraid of the Yao race. However, this is Dark Cave Mountain after all," Fang Chun sneered. There was the Heavenly Sovereign Sea in the south and Dark Cave Mountain in the north. The 2 great forbidden lands of the chaotic void were not an exaggeration. There were many dangerous places in Dark Cave Mountain. He could use these dangerous places to deal with the Yao race and the Blood Clan of Darkness. The Blood Clan of Darkness fought a bloody battle with my Demon Beast army. They shouldn't come out for a while. It's a pity that they couldn't crush the Son of Darkness primordial spirit, Fang Chen muttered. If the Son of Darkness did not die, he would still be a great threat. However, since things had come to this, there was no other way. He could only raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. Fang Chun, as Simon Senshi said softly, "I'm going to look for my senior brothers." After this period of time together, Asima Senshi knew that the gap between her and Fang Chun was getting bigger. She would only be a burden if she stayed by his side. She did not want to be a burden to Fang Chun. She also did not want to see Fang Chun besieged by the great clans of the world. Therefore, she chose to leave. The Blood Clan of Darkness and the Yao race know that you and I know each other. If you leave now, you will definitely be targeted by the two great clans, Fang Chun said. Asaima Senshi shook her head. She had already thought about it. Dark Cave Mountain is so big. I will find my senior brothers and hide to cultivate. Fang Chun looked at Bai Qingqing. The latter turned her head and pretended not to see it. In the end, Fang Chun spread his hands and agreed to Asaima Senshi's request. Watching Asaima Senshi leave, Fang Chun sighed. Another person who changed the trajectory of her fate because of him. I hope you are safe, Fang Chun murmured. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2490. Bai Qingqing's slender hands wrapped around Fang Chun's arm with a sweet and blissful look on her face. The latter reached out and rubbed her head. Why don't you enter the demon ceiling tower to cultivate first? Bai Qingqing's face was full of reluctance, but she still nodded in the end. Firstly, she didn't want to distract Fang Chun, nor did she want him to worry. Secondly, she didn't need to cultivate in seclusion. Otherwise, she would really become a burden to Fang Chun. After making arrangements for Bai Qingqing, Fang Chun began to look for opportunities to break through. He felt that his cultivation had already reached the limit of the profound Qi realm. All he needed was an opportunity to break through. However, this step was incomparably long. The Yao race had been searching for Fang Chun's traces. The latter changed his appearance and spread all over Dark Cave Mountain. During the battle with Heifeng, Fang Chun clearly felt the terror of the space-time collapse technique. In terms of speed, Heifeng is almost invincible on the profound ranking. Fang Chun said. Because he didn't know Su Zichen's situation, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Unfortunately, although he's fast, he didn't comprehend the Tao of space-time. Therefore, he's only fast. As for his Tao of the Saber, it's simply a joke. There was a reason why the demon sword Venerable was able to shake the chaotic void. He created the Azura sword Tao, which was extremely powerful and became the most sacred sword Tao in the hearts of countless sword cultivators. Unfortunately, something happened to the demon sword Venerable, causing the Azura sword Tao to deteriorate. Furthermore, with the Chiu family's interference, the demon-killing sword Tao gradually took over Mashation, while the Azura sword Tao fell. Fortunately, there was Venerable Black-Red. Otherwise, the Azura sword Tao would have disappeared in history. In fact, Venerable Black-Red didn't think too much when he taught the Azura sword Tao to Fang Chun. Who would have thought that his unintentional actions had already given birth to such a genius? If Venerable Black-Red knew about the situation in Dark Cave Mountain, he would probably be very excited. After all, the demon sword Venerable was his best friend. He also hoped that the Azura sword Tao would rise here. I vaguely feel the path of the Azura sword Tao. Fang Chun continued. He stood on top of a cliff, his body emitting a sharp sword chi. His figure was straight, like a sharp sword stabbed into the ground. His gaze was deep as he looked down the cliff. It was pitch black, and the biting cold sword chi blew from the bottom of the cliff. As the sword chi blew on his face, he could feel the stinging pain on his face. Fang Chun closed his eyes and enjoyed the baptism of the sword chi. The Azura sword Tao was undergoing a major change in his mind. Wong. A vortex of sword chi suddenly appeared in his mind. Terrifying Azura sword chi continuously gushed out from the vortex. At the same time, Fang Chun's thoughts were clear. The way of the sword. Fang Chun muttered to himself. Suddenly, he stomped his foot and jumped off the cliff. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Fang Chun heard a strong gust of wind. He relaxed his body and allowed himself to fall freely. In the process of falling, the sword chi vortex had undergone a major change. In his mind, the 9 golden figures were brandishing their long swords and performing a messy swordsmanship. When his body fell to a certain extent, it finally stopped. From here, He could see the sword chi below him soaring into the sky, as if it had formed a world of its own. Soaring sword chi, forming a world of its own. Then, the next move of the Azura Sword Dao is the Sword Realm. Speaking of this, his thoughts were clear. The star-hidden sword appeared, and his body flashed as he suddenly brandished it. Whoosh! Streaks of sword chi whizzed out one after another, forming the shape of waves at the bottom of the cliff. Then, these waves overlapped and finally formed a world of its own, forming a huge space of sword chi. In this space of sword chi, the star-hidden sword was the absolute overlord. This was like the origin of the Azura Sword Dao. Wong. Fang Chun flicked his finger, and suddenly, a sword blade bombarded the space of sword chi. Suddenly, the space of sword chi was fragmented and turned into dense Azura sword chi, bombarding a certain point. Dong! A deafening sound echoed through the clouds. The entire cliff was trembling, and Fang Chen's robe was also fluttering. Who? After the explosion below him calmed down, Fang Chun could still see the distorted space and cracks slowly recovering. Sword Realm. Fang Chen's eyes shone with a golden light. This was the sword realm that he wanted. After half a month, Fang Chen had found this place to practice his sword. How could he miss out on such a good opportunity? He stood on the cliff and carefully sensed it. He discovered that there was a sword lake below the cliff. It contained boundless sword chi and formed a space of its own. His sword realm was influenced by it. After countless refinements, it had finally reached its current state. The 12th move of the Azura Sword Dao, Sword Realm. Not only can the sword realm bind the enemy, but it also has the effect of confinement, especially when the sword realm shatters at the end and all the energy is focused on a certain point. Even a mystic light realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand such power, right? Fang Chen grinned. After creating the 12th move, Sword Realm, he was truly invincible in the mystic star realm. If he fought the Son of Darkness again, he would be able to kill him with one strike. As for the holy warriors, Lei Pu and Su Zichen, Fang Chun was very confident even though he hadn't fought them yet. Whoosh! Fang Chun took a deep breath and put away the hidden star sword. Then, his figure flashed, and he landed on the sword lake below. Buzz! Sword chi swept across the area. Monstrous sword chi swept over from the sword lake. Fang Chen smiled as he looked at the surging sword chi. After cultivating for so many years, I'll break through on the sword lake today. With that, he sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the energy in the sword lake. He started to break through to the mystic star realm. Hun Tianxin had reached the mystic heaven realm, and his control of the miniature universe had reached a high level. In the miniature universe, there were the sky. The mystic chi realm was to completely merge one's energy, mind, and soul. At this time, the creation of the miniature universe was almost complete. Once he broke through to the mystic star realm, he would be able to swallow mountains and rivers and refine the sun, moon, and stars for his own use. At this time, the miniature universe would undergo a qualitative leap. While Fang Chen was trying to break through to the mystic star realm, there was also a great shock in the distant Azura universe. Dong! After countless years of evolution, the first level of the Azura universe had been completed. Many explorers of the universe were developing this place together. At the highest point of the Azura universe, Fang Chen's clone and the bone progenitor sat cross-legged. Buzz! Their surroundings were filled with a rich space-time aura. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Fang Chen's clone opened his eyes. He was overjoyed. What's going on? The bone progenitor asked hurriedly. Master, I'm about to succeed in the first level of the Azura universe, Fang Chen said with a smile. Really? The bone progenitor asked excitedly. Let's go, Master. I'll take you to have a look. The perfection of the universe contained the evolution of many laws. This was a rare opportunity for the bone progenitor. He could take the opportunity to comprehend the Tao of space-time again. In the void, the master and disciple stood side by side, looking down. The first level of the vast universe was gradually being perfected. In Feng Chen's plan, the Azura universe was divided into 3 levels, not 2 like the Mystic Star universe. The first level was the mortal world, the secular empires, and of course some secrets of the cultivation world could be found there. The second level was the real world of cultivation, and the third level was the supreme world of the gods. The first level was the most important because it was the foundation of the Azura universe. So Feng Chen didn't dare to be careless. Rumble. A layer of invisible light gradually shrouded the earth and divided the Azura universe. Hiss. The invisible light slowly healed, which meant that the first level, the mortal world, was being perfected. The bone progenitor had already entered a state of epiphany. Feng Chen, who was at the side, was grinning from ear to ear. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. This state lasted for 3 years before the mortal world was truly perfected. Dong! A sound that shook the 9 heavens was heard. Feng Chen's clone looked over and found that the invisible light had completely wrapped the first level. Many laws were also born in the first level. Feng Chen flicked his finger, and a trace of origin power entered the first level. The mortal world has been perfected, but it will take some time to create all things, Feng Chen said. At the same time, his original body in a mortal cave mountain broke through the bottleneck and reached the mysterious star realm. Chapter 2491. Whoosh! Dark Cave Mountain under the mysterious cliff in the Sword Pond. The moment Feng Chen opened his eyes, light shot out in all directions, and a violent aura assaulted him. The sky trembled, and the wind and clouds rustled. After a long time, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the Sword Pond returned to its calm state. The sword chi inside had long been sucked dry by Feng Chen, and only an ordinary pond of water was left. Feng Chen's body was bursting with power. A crescent moon appeared in the void, and Feng Chen reached out his hand, grabbed it, and refined it. Hiss! After refining this illusory crescent moon, Feng Chen clearly felt that his strength had increased a little. This was the so-called qi devouring mountains and rivers, and refining the sun, moon, and stars for one's own use, right? This was just a crescent moon. With Feng Chen's current cultivation, he could even refine the real sun, moon, and stars. No wonder the sun, moon, and stars are within reach as soon as I enter the mystic star realm. Feng Chen smiled. He didn't understand it before, but now he finally understood. The reason why mystic star realm cultivators' strength increased faster was because they could refine the sun, moon, and stars to increase their strength. Whoosh! Feng Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up from the sword pond. Feng Chen glanced at the sword pool that he had sucked dry and bowed to it, after which he leaped and arrived at the cliff. The cold wind rustled as he looked down at the earth. There was an aura of a monarch coming from his body. After reaching the mystic star realm, Feng Chen's strength had increased in all aspects. The mortal world of Ashura universe has been completed. All that's left is time, Feng Chen said. The Shura universe that he had created was very vast. It wasn't something that the universe of stars could compare to. Therefore, the process of perfecting the universe was very difficult. For example, Feng Chen was confident that he could complete the universe of stars in the mystic Qi realm. According to his plan, the second layer of the Azura universe, which was the cultivation world, needed to be at least at the mystic light realm before it could be built. As for the last level, the God realm, it was also the gathering place of the most elite forces in the entire universe. He had to at least reach the mysterious true realm to be able to perfect it. The strength of a miniature universe was largely determined by the strength of its creator. From the very beginning, Feng Chen had intended to establish the Azura universe as the strongest miniature universe. In the primal chaos void, many great races had some powerful miniature universes. These miniature universes were where they stored their talents. With these powerful miniature universes, they would be able to provide an endless supply of geniuses from the younger generation. This would allow the great clans of the current era to last for a long time. Ever since he found out that his wife, Star and Moon, had been kidnapped, a strong thought had emerged in his mind. One day, he would become a great clan all by himself. And the Azura universe was his origin. After completing the mortal world, Fang Chun was in a good mood. The bone progenitor and his clone were still calculating the Tao of space-time, while his main body continued to roam around the Dark Cave Mountain. With my current strength, I don't fear even mystic light realm experts, Fang Chun muttered to himself. The 12th move of the Azura sword art, Sword World, combined with the myriad sword domain and sword domain, had 3 restrictions. Normal mystic light realm cultivators wouldn't be able to escape if they were trapped. Now it's time to collect some interest. After that, the news of Fang Chen's appearance spread. The Heavenly Pillar Zone family, the Blood Race, and the Devil Race were all searching for him. After dozens of days, Fang Chun set his eyes on a group from the Heavenly Pillar Zone family. In a dense forest, Fang Chun stood on a towering tree and looked down. Not far away, a group from the Heavenly Pillar Zone family was resting. There were a total of 10 people in this group. 6 of them were Mystic Light Realm Elders, and 4 of them were from the younger generation. Fang Chun directly ignored the younger generation. As for the remaining 6, Fang Chun was confident that he could kill them in one fell swoop. The Beast Army in the Demon Ceiling Tower can stall 4 Mystic Light Realm experts. As for the remaining 2, the 8-feathered Sky Sparrow and the 3-eyed Bear King can stall them for a while. I'll kill one of them quickly, Fang Chun muttered as he made a detailed plan. Within the group from the Heavenly Pillar Zone family, Elder, who do you think that Fang Chun is? I don't believe that a rogue cultivator like him dares to challenge the Heavenly Pillar Zone family, a junior asked in puzzlement. Yeah, I heard from others that he's only at the Mystic Chi realm, but I don't understand. Is he really as strong as the rumors say? He defeated the Son of Darkness with one sword and destroyed his physical body. He almost killed him. Moreover, his army of demonic beasts almost wiped out the Dark Kindred. That battle back then shook the heavens and earth, and it spread throughout the Dark Cave Mountain. He's just an ant. The leading elder snickered coldly. The mystic ranking is a ranking for the younger generation. It doesn't have any authority. No matter how strong he is, he won't be a match for someone at the Mystic Light Realm. That's right. If he appears now, I'll make him wish he was dead. See, the towering tree shook as Fang Chun walked out. He smiled at the members of the Heavenly Pillar Zone family and asked, "Who wants to make me wish I was dead?" Everyone didn't know who this cultivator was, but they were stunned after hearing his words. Fang Chun, it's you? Many elders stood up and glared at Fang Chun. You killed Zhong Xiangshan? The leading elder scolded. If you're talking about the idiot ranked 9th on the mystic ranking, then he was indeed killed by me. Fang Chun said faintly, Is there no one else in the Heavenly Pillar Zone family? How can such a weak person be ranked in the top 10 of the mystic ranking? What a joke. Fang Chen's words infuriated the members of the Zone family. How arrogant. Let me deal with you. The 4 juniors couldn't take it anymore and attacked. Whoosh! A cold light flashed, and a murderous aura swept over. Bam! 4 heads fell to the ground. Damn it! The remaining 6 Mystic Light Realm elders roared furiously and attacked together. Attack! Fang Chun roared, and the Demon Ceiling Tower appeared. The Beast Army charged out and instantly surrounded the Mystic Light Realm elders of the Heavenly Pillar Zone family. You guys stop these bastards. I'll go kill him. One of them leaped out of the encirclement of the demonic beasts and charged towards Fang Chun. The other one also charged toward Fang Chun, but he was surrounded by the 3-eyed Bear King and the 8-feathered Sky Sparrow. This is the 8-feathered Sky Sparrow? This person's eyes widened when he saw the 8-feathered Sky Sparrow. Ha! The 8-feathered Sky Sparrow. Even the heavens are helping me. After that, this person started to attack the 8-feathered Sky Sparrow. The 5 Mystic Light Realm elders were stopped, and only one of them was able to get close to Fang Chun. Seeing that his attack was about to hit Fang Chun, he was overjoyed. However, he didn't know that this was all part of Fang Chen's plan. Wang, with a thought, the 10,000 sword domain was released. At the same time, the Hidden Star Sword's sword domain also spread out and stacked with the 10,000 sword domain. At the same time, Fang Chun used the 12th move of the Shura sword art, Sword Realm. Whoosh! A beam of light that could pierce the sky suddenly appeared from the hidden star sword. The instant the sword realm clashed with the 10,000 sword domain, the mystic light realm elder that was charging over was restricted. This mystic light realm elder finally realized that something was wrong. You broke through to the mystic star realm? He sensed danger and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Whoosh! The power of the sword realm crushed everything. Crack! The hidden star sword pierced through space and stabbed into the mystic light realm elder's chest. Rip! The mystic light realm elder's body exploded. His Yuan's soul wanted to escape, but it was shattered by a wisp of sword energy from Fang Chun. Early stage mystic light realm. Not worth mentioning, Fang Chun said. He then held the hidden star sword and appeared in front of the mystic light realm cultivator that was being attacked by the 8-feathered sky sparrow and the 3-eyed bear king. He did the same thing and successfully killed the mystic light realm cultivator. After that, Fang Chun had a much easier time. The beast army killed 3 mystic light realm cultivators, and the remaining 3 were killed by Fang Chun. The entire battle only lasted for an hour before it ended with Fang Chun's absolute victory. Fang Chun was determined to kill everyone from the Heavenly Pillar ancestral family that entered Dark Cave Mountain. In the following time, he continued to gather information. After a month, the members of the Heavenly Pillar ancestral family completely disappeared from Dark Cave Mountain. The Heavenly Pillar ancestral family. Fang Chun obtained some information about the star and moon from the bodies of the members of the Heavenly Pillar ancestral family. The latter was fine, but he had lost his freedom. This was a blessing in disguise for him. Chapter 2492. The annihilation of the Sky Pillar Zone family didn't cause much of a stir in Immortal Cave Mountain. After all, Immortal Cave Mountain was enormous. If they didn't deliberately spread the news, almost no one would know about it. Many people were running around for their fortunes and inheritances, while others were trapped in dangerous places, waiting to be rescued. At the same time, people died in Immortal Cave Mountain every day. It was just that no one knew about it. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden from the great clans. The Yao and Dark Vampires were the first to receive the news. They didn't even need to guess to know that Fang Chun was behind it. We can't let him continue to grow, or he'll become a great enemy of ours. This was the news of the Dark Vampires. They wanted to kill Fang Chun as soon as possible. The latter's growth speed was beyond their imagination. It's urgent to seize the Yao Ceiling Tower. The Yao also spread the news. Even Yao Yin felt uneasy. The 2 great clans pursued Fang Chun with all their might. At that moment, Fang Chun ran into someone unexpected. Su Zichen, a young genius of the Void race. Su Zichen cupped his hands at Fang Chun and smiled. Fang Chun. The 2 of them looked at each other, then smiled. I could tell that Brother Fang was extraordinary when we fought back then. Now that I see it, it's true, Su Zichen said politely. Su Zichen replied politely. How long has it been? Brother Fang, you've already stepped into the profound star realm. I'm afraid you're already on par with me, right? Fang Chun shrugged and said, the Void race's Tao of the Void can shake the entire primal chaos. You, Su Zichen, are ranked first on the profound ranking. I know my limits. Despite his words, Fang Chun didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Su Zichen smiled. Since we've met, it must be fate. How about we have a little competition? Oh, when Fang Chun heard that, he exclaimed softly and looked at Su Zichen. Su Zichen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, but no malice. Brother Fang, in your battle with Black Wind, your Tao of space and time shone brightly. I'm itching to compete with Brother Fang, said Su Zichen. All right, Fang Chun readily agreed. In fact, after cultivating the space-time collapse art to this point, he knew very well where his limits were. Azura Universe, Mortal World. Fang Chen's avatar and bone progenitors is calm. I still have to thank you this time. If not for you letting me watch the creation of this mortal world, I don't know when I would have been able to comprehend this final step. Ancestor Bone laughed excitedly. Although his cultivation was inferior to Fong Chen's, no one could compare to his comprehension of the space-time Tao. He told Fong Chen the general framework in his mind. Wonderful! When Fong Chen heard that, he slapped the table in praise. Then he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. On a mortal cave mountain, the main body and Su Zichen had already begun to compete. Brother Fong, let's begin. Su Zichen smiled. Fong Chen nodded. Then the two of them turned into afterimages and shot forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! From the start, Su Zichen had the absolute upper hand and pulled Fong Chen far ahead of him. Su Zichen lives up to his reputation as a void race genius. He can borrow the power of the wind to escape. Fong Chen sighed inwardly. Su Zichen's control of the void had already reached perfection. When he thought about how some people had said that Black Wind's speed was comparable to Su Zichen's, Fong Chen found it laughable. Black Wind probably couldn't even touch Su Zichen's clothes. They weren't on the same level at all. Brother Fong, this isn't your style. Su Zichen's voice rang out from up ahead. Fong Chen grinned, then activated the space-time collapse technique at full power. He instantly closed in on Su Zichen. Now this is the Fong Chen I know, said Su Zichen with a smile. At the same time, he fully unleashed the void race's innate divine ability. Wherever the two of them passed, space would distort, and violent energy would sweep over. Time passed bit by bit. Fong Chen pursued Su Zichen relentlessly. This made Su Zichen sigh. Fong Chen's mastery of space-time was even greater than he'd imagined. Finally, after fighting for a period of time, a vast ocean appeared in front of the two of them. Brother Fong, let's use that vast ocean as our destination. What do you think? Said Su Zichen. All right, Fong Chen nodded. Buzz. With that, Su Zichen speed soared. In the blink of an eye, he'd pulled away from Fong Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they neared the ocean, Su Zichen turned and glanced at Fong Chen. He saw that Fong Chen was still the same as before. He hadn't accelerated at all. Could this be his limit? When he considered this, Su Zichen shook his head. Although Su Zichen's potential was great, in the end, he wasn't a member of the Void Race. For him to reach this limit was already incredible. Even so, he couldn't threaten Su Zichen. As he considered this, Su Zichen took a step forward and pushed his speed to the limit. At the same time, Fong Chen sped up as well. Dong! His mind suddenly shook. Fong Chen sensed that his space-time collapse technique had reached a whole new level. Charge! He spat out a single word. Then his speed suddenly increased by dozens of times. In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to Su Zichen. His sudden burst of speed caused Su Zichen to tremble. How could this be? Su Zichen was stunned. He gritted his teeth and charged forward with all his might. However, to his shock, he discovered that Fong Chen's speed was still soaring. He watched helplessly as Fong Chen whizzed past him. In the end, Fong Chen landed on the vast ocean before him. This! Su Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd clearly sensed that Fong Chen had already reached his limit. How could Su Zichen's speed increase by dozens of times at the last moment? How could he overtake him in one fell swoop? Even some of the Void Race's elders couldn't possibly be that fast. Could it be that he's been hiding all this time? That thought popped into Su Zichen's mind. When he considered this, Su Zichen's expression grew grave. When he looked at Fong Chen, his eyes were filled with reverence. The Void Race was best at speed. On the profound ranking, he was known as the fastest. Even He Fong was no match for him. And yet, he'd lost to a nobody. Freak! Su Zichen spat out two words. Fong Chen's speed had already surpassed the limits of Su Zichen's imagination. Even if he went all out, there was no way he could beat him in speed. When he thought of this, Su Zichen sighed and walked up to Fong Chen. Meanwhile, in the distant Azura universe, Fong Chen's clone and the bone progenitor cheered excitedly. Ha! So that's how it is, said the bone progenitor. That's right. We've been on the wrong path all this time. The Tao of space-time should have developed in this direction, said Fong Chen. The bone progenitor nodded. The Tao of space-time is one of the ways to escape. All this time, we've focused on increasing our speed while simultaneously increasing our attack power. Now that I think about it, we were gravely mistaken. Focus. Only by focusing on speed can we achieve success. The two of them had benefited greatly from this epiphany. At the same time, they'd gained a clear understanding of the Tao of spacetime's cultivation path. To them, this was more important than anything else. Mount Immortal Cave, in front of the vast ocean. Fang Chen looked at Su Zichen and grinned. It went without saying that Su Zichen was incredibly fast. If it weren't for the fact that his clone in the Azura universe had comprehended something at a critical moment and refined the space-time collapse technique to a higher level, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to catch up. Brother Su's speed is truly breathtaking. You were just lucky this time, said Fang Chen. Su Zichen waved his hand. In a way, I've already lost. The Void Race's many resources, as well as some heaven-defying space-type cultivation techniques, had created Su Zichen's monstrous genius. In comparison, Fang Chen was just a wandering cultivator. He'd reached his current level entirely on his own. That was why Su Zichen accepted his loss wholeheartedly. If you have time, Brother Fang, please come to the Void Race, and we could discuss things together. Su Zichen extended his hand. When Fang Chen saw this, he reached out and shook hands with him. I couldn't ask for more. The growth of the space-time cultivation system couldn't solely rely on him and the bone progenitor. It required many external factors. If he could get some pointers from the Void Race, he'd definitely be able to avoid many detours. Furthermore, Su Zichen was trying to befriend him. Fang Chen naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to refuse. Ha ha ha. All this time, none of the experts on the profound ranking have been able to surpass me in speed. Today, I got to spar with Brother Fang. It's truly delightful. Su Zichen released all the pent-up emotions he'd suppressed for so long. Chapter 2493. His fight with Su Zichen made Fang Chen realize his own shortcomings. He'd only defeated Su Zichen because he'd broken through at the last minute. The Void Race's Tao of the Void is truly amazing, sighed Fang Chen. Of the current generation, it was easy to imagine how many youths could earn Fang Chen's praise in the Tao of time and space. Su Zichen's foundation was solid, unlike Black Wind's. This indirectly reflected the Void Race's strength. After bidding farewell to Su Zichen, Fang Chen's mood grew even heavier. He'd offended too many factions. Just the current era's great clans alone numbered two. They were the Yao and the Dark Vampires. There is no need to mention the Yao. They were humanity's enemies to begin with. As for the Dark Vampires, they ranked third. Not only had Fang Chen destroyed the fifth wolf god's remains, but he'd also taken the Sword of Darkness. If he left the outside world, he'd definitely be hunted down by the Dark Vampires. The Dark Vampires were too terrifying. No matter how monstrous Fang Chen's potential was, he might not be their match. So, for the time being, Fang Chen's goal was to increase his strength. As Fang Chen watched Su Zichen leave, his eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. In the shadows, the Dark Vampires experts were already in position. Are you ready? Everything's ready. This time, we have to capture that kid. Oomph. A mere profound Chi realm cultivator dares to provoke us Dark Vampires? He's doomed to die. While Su Zichen and Fang Chen were fighting, the Dark Vampires had already grasped their movements. As soon as Su Zichen left, the Dark Vampires took action. Many profound light realm experts hid in the surroundings, waiting for their final chance. Fang Chen was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He frowned slightly and looked up into the sky. Dark Vampires? A cold, murderous intent flashed through Fang Chen's eyes. The Dark Vampires were stubborn and stubborn. They wanted to kill him at every turn. Kill. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded. Then, countless kindred powerhouses swarmed over. Seeing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. His figure flashed, and he hid in the void. There were too many of them, so they couldn't fight them head-on. Thinking of this, Fang Chen flicked his wrist and brandished the hidden star sword. The 12th move of the Azura sword skill, Sword World, was displayed. The wild power formed a space of sword energy that restricted a mystic light realm martial practitioner who was close to Fang Chen. Die! Fang Chen shouted loudly, and the star-hidden sword ruthlessly pierced into the chest of this person, and his body instantly exploded. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. Fang Chun had just dodged when a violent force attacked him. In the following time, Fang Chun constantly traveled through the void and hid in the void. He used a roundabout method to fight against the Dark Kindred. Form a formation. After a while, someone roared. The light of the formation suddenly flashed, and a wild aura of the formation spread out. A huge array enveloped Fang Chun's body. This is Fang Chun frowned. He was shocked. As for the many powerhouses of the Blood Tribe, they took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on Fang Chun. Whoosh! A beam of black light shot out from the formation. It pierced through the void and almost pierced through the formation. In the end, it slammed into the formation. Rip! The formation shook, but it barely blocked the dark light. Kill! Fang Chun's eyes were sharp as he switched the hidden star sword to the Sword of Darkness. Since the Dark Kindred wanted to kill him, he didn't need to hold back. He wanted to use the Sword of Darkness to kill the Dark Kindred. Rumble. Deafening noises rang out incessantly. The Dark Kindred had activated the power of their bloodline and used a forbidden technique. They used the formation to restrain Fang Chun. The forbidden technique finally made Fang Chun feel threatened. Oh no! Fang Chun shouted. The attack of the Sword of Darkness was instantly defeated. His body flew out and smashed into the ground. Poochie! Fang Chun spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was a little pale. Kid, the Dark Kindred is one of the 5 great clans. How can a mysterious star realm martial artist like you provoke us? Burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Kill him. Many voices entered Fang Chun's ears. He struggled to stand up. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his dark eyes. He looked around and opened his palm. The mysterious sky all appeared. Buzz! A violent force came roaring. This was the biggest crisis Fang Chun had encountered since he entered the cave, Kingdom Mountain. The Dark Kindred were aggressive and wanted to kill him at all costs. It would be difficult for him to escape unscathed with his strength alone. The Dark Kindred should have all gathered here, right? Fang Chun mumbled to himself. The ugly faces of the Dark Kindred were all imprinted in his eyes. Fang Chun grinned. His smile was full of mockery. Ha! Fang Chun laughed softly. Seeing that the Dark Kindred's mysterious light realm martial artists were approaching, he decisively activated the Mysterious Sky All. The Mysterious Sky All was the weapon that had followed Emperor Su Xian for his entire life. It was very powerful. Whoosh! In an instant, the Mysterious Sky All exploded with a blinding light that illuminated the entire land. What is this? The menacing Dark Kindred suddenly cried out loudly. His voice was filled with terror. They quickly retreated, but it was too late. Crack! The Mysterious Sky All had completely exploded. Even a mystic true realm martial artist would not dare to face it head-on. A mere mystic light realm martial artist was not even worth mentioning. The Mysterious Sky All instantly pierced through one of the Dark Kindred's elites. Then, it rushed into the crowd as if it was cutting tofu. Poochie! One by one, the Dark Kindred were killed by the Mysterious Sky All. In the blink of an eye, the Mysterious Sky All returned to Fang Chun's hand. The space was distorted and the dark storm attacked. On the ground, corpses were lying on the ground. Fang Chun opened his palm and the bloodline copper mirror appeared. He was absorbing the Dark Kindred's blood. Hiss! Hiss! Drops of Dark Kindred's blood were absorbed into his body. Under the bloodline copper mirror's transformation, the Dark Kindred's blood quickly merged with his bloodline power. After a long time, Fang Chun's expression returned to normal. The bloodline power in his body erupted. The wolf god's blood changed again. There was a faint trace of Dark Kindred's aura. This was the process of the wolf god's blood transforming into the Dark Kindred. Dark Kindred. The Dark Kindred was one of the strongest kindred in the chaotic void. Fang Chun only obtained the wolf god's bloodline, and he felt extremely powerful. With the bloodline copper mirror, his wolf god's bloodline was very likely to become one of the strongest kindred. Whoosh! After a long while, the Dark Kindred's blood was completely absorbed. Fang Chun's expression returned to normal. He put away the mysterious sky all and stared at the many corpses lying on the ground. After this, in Dark Cave Mountain, except for the Son of Darkness, many martial artists of the Dark Kindred and the Werewolf clan had fallen. And all of this was Fong Chen's masterpiece. Whoosh! Tearing the void, Fong Chun fled far away. He found a safe place to hide and recover from his injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after Fong Chun left, the Demon Clan people, led by Yao Yin, arrived at the battlefield. When they saw the desolate land and the corpses that littered the ground, their faces turned grave. Who did this? Yao Yin asked coldly. There are sharp wounds on their bodies. It seems to be caused by a very strong weapon, an elder of the Demon Clan analyzed. It shouldn't be Fong Chun. He is best at swordsmanship, and there are no sword wounds on their bodies, another elder of the Demon Clan said. Could it be that there are other forces in Dark Cave Mountain? The Void Clan, Thunder Punishment Clan, and Holy War Clan could all be ruled out. Who dared to attack the blood ancestor of darkness? It was worth discussing. For a moment, the Demon Clan people fell in a deep thought. After a long while, Yao Yan's eyes flashed. No matter what, the death of the Dark Kindred is a wake-up call for us. From now on, the Demon Clan can't be separated. Don't worry, young master. With the strength of the Demon Clan, as long as the Void Clan and Thunder Punishment Clan don't join forces, no force can pose a threat to us. Yao Yan nodded and said, Find Fong Chun as soon as possible and seize the Demon Sealing Tower. As long as the Demon Sealing Tower was not obtained, Yao Yan's heart would be filled with worry. Fong Chun was hiding and recovering from his injuries. While Yao Yan was searching everywhere, a shocking piece of news came. The ultimate treasure of swordsmanship had appeared. At long last, the most attractive and powerful precious treasure of Immortal Cave Mountain had appeared. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2494. The reason why Immortal Cave Mountain had been so lively in recent decades was because of the legendary sword principal treasure. It was a treasure that could allow a profound god realm venerable to advance to the legendary ancient god realm. Some people saw the sword Qi piercing through the sky like a rainbow. Some people also saw a shocking giant sword pressing down on Immortal Cave Mountain. When the sword appeared, heaven and earth were shocked. In short, for a time, the news about the Sword Dao Supreme Treasure was endless. Even the Son of Darkness, who had been hiding in the dark, began to move. His ultimate mission this time was to obtain the Sword Principal Treasure. It didn't matter even if his body was destroyed. In a dark place, a few warriors in the profound Qi realm were exploring cautiously. Big brother, the Sword Principal Treasure has appeared. Why are we here instead of fighting for it? One of them asked in confusion. Bang! The guy who was called Big Brother slapped the guy who asked the question on the head and glared at him. Many experts will fight for the appearance of a Sword Dao treasure. Aren't we just sending ourselves to our deaths with our strength? Big Brother is right. Instead of courting death, it's better to seize the time to improve our cultivation. They felt that Big Brother's words made sense and nodded. I heard that there seems to be an inheritance treasure in this dark place, Big Brother said mysteriously. If we can get it, we'll make a fortune. After saying that, Big Brother led them into the depths of the dark place. Let's split up and search. Big Brother turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. A moment later, Big Brother appeared in front of a gloomy and terrifying cave. He cupped his fists and said, Lord Holy Sun, I've tricked them into coming here as you instructed. After a long time, a primordial spirit light ball floated out of the gloomy cave. You've done well. His voice was hoarse, but it contained a terrifying aura. He was the Son of Darkness whose body had been destroyed by Fong Chun. Then Lord Holy Sun, the thing I said, Big Brother grinned and was very happy. However, before he could finish speaking, he was killed by the Son of Darkness. Whoosh! A dark ball of light instantly entered Big Brother's head. With a bang, the latter's head shattered. If it weren't for the fact that your body is not suitable for me, I would have possessed you long ago, the Son of Darkness said eerily. Then he turned into a wisp of black smoke and approached those people. Hiding in the darkness, the son of darkness observed them. Finally, he decided on his target. Compared to the others, this blue-clothed man's potential is not bad, the son of darkness said. What's even more precious is that his physical body actually has a special physique. At this stage, the son of darkness had to find a physical body to store his primordial spirit in. After leaving Immortal Cave Mountain, he would change his physical body. His primordial spirit was severely injured, so he could only possess the body of a profound Chi realm martial artist. A few martial artists were investigating when the blue-robed man's figure suddenly swayed for a moment before he regained his composure. Pucci, the son of darkness, grabbed one of the people's head and crushed it. "What are you doing, Xiaolon?" The others were dumbfounded and shouted loudly. Crack! Another person was killed by the son of darkness. Finally, the remaining people began to fight back. "What? Xiaolon, why are you doing this to me?" The son of darkness sneered and said, "I'm not Xiaolon at all." Unfortunately, he didn't know who had killed them even when they died. Crack! After attacking continuously, he killed all of them. Then the blue-robed man's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed in the dense forest. This was a rare and peaceful mountain range in Immortal Cave Mountain. In this mountain range, there were no cries of monsters, nor were there any fierce and terrifying auras. There was only a peaceful aura. In the depths of the forest, towering trees spread out. Countless branches blocked the entrance of a cave. Fang Chun was recuperating. Pucci, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression eased a lot. The Blood Race's Mystic Light realm martial artists were determined to kill him. Fortunately, he had the Mystic Sky Cone Nail. Otherwise, it would be difficult to escape. After all, the Blood Race was one of the 5 major races. He couldn't compare to them. Only in Immortal Cave Mountain, he could bully them. Son of Darkness. Fang Chen's eyes flashed. After this incident, he couldn't let the Son of Darkness go. Buzz! While Fang Chen was deep in thought, the inside of the tower suddenly trembled. With a thought, Fang Chen entered the spirit ceiling tower. Bai Qingqing stood up with a surprised expression on her face. "What's wrong?" Fang Chen asked. "I was just cultivating when I suddenly felt a very strong energy fluctuation. Then I saw this scene." At this moment, many demon beasts were crawling on the ground. Their bodies were trembling as if they were terrified. The 8-feathered sky sparrow walked to Fang Chen with difficulty and said in a trembling voice, "Master, the demon tiger and beast's imprint seems to be awakening." Fang Chen approached the imprint and felt the demon aura rolling inside. All this time, Fang Chen had been raising the demon tiger and beast with powerful resources. Buzz! A fluctuation came from the imprint. "You need the demon dragon fruit?" Fang Chen looked at the imprint in surprise. Dong! The imprint rolled as if it was responding to Fang Chen's words. "But I don't know where the demon dragon fruit is." Fang Chen shrugged. He had heard of the demon dragon fruit. It was useless to humans, but it was very useful to demons. But where could he find it now? Soon, a fluctuation came from the imprint again. "You mean in this cave?" After communicating with the imprint, Fang Chen finally understood. The demon tiger and beast imprint had sensed the aura of the demon dragon fruit, so it was shaking. If it wanted to recover quickly, it could only rely on the demon dragon fruit. "Okay, wait for me. If the demon tiger and beast could fully recover, it would be a great thing. At that time, Fang Chen would have another great fighting force." After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen left the demon ceiling tower and took the 8-feathered sky sparrow with him. "You should be very familiar with the aura of the demon dragon fruit. Help me find it," Fang Chen said. One man and one demon quickly searched the cave. In the depths of the cave, on a fruit tree full of fruit, a thick python coiled around the branches. It spat out its tongue, and its dark eyes emitted a cold, murderous intent. Rip! The thick python seemed to have sensed that someone was approaching, and its body emitted a biting, cold battle intent. "There's a demon aura." The 8-feathered sky sparrow stopped and said, "Could it be the demon beast guarding the demon dragon fruit?" Fang Chen asked in confusion. Whoosh! Just as he spoke, the void suddenly tore apart, and a thick python opened its bloody mouth and attacked the eight-feathered sky sparrow. Crack! The eight-feathered sky sparrow couldn't dodge in time, and a large wound was bitten open on its head. Blood flowed out. Damn it! The eight-feathered sky sparrow held its head and felt some pain. At this time, Fang Chun saw clearly that the demon beast attacking him was actually a python. You're courting death. Fang Chun took a step forward and punched the python's neck. Dong! The python was forced to retreat. Fang Chun chased after it, but was stopped by the eight-feathered sky sparrow. Master, be careful. This is another python. Boom! When Fang Chun chased after it, the python spat out a trace of green liquid and instantly sealed the entire space. Fortunately, Fang Chun dodged in time and didn't get contaminated. Hiss! The green liquid was very corrosive and directly corroded the void. Nether python. Fang Chun retreated to the side of the eight-feathered sky sparrow and asked, "It's the nemesis of our clan." The eight-feathered sky sparrow smiled bitterly. "The nether python feeds on our people and often fights with us." Fang Chun nodded. "They have a special ability that specifically counters our clan." The eight-feathered sky sparrow continued. "Moreover, they never travel alone. In other words, where the nether python appeared, there must be many nether pythons." Hearing this, Fang Chun's face became serious. He was confident that he could deal with one nether python, but if it was a group, it was a different story. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2495. The nether python was guarding the monster dragon fruit tree. When it saw Fang Chun approaching, it attacked. Swoosh! The nether python spat out a green liquid from its mouth. The green liquid was not only corrosive but also poisonous. As Fang Chun retreated, he heard the eight feathers heavenly sparrow's voice. The thick and solid nether python was coiled around the demonic dragon fruit tree. Its eyes were fixed on the eight-feathered heavenly sparrow. Just like what the eight feathers heavenly sparrow had said, their tribe and the nether python tribe were mortal enemies. The nether python was born to feed on them and was the nemesis of their tribe. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The nether python spat out its tongue as if it was trying to intimidate the eight feathers heavenly sparrow. When the eight feathers heavenly sparrow saw this, it spread its wings and did not want to be outdone. It had evolved to the eight feathers heavenly sparrow and was only one step away from making history and becoming the only nine feathers heavenly sparrow in the past few hundred years. It needed an opportunity, and perhaps the nether python this time was the opportunity. Roar! A loud cry came out of the eight-feathered sky sparrow's mouth. Its aura was like a rainbow as it faced off against the dark hellish python. When the nether python saw this, it was furious. To it, the eight feathers heavenly sparrow was just food for its tribe. How dare a mere food challenge it? This was a blatant humiliation. Rip! The nether python quickly moved away from the monster dragon fruit tree and charged towards the eight feathers heavenly sparrow. It opened its mouth and spat out a thick green liquid. When the eight feathers heavenly sparrow was about to be engulfed by the green liquid, Fang Chun stood in front of it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The green liquid stained Fang Chun's body and quickly corroded his black, vibrantly golden armor. What a strong corrosive force! Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. He activated the flames in his body and started to burn the green liquid. After a while, the green liquid gradually disappeared. When another python saw this, it was furious with Fang Chun. Go and get the monster dragon fruit. I will deal with it. Fang Chun transmitted his voice to the eight feathers heavenly sparrow, and the latter nodded. Immediately after, Fang Chun took a step forward. With a whistling sound, he entangled the dark hellish python and threw out punch after punch. Bang! Fang Chun's fist was very powerful. It contained a biting cold sword chi as it ruthlessly smashed into the nether python's head. Crack! The nether python's head exploded, and it let out a miserable shriek. Fang Chun was too strong, and the nether python was no match for him. In just a few seconds, the nether python was subdued by Fang Chun. At this time, the eight-feathered sky sparrow also arrived in front of the demon dragon fruit tree. Wong! The suppressed, dark hellish python let out a long roar toward the sky, unwilling to give up. After this powerful voice spread out, Fang Chen instantly felt that something was wrong. Countless hissing noises could be heard from the surrounding void. What happened? Fang Chen frowned as he suddenly realized that a swarm of nether pythons was closing in on him. "Be careful," Fang Chen shouted. The eight-feathered sky sparrow also felt the danger. It grabbed the two demon dragon fruits and prepared to escape. Rumble! The flood of nether pythons instantly drowned the eight-feathered sky sparrow. "Damn it!" Fang Chen cursed. He pulled out the hidden star sword and slashed at the nether python from before, killing it. Then, he took a step forward and charged into the swarm of nether pythons. Whoosh! The Azura Sword Art's 12th move, Sword Realm, was displayed. A terrifying aura enveloped the swarm of nether pythons. The combination of the Sword Realm and Myriad Sword Realm temporarily hindered the nether python's movements. Fang Chen took the opportunity to drag the eight-feathered sky sparrow out and threw it into the demon's ceiling tower. Kill! Fang Chen's sword chi was like a rainbow as he started his massacre. Of course, he did not really kill the nether pythons, only severely injuring them. Crash! Every time the hidden star sword heavily injured a nether python, it would be sucked into the demon's ceiling tower. After a long while, not only did the nether pythons fail to get close to Fang Chen, many of them were sucked away. At this time, the remaining nether pythons finally realized the severity of their loss. They flicked their tongues as if they were communicating. Soon, they retreated like the tide. Phew! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He came to the demonic dragon fruit tree and started to harvest the fruits. Soon, the demonic dragon fruit tree was completely harvested. There were a total of 32 demonic dragon fruits. With such a bountiful harvest, Fang Chen prepared to leave. However, right at this moment, the main trunk of the demonic dragon fruit tree suddenly exploded and an enormous python roared out from within. At the same time that the giant python appeared, the nether pythons that had retreated before once again surged forward like a tide. Nether Python King. Seeing this, Fang Chen quickly retreated. The nether python king's aura gave him a dangerous feeling. Human, return the demonic dragon fruits. The nether python king spoke in human language as it stared at Fang Chen. Impossible, Fang Chen refused. If that's the case, then you can die. The nether python king's cultivation was equivalent to a human mystic light realm cultivator. Ha! The nether python king swung its huge tail towards Fang Chen. The latter stomped his foot and leaped into the void. Damn it! Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. He was thinking of a way to suck the nether python king into the demon's ceiling tower. Bang! The nether python king's destructive power was too strong. Fang Chen didn't dare to face it head-on. Ha! While dodging, he was accidentally hit by the nether python king's tail. Fang Chen felt a burning sensation on his body. Luckily, he had the black vibration golden armor to protect him. Otherwise, he would have been injured. Master, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit spoke. Although the nether python king is in the mystic light realm, its intelligence is very low. What idea do you have? Fang Chen asked as he dodged. The nether python king cares about the demonic dragon fruit the most. You just have to disguise the demon's ceiling tower and open the door. The demonic dragon fruit will definitely attract the nether python king. Will that work? Fang Chen asked uncertainly. Of course. Without even thinking, Fang Chen leaped and fled far away. Then he flicked his finger. A ray of light shot out and burrowed into the ground. He secretly opened the demon's ceiling tower and disguised it as an underground cave. Then, he placed the 32 demonic dragon fruits at the entrance of the demon's ceiling tower. Buzz! The demonic dragon fruit's aura gradually spread out and instantly attracted the nether python king. Boom! The nether python king's tail fiercely slapped the wall, causing debris to fly everywhere. At this time, Fang Chen was long gone. The nether python king glanced in the direction Fang Chen had fled and spoke in human language. Damn human, you're lucky to have escaped fast enough. Its pitch-black eyes looked down into the ground. Demonic dragon fruit. The Nether Python King didn't even think and directly rushed into the underground. Do you think that I won't find the demonic dragon fruit if you hide it here? How naive. The Nether Python King sneered and quickly slithered to the demonic dragon fruit. Looking at the 30-odd demonic dragon fruits in front of it, the Nether Python King was very excited. Crunch! It put a demonic dragon fruit into its mouth. After eating these demonic dragon fruits, I can completely evolve. After saying that, it twisted its huge body and entered the underground cave. Dong! When its body was completely inside and it was feeling complacent, a sudden vibration came. Then, it found that the surrounding scene changed. A violent force suppressed it and made it unable to move. What's going on? The Nether Python King cried out. It had never encountered such a thing. What was this place? Why was it suppressed to such an extent? Rip! The void tore, and Fong Chen walked out. It's you? Seeing this, the Nether Python King roared in anger. Idiot! Fong Chen punched the Nether Python King's head. The latter's head was instantly smashed into a big hole. Blood flowed out, and it screamed in pain. This is my territory. How dare you challenge me? Fong Chen sneered. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 3 demon dragon fruits. In order to lure the Nether Python King, he had paid the price of a demon dragon fruit. You lied to me? The Nether Python King finally reacted, but it was too late. At this moment, the injured heavenly sparrow 8 Feathers also appeared. Master, can you give me the bile of the Nether Python King? The 8 Feathered Sky Sparrow asked. Fong Chen nodded in agreement. The 8 Feathered Sky Sparrow was very excited. That's great. With the bile of the Nether Python King, I will definitely be able to complete my evolution. Originally, it was still a little worried, but seeing that the Nether Python King was trapped in the demon ceiling tower, it was relieved. Damn it. The Nether Python King struggled desperately. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2496. The demon ceiling tower itself was the bane of the monster clan. How could a mere Nether Python King escape? After subduing the Nether Python King, Fong Chen left the demon ceiling tower and stored the remaining Nether Pythons into the tower. After doing all this, Fong Chen threw all the demon dragon fruits he had obtained to the demon tiger and beast's imprint. Rip! The demon tiger and beast's imprint instantly swallowed more than 30 demon dragon fruits. Then, a majestic power surrounded it, as if it was recovering. At the same time, Fong Chen used the power of the demon ceiling tower to kill the Nether Python King. He took out the bile and gave it to the 8 Feathered Sky Sparrow. Thank you, Master. This time, I will definitely evolve into a 9 Feathered Sky Sparrow. The 8 Feathered Sky Sparrow thanked him excitedly. Then it found a quiet place and began to evolve. The Nether Python King's body was eaten by the 3-eyed Bear King. As for the remaining Nether Pythons, they were all trapped in the demon ceiling tower. In fact, Fong Chen could have kept the Nether Python King, but he did not do so. In his opinion, cultivating the 8 Feathered Sky Sparrow was better than cultivating the 9 Feathered Sky Sparrow. If it could evolve into a 9 Feathered Sky Sparrow, it could wipe out the entire tribe of Nether Pythons. Keeping these Nether Pythons was just to serve as food for the 8 Feathered Sky Sparrow. In a monster clan, the food chain was intertwined. The Nether Pythons treated the sparrows as food, and conversely, the sparrows could treat the Nether Pythons as food. Dong! A series of hurried sounds came from the demon tiger and beast's imprint. Then, a vast power swept over. Fong Chen stared at the demon tiger and beast's imprint and could feel the energy fluctuations within it. Do you need my help? Fong Chen asked. The imprint shook as if it was communicating with Fong Chen. Boom! The power of the demon dragon fruit was completely released in the imprint. The violent medicinal effect constantly stimulated the growth of the imprint. In just a few minutes, the imprint had undergone earth-shattering changes. In the originally empty imprint, there was now a thumb-sized black dot. And this black dot was precisely the former body of the demon tiger and beast. The former king of the desolate wilderness demon race was recovering. Crack! The entire demon ceiling tower was filled with extremely rich energy. A few days later, the demon tiger and beast's imprint suddenly cracked. A ball of black light emerged from the mark. This ball of light quickly condensed in the void. A moment later, a tiger was formed. Demon tiger and beast. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, his eyes blazing. The eyes of the illusory demon tiger and beast changed. Finally, he nodded at Fang Chen and said, "Thank you, Master, for your grace of reincarnation." Hearing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. When he first obtained the demon tiger and beast imprint, he had repeatedly considered whether it was worth nurturing. In the end, he still chose to nurture them. Now, he could finally put down his worried heart. He had already formed a contract with the demon tiger and beast, and it had acknowledged him as its master. Although it was still very weak and could only exist in its illusory form, it was enough to make Fang Chen pleasantly surprised. "How much longer do you need to recover to your peak?" Fang Chen asked. "Recovering to my peak is too difficult. It requires a huge amount of resources and a huge opportunity," the illusory demon tiger and beast said. Fang Chen nodded. This was within his expectations. "Then what kind of power can you unleash now?" This was what Fang Chen was most concerned about. Among the demon beast army in the demon ceiling tower, the one he had the most hope for was the demon tiger and beast. Now, the demon tiger and beast had successfully recovered after swallowing a large amount of demon dragon fruits. He wondered what kind of power it had. After thinking for a moment, the demon tiger and beast said, "I'm currently in my illusory form, so my attack power won't be too strong. At most, it's equivalent to the human race's mysterious true realm." Mysterious true realm. Fang Chen was so happy that he was about to burst out laughing. Didn't this mean that from now on, he had a mysterious true realm fighter? If he met the blood race or the mysterious light realm of the demon race again, wouldn't he be able to kill them at will? As if it saw through Fang Chen's thoughts, the demon tiger and beast said, "Master, it's not what you think." Speaking up to here, the demon tiger and beast paused for a moment before continuing. "Although my strength is equivalent to the mysterious true realm, I can attack without limit." "Oh, there's a limit?" The demon tiger and beast nodded. "If I use my full strength once, I'll need to rest for at least a year. In other words, it could only attack once a year." Hearing this, Fang Chen lightly nodded. It seemed that the demon tiger and beast could only be his trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it easily. Of course, with the demon tiger and beast, his life would have another layer of protection. At the very least, he would have the confidence to face an expert at the peak of the mysterious light realm. Thinking up to here, Fang Chen was still very happy. Just properly recover in the demon ceiling tower. "If there's anything you need, just tell me," Fang Chen said. The demon tiger and beast nodded, and its incorporeal body slowly dissipated. It turned into specks of light that gathered together and fell into a deep slumber. After a long while, Fang Chen finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. Turning his head, he saw that the 8-feathered sky sparrow and the 3-eyed bear king were also in the process of evolving. It seemed like they would need some time. "This feeling is too wonderful." Fang Chen grinned. In the dense forest, there were a few members of the demon race resting. "Damn it, how can he be so fast?" The members of the demon race cursed. They had been following Fang Chen in secret, but they had lost him after a short period of time. "If we can't find Fang Chen, how are we going to answer to the young master?" "Whatever, let's rest here for a while. If we can't find him, we'll have to go back and report. Plus, the young master doesn't have time to deal with Fang Chen. His target is the Sword Dao treasure." Speaking of the Sword Dao treasure, the members of the demon race had a heated expression on their faces. With the appearance of the Sword Dao treasure, many experts will fight for it. Many people will die. Yeah, the experts hiding in the dark have all come out. Even the prodigies in the top 10 of the Xian ranking might not be able to protect themselves. Let's not join in the fun. Let's go. They cultivated for a while and prepared to leave. Right at this moment, they felt a strange aura. "What aura?" One of them frowned and said, "It seems to be the aura of the nether python. Let's go and take a look." These few people went around the towering tree and found a pitch-black cave. Then, They took a step forward and entered the cave. Nether python? That's the demon dragon fruit tree. The members of the demon race were very excited when they found the demon dragon fruit tree. Someone has been here. They picked all the demon dragon fruits. Yes, the nether python should be guarding the demon dragon fruit tree. Let's look around. Just as they were looking, Fong Chun appeared. It's you? Seeing Fong Chun, they were stunned for a moment and then exclaimed, Demon race? Fong Chun frowned and felt the killing intent in their eyes. Sent a message to the young master. Swoosh! He slashed out with his sword and killed one of them. Following that, he slashed out a few more demon clansmen. Bang! Fong Chun didn't kill the last one, but subdued him. Who is your young master? Fong Chun asked coldly. Yao Yin. It's him. Why is he chasing me? The demon ceiling tower on you is too big of a threat to the demon race. Our young master wants to get rid of you and take back the demon ceiling tower. I see. Fong Chun smiled eerily and crushed the head of the last demon race member. From this demon race member, Fong Chun found out about the appearance of the Sword Dao Supreme Treasure. Has it finally appeared? After being in Dark Cave Mountain for more than 10 years, he finally heard some clues about the Sword Dao Supreme Treasure. Dao Seeking Mountain? There were many dangerous mountains in Dark Cave Mountain, and Dao Seeking Mountain was one of them. It was rather famous. Someone had seen the Sword Dao Supreme Treasure appear in Dao Seeking Mountain. Countless martial artists flocked there. Yao Yin was currently on Dao Seeking Mountain. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Fong Chun said eerily. Moreover, now that he had the help of the demon tiger and beast, he could compete for the legendary Sword Dao Supreme Treasure. Let's go to Dao Seeking Mountain. At the same time, the entire Dark Cave Mountain was in an uproar. Countless experts gathered at the foot of Dao Seeking Mountain, and they all had the same goal. The Sword Dao Supreme Treasure was really on Dao Seeking Mountain. Everyone was shaken, and they all went crazy. However, at the same time that the greatest opportunity appeared, everyone also encountered the greatest crisis in history. Chapter 2497. The Dao Seeking Mountain was located at the center of the cave Dark Mountain and was surrounded by the ocean. A tremendous ocean surrounded the entire Dao Seeking Mountain, causing it to be impenetrable. The sky above the ocean was filled with an extremely dense, killing aura. One needed to be extremely strong to cross the ocean and enter the Dao Seeking Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, figures flew over from the Dao Seeking Mountain one after another. They stood at the peak of the Dao Seeking Mountain and looked at each other with solemn expressions. After all, this was an inheritance treasure that could allow one to become an ancient god. It was something that all 5 major clans wanted. Once they obtained it, it meant that a new ancient god would be born. All the cultivators present had a powerful force behind them. Before they entered the cave Dark Mountain, they had received orders that they weren't allowed to obtain the sword treasure at all costs. Only Su Zichen, Lei Pu, Yao Yin, the holy warriors, and the sky battler of the younger generation had arrived. As for the older generation, there were more mystic light realm experts from all the major forces. There were even some peak mystic light realm experts. After the treasure appeared, the cave Dark Mountain was separated into 2 spaces. Experts of the mystic true realm and above couldn't enter this space. This also gave everyone chance. As far as the eye could see, the sea was vast and turbulent. Many weak cultivators wanted to cross the sea, but they died midway. Whoosh! A cultivator in the top 20 of the profound ranking leaped onto his saber and crossed the ocean. His eyes were filled with disdain. A mere ocean dares to stop me? However, just as he finished speaking, a huge wave soared into the sky and swept him into it. No! Then his cry of agony sounded out. Whoosh! The waves calmed down, and a pool of blood appeared where the cultivator had just stood. Seeing this scene, the cultivators who still wanted to try their luck became even more afraid. They were terrified and kept retreating. They could only watch as the experts fought. Sigh. The treasure has appeared in the Dao Seeking Mountain. We're not fated to obtain it. That's right. In a vast ocean, there are many water monsters. Their strength is so strong that it makes us feel despair. Whatever, It's worth it to be able to witness the birth of the treasure. Many people decided to retreat. They didn't want to take the risk anymore. However, they had no idea that even if they withdrew, they would still be in danger. In a vast ocean, water monsters were gathering one after another. They were preparing to deal a fatal blow to the humans. The heavens are helping me. The leading water monster was a peak mystic light realm water monster. It was so strong that it was hard to find a match in this space. It sneered in its heart, wanting to catch all of the humans in one fell swoop. The appearance of the supreme treasure at the Tao-seeking mountain was a great opportunity for them. They could not afford to miss it. 3 days later, the water monsters were assembled. Let's go. The leader of the water monsters gave the order, and immediately, a dense group of water monsters rushed out from the sea. Crack! Outside the vast sea, the many cultivators who were looking at the Tao-seeking mountain in the distance were attacked by the water monsters. Everyone on the Tao-seeking mountain noticed this as well. Not good. The water monster is attacking. Someone shouted, but no one did anything. Because their goal was the sword Tao supreme treasure, no one was willing to be distracted. Even if those weak martial artists died, what could they do? Poochie. One cultivator after another died under the attacks of the water monsters. In just half a breath's time, almost all the cultivators had died. Only a few of the stronger ones managed to escape. Charge! The leader of the water monsters glanced at the Tao-seeking mountain and gave the order. The water monsters charged toward the Tao-seeking mountain. At this moment, the expressions of the cultivators became serious. About 1,000 miles away from the ocean, a blue-clothed male felt fear in his heart. Damn it, the blue-clothed male cursed. I was almost killed by those water monsters. Then, a helpless expression appeared on his face. The appearance of the water monsters had messed up his plan and made it so that he could not get close to the ocean. He was destined to not have the supreme sword treasure. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. I admit defeat this time. After I leave the dark cave mountains safely, I will take back the dark sword. After saying that, the blue-clothed male's figure flashed, and he prepared to leave. Right at this moment, a crack appeared in the air, and Fong Chun walked out. Seeing this, the blue-clothed male's heart tightened, but he pretended to be calm. What's happening in front? Why is there such a strong smell of blood? Fong Chun asked. The blue-clothed male told him everything that had happened. After hearing this, Fong Chun frowned, then took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. Looking at Fong Chun's departing figure, the blue-clothed man's heart was filled with rage. Fong Chun, I will not let you go. Fong Chun did not know that he had brushed past the Son of Darkness. When Fong Chun arrived in front of the vast ocean, it had already turned into a sea of blood. That is, densely packed water monsters surrounded the Tao-seeking mountain, confronting the humans. Master, those are water monsters. The mysterious heaven cone nail said, in the dark cave mountain, the water monsters are unusually powerful. Their appearance here must be caused by the birth of the supreme treasure. Is there any way to cross the ocean and ascend the Tao-seeking mountain? Fong Chun did not think that he could force his way up. The mysterious heaven cone nail pondered, then said, Back then, I followed Master to the Tao-seeking mountain. There is a shortcut, but I don't know if it still exists. After saying that, the mysterious heaven cone nail's vessel spirit brought Fong Chun and dived into the vast ocean. After a while, they dived into the sea. What a strong pressure. Fong Chun could not help but say. The water pressure here squeezed the black vibration golden armor until it was deformed. Let's go this way. The mysterious heaven cone nail led the way, and soon they arrived in front of a black hole. Inside the black hole, an extremely rich power emerged, and it was very vast. Go in, the spirit said. Fong Chun hesitated for a moment, and the mysterious heaven cone nail continued. Master, this black hole is a teleportation formation, and the other end is the Tao-seeking mountain. He took a step forward, and his figure disappeared into the black hole. When Fong Chun opened his eyes, he had already appeared on the Tao-seeking mountain. Roar! The air was filled with the smell of blood. Many mystic light realm martial artists were fighting with all their might. At this moment, they were unprecedentedly united. Even Yao Yin and the others of the Yao race had joined hands with the humans. "Kill them all, or we will all die here," Yao Yin roared. "These water monsters are using the environment here to fight above their level. If we don't kill them, no one will be able to get the sword treasure." Many people were roaring, including Su Zichen and the others. They were also fighting with all their might. No one noticed that Fang Chun had already arrived at the Tao-seeking mountain silently. Whoosh! Fang Chun felt the ground sink as soon as he stepped onto the Tao-seeking mountain. Then, a rainbow of sword energy shot into the sky, and his body fell into the endless darkness. Treasure. The martial artists who were fighting against the water monsters opened their eyes wide and shouted excitedly. The moment the rainbow of sword energy appeared, the water monsters that swarmed over also retreated slightly. They also looked at the center of the Tao-seeking mountain in fear. However, after a short tremor, the Tao-seeking mountain returned to its original state. The sword treasure flashed and disappeared. While everyone was looking for it, the water monsters attacked again. Kill. Thus, the curtains of a vast battle were drawn. As for Fang Chun, he came to a dark place. What is this place? Underground, it was dark all around. Fang Chun only knew that he was brought here by the rainbow of sword energy. Could the sword treasure be here? Fang Chun was secretly delighted. If that was really the case, then wouldn't his luck be too good? Whoosh! He opened his palm, and a flame lit up the underground. At this moment, Fang Chun realized that the place he was at was littered with broken swords. "Sword mound?" Fang Chun exclaimed. Every broken sword was stuck in the ground, giving off a feeling of scrap metal. However, Fang Chun could clearly sense that these broken swords contained a shocking amount of power. It was no exaggeration to say that every broken sword could cause a bloody storm in the outside world. This is the real sword mound. Fang Chun believed that behind every broken sword, there must be a moving story of a peerless sword cultivator. Chapter 2498. Inside the sword tomb, broken swords stood in great numbers. The sword energy was like a rainbow. Thinking that the treasure that appeared this time was a sword treasure, Fang Chun suspected that the treasure that the people of the outside world were fighting for was here. Master, an ancient god powerhouse, came here before. The mysterious heaven cone nail said. It was a native of Dark Cave Mountain, so it was more familiar with the situation here. I'm not sure which ancient god it was, but I can feel the ancient god's aura. The mysterious heaven cone nail said in a deep voice. Every broken sword has the ancient god's aura. It seems that the news back then was true. What news? Rumor has it that there was an ancient god powerhouse who cultivated in Tao-seeking Mountain. He was a powerful sword cultivator who pursued the peak of the sword path all his life. The people he killed were all ambitious and ruthless characters. Since he was weak, every time he killed an ambitious and ruthless opponent, he would take the opponent's sword. Over time, when he reached the peak of the sword path and became an ancient god, he felt the loneliness of the sword path. He lived in seclusion in Tao-seeking Mountain and placed all the swords he took here. That was the origin of the sword tomb. But why are they all broken swords? Fang Chun was puzzled, because that ancient god expert believed that the masters of these swords had all been defeated by him, so he personally broke each of the swords. In the end, he used some heaven-defying method to gather heavenly Tao energy and nourish these broken swords. The mysterious heaven cone nail said, "This sword tomb should be the source of the sword path treasure's emergence this time." Fang Chun's heart trembled. Every broken sword was tainted with the ancient god's aura. Moreover, they had been nurtured by the power of the heavenly path for countless years. He carelessly stroked a broken sword beside him. Suddenly, a violent force erupted from the broken sword and attacked Fang Chun's body. His body staggered a little. He took a few steps back and barely steadied himself. In his mind, a magnificent scene appeared. Two peerless swordsmen were fighting. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. In the end, a hazy figure with a sword in hand looked down on the world. He defeated his opponent and took away his sword. This is Fang Chun frowned and fell into deep thought. He took a few steps forward and casually stroked another broken sword. Just like before, the same scene appeared in his mind. However, the battle this time was not as intense as the one he had seen before. Then, Fang Chun tested it again. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Those small and weak scenes should be the opponents that the ancient god expert defeated when he was young. His gaze was somewhat fearful as he looked at the broken swords in the center of the sword mount. His scalp went numb from fear. Those broken swords were at least left behind by a profound god realm expert, right? The stronger the owner of the broken sword, the more powerful the broken sword would be. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to have existed since ancient times appeared in Fang Chen's mind. What is Sword Dao? Fang Chen remained silent and looked around. What is Sword Dao? The voice echoed once again. Fang Chen still did not answer. Instead, he calmly looked around. You can't even answer what Sword Dao is, yet you dare to step into this place? This voice was clearly somewhat displeased. Fang Chen felt a berserk force pressing against his body. The countless broken swords in the sword mound swayed as if trying to expel him. Everyone's Sword Dao is different. You ask me what Sword Dao is. How can I answer? How can my Sword Dao be the same as your Sword Dao? Your question is very idiotic. Fang Chen was somewhat speechless, his brain cramping as he bluntly replied. After saying this, he somewhat regretted it. This voice was very likely left behind by an ancient god expert. The dignity of an ancient god was not to be blasphemed. If his words angered an ancient god, he would undoubtedly die. However, the force pressing against him suddenly stopped, and the sword mound returned to its calm state. The air was heavy and the silence was frightening. After a long while, laughter could be heard. Everyone's Sword Dao is different. Ha ha, well said. The voice said with a smile. Little fellow, you're rather interesting. The illusory voice sounded again. In the past, many Sword Dao geniuses came to me and I asked them the same question. Their answers were all different, but no one was as bold as you. At this point, the illusory voice changed the topic and said coldly, what are they? They're just a bunch of inexperienced Sword Dao beginners. What qualifications do they have to comment on Sword Dao? What qualifications do they have to represent Sword Dao? What qualifications do they have to talk about Sword Dao in front of me? What's laughable is that everyone is full of confidence in their Sword Dao, but they ignore the most fundamental thing. The illusory voice said coldly. Fang Chen froze for a moment. If he were to say the Sword Dao in his heart, wouldn't he be like those people before him? Every sword cultivator who answered incorrectly was killed by me. Ancient god experts were temperamental, and Fang Chen had experienced it firsthand. They only answered one question, and you killed them. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of fear. Fortunately, he had been impulsive and said what he wanted to say. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But you're different. Your understanding of Sword Dao is many times stronger than those people. Although you're still very weak now, I think you're a true sword cultivator. The illusory voice praised Fang Chen. Fang Chen stood in the sword tomb, motionless and listening seriously. I've roamed the chaotic void and have never been defeated. Although I stand at the peak of Sword Dao, I feel lonely and lonely. Every once in a while, I'll release a trace of the aura of the inheritance treasures I left behind to attract some geniuses to come here and choose. Unfortunately, no one can satisfy me. Fang Chen curled his lips. The once in a while you're talking about is tens of billions of years in the eyes of the outside world. However, what was this little bit of time to an ancient god expert? It was just a snap of a finger. I deliberately left those water monsters outside the Dao-seeking mountain to obstruct you, the illusory voice said. The more people they kill, the easier it will be for them to be free. The thinking of an ancient god was really different from that of an ordinary person. Using the Sword Dao treasure as bait to lure many warriors here, and then using the water monsters to block them. Only those who could survive were qualified to enter the Sword Tomb. I've always thought that one can't blindly cultivate the Dao. Isn't it the same in Dark Cave Mountain? If you don't use your brain and think that you can crush everything with your strength, you'll regret it in the end. Intelligence is the biggest barrier that determines the growth of a human warrior, the illusory voice continued. If you climb the Tao-seeking mountain directly, you'll definitely be attacked by the water monsters. However, very few people have thought of diving into the sea to find other ways. Fang Chen was surprised, but he did not say anything. Are you willing to inherit my treasure and bring glory to the way of the sword? Suddenly, the illusory voice said. Fang Chen was stunned. He was chosen just like that? Wasn't this too easy? On the Tao-seeking mountain, many warriors fought hard to kill the enemy, but he easily obtained the approval of an ancient god powerhouse. As if seeing Fang Chen's doubts, the illusory voice continued. I see a tenacious sword Tao heart in you. The ancient gods were not ordinary people. They could see through your past at a glance. Fang Chen started from an insignificant grassroots and relied on his own efforts to reach where he was today. Indeed, he had the same growth trajectory as the ancient gods, and his sword Tao philosophy was similar. If you want to go further on the sword Tao, everything else is fleeting. Only a tenacious sword Tao heart is the foundation, the illusory voice said. He had also seen the sword Tao heart in others. However, none of them were as firm as Fang Chen's. They were all wavering. For them, as long as they could improve their strength and dominate the chaotic void, they could even change to other martial Tao. Fang Chen, on the other hand, had transmigrated from Earth because of a giant golden sword. At that time, a label was branded on his body, a sword cultivator. He was a pure sword cultivator. Treasures are given to those who are fated. If not, everything is just empty talk. The illusory voice sighed. The many warriors outside the Tao-seeking mountain are destined to have no fate with my treasure. No matter how they fight, it will be in vain in the end. Chapter 2499. Swoosh. Just as Fang Chen came to a sudden realization, a golden sword light suddenly pierced through the dark void, as if coming from the end of time. Rip! The space was distorted, and a giant golden sword appeared in front of him. This huge golden sword contained a majestic power. There were some complicated runes flowing on the sword's body. Quaint and shocking were the synonyms of this giant golden sword. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. In a trance, he seemed to resonate with this giant golden sword. The monstrous sword chi in his body swarmed out and finally all penetrated into the giant golden sword. This sword is called the illusory sword. The illusory voice came again and explained to Fang Chen. In the heart of every sword cultivator, there's a sword that belongs to them, a sword that is unique. The illusory sword in front of you is based on the true portrayal of your heart. It is not a real weapon, but a kind of sword principle obsession. After hearing the explanation of the illusory voice, Fang Chen understood. The illusory sword contains many sword principle comprehensions, each of which is unique. Find your own sword principle comprehension and integrate it with the illusory sword to reach the pinnacle of sword principle. Illusory sword. Fang Chen's palm gently touched the giant golden sword. The sword in front of him was based on the true portrayal of his heart. In fact, all these years, he had always remembered the giant golden sword that made his life a success. Therefore, the illusory sword evolved into a giant golden sword and reappeared in front of him. After his palm touched the giant golden sword, the violent aura of sword principle seemed to be endless, engulfing his body and bringing him into the sea of sword principle. Sword principle. Fang Chen's heart resonated. This was the true sword principle. Was the sword principle comprehension of an ancient god so powerful? Do you feel it? The illusory voice came again. Fang Chen felt a vibration in his body, and the aura of sword principle filled his body. He nodded heavily. This was the first time he felt that sword principle was so wonderful. It was as if the sword Tao he had come into contact with in his previous cultivation was not the real sword Tao at all. The shock that the illusory sword gave him was simply too great. He couldn't wake up for a long time. Whoosh! The illusory voice said, "The illusory sword has a spirit, and it is willing to recognize you as its master. One day, when your understanding of the sword Tao is high enough to fuse with the illusory sword at will, that will be when you step into the ancient God level. A supreme sword treasure that could allow a profound God venerate to reach the level of an ancient God was probably referring to this. Everyone thought that the sword Tao treasure was a divine weapon. However, no one knew that it didn't exist at all. It was only an illusion. Voila! The illusory sword turned into a ball of sword chi and burrowed into Fong Chen's mind, finally residing in his nascent spirit. Wang, the illusory sword that hovered in his essence, soul, constantly emitted the aura of sword Tao. These sword Tao auras were of great help to Fong Chen. So strong. Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with excitement. With the help of this illusory sword, his understanding of the sword Tao could rapidly improve. This was the true understanding of the sword Tao. Senior. Fong Chen cupped his fists in thanks. The illusory voice sighed and said, "You are not qualified to thank me now. Say that when you step into the ancient God level." Rumble. A deafening sound came from within the sword tomb. Fong Chen could vaguely feel that the illusory voice was quietly sighing. "The mark I left is about to dissipate. It is fate that I was able to find you before that." The illusory voice was already extremely weak, as if it would collapse at any time. "Voila! I will give this sword tomb to you. I hope you will take care of yourself." After saying that, the illusory voice fell silent. No matter what Fong Chen said, it didn't respond to him. The great pressure that the sword tomb had brought to him also disappeared instantly. Fong Chen found that he could control the sword tomb at will. With a thought, he tried to put the sword tomb into the Sumeru ring and actually succeeded. Fong Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the sword tomb in the Sumeru ring. Let's give it a try. He wanted to try and see if he could use those broken swords. The result made him a little helpless. Only a small portion of the broken swords could be controlled by him. The rest of the broken swords couldn't be controlled. It seems that the owner of those broken swords must have been very strong when he was alive. The closer the broken swords were to the center of the sword tomb, the stronger the pressure they emitted, making it harder for Fong Chen to get close. That's right. When I completely integrate with the illusory sword, I will probably be able to control the sword tomb at will. After thinking for a while, Fong Chen felt relieved. Looking at the illusory sword in his primordial spirit, Fong Chen felt as if he had cultivated for millions of years in just a few minutes. The accumulation of sword Tao had surpassed the past. For the first time, he felt that the Azura sword Tao was so transparent. The 12th move of the Azura sword art, Sword Realm, saw through the essence at a glance and repaired some of the previous flaws. Phew! Breathing a sigh of relief, Fong Chen's mood gradually calmed down. He couldn't imagine that the sword Tao treasure that everyone was fighting for would be so easily obtained by him. If the outside world knew about this, wouldn't they besiege him? Is there any place I can leave? Fong Chen asked. Master, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you planning to leave just like that? The artifact spirit asked. Fong Chen was stunned. This is the place where an ancient god powerhouse died. It is tainted with the aura of an ancient god. It is simply a paradise for sword cultivators. You don't want to cultivate here? The artifact spirit was a little speechless at Fong Chen. I see. After the artifact spirit's explanation, Fong Chen finally understood. In that case, I will cultivate here for a while. With that, Fong Chen sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend the illusory sword in his mind. On the Tao-seeking mountain, dong! A deafening sound echoed through the sky. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the Tao-seeking mountain. The intense battle stopped abruptly, and the flood of water monsters quickly retreated. This scene surprised many of the human race cultivators who were fighting a bloody battle. What's going on? Su Zichen and the others opened their eyes wide as they looked at the sky in disbelief. At this moment, the sky was clear, and an illusory voice sounded out like an explosion. Disperse. This voice seemed to be talking to itself, but it also seemed to be talking to the cultivators. So strong. When this voice entered their ears, some of the weaker cultivators spat out mouthfuls of blood. They couldn't withstand the powerful pressure of this voice. The eyes of the mystic light realm cultivators at the very front flashed as they became wary. Is that the voice of an ancient god? Disperse? What does this mean? Has the inheritance already been obtained by someone else? Impossible. We were all fighting against the water monsters. Who could have obtained the treasure? Many people couldn't believe it and yelled. Boom! A beam of sword light struck the Tao-seeking mountain, creating a deep ravine. Disperse. It was still the same voice. However, this voice contained a biting, cold, killing intent. No one doubted that if the owner of this voice wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. Let's go. Some of the major races retreated. Some of the independent cultivators were unwilling to give up and continued to search. Crack! Sword light flashed in the sky, and some of the independent cultivators were instantly killed. All of the cultivators instantly retreated from the Tao-seeking mountain. On this day, a piece of news spread throughout the entire Tao-seeking mountain. The sword Tao treasure that they had gone crazy for had been obtained by someone else before they had even seen it. Who is it that obtained the sword Tao treasure? The Void race, the Blood race, the Lightning Punishment race, the Yao race, and the Holy War race are all here. It can't be them. The Zhong family was destroyed long ago. It can't be them either. I haven't seen anyone from the Xiu family in the AzureNet plane. Could they have obtained it in secret? Many people were analyzing the situation. Only the major races were unwilling to give up. It can't be the Xiu family. An elder of the Void race said in a low voice. Then who could it be? Asked Su Zichen. The Xiu family doesn't have that kind of ability, continued the elder of the Void race. Chapter 2500. The elder of the Thunder Punishment clan nodded. It must be one of the 5 great clans. I think it's very likely to be the Dark Blood clan. Dark Blood clan? The Son of Darkness had disappeared without a trace, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. No matter what, Immortal Cave Mountain is a holy land for cultivation. It wasn't easy to get here. We can't miss this opportunity. A few days later, some weaker martial artists had already returned. Of course, the stronger cultivators chose to cultivate in Immortal Cave Mountain. Outside Immortal Cave Mountain, in the rippling lake. Rip! Suddenly, a figure shot out from Immortal Cave Mountain. Someone came out. The elders of the Dark Blood clan had just arrived when they noticed the anomaly in Immortal Cave Mountain. Who is it? Rip! When they saw the blue-clothed man, they reached out and grabbed him. Who are you? Elders, it's me. The blue-clothed man hurriedly said. I'm the Son of Darkness, said the Son of Darkness. You? The elders checked and found that it was indeed the Son of Darkness. They were even more confused. How did you become like this? Where are the others? What about the Supreme Sword Treasure? A series of questions came from the other elders. The Son of Darkness's face darkened. My physical body was destroyed by a rogue cultivator. What? The elders of the Dark Blood clan were shocked. They looked at the Son of Darkness solemnly. What happened? After the Son of Darkness recounted everything that had happened in the Immortal Cave Mountain to the various elders, the elders were stunned. They were furious, and their faces were filled with madness. That damn guy! How dare he attack the Dark Blood clan? This is unforgivable. We must kill him. The Supreme Sword Treasure belongs to the Dark Blood clan. The elders roared angrily. In the following days, people walked out of Immortal Cave Mountain every day. The elders of the 5 great clans were waiting here for their clansmen to return. Some rogue cultivators were extremely excited to be able to walk out of Immortal Cave Mountain. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years later, Su Zichen and the others came out one after another. Whoosh! Su Zichen's figure flashed, turning into a beam of light. Like a rock, his speed was extremely fast. At the back, the tall Lei Pu curled his lips and said, "This guy's speed has increased again." Time Battler and jihadists also left Dark Cave Mountain one after another. Soon, the news that someone else had obtained the sword principal treasure spread like wildfire. Many people were guessing who had obtained it. Even the 5 great clans stopped every martial artist who came out of Dark Cave Mountain and carefully inspected them. However, he did not find any sword Dao treasure. Within Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chun spent 3 years cultivating in the Dao-seeking mountain. Part of the illusory sword had been digested, and Fang Chun took this opportunity to upgrade the Azura sword skill to the 15th move. He had comprehended 3 moves in a row, and their might had surpassed the sword realm. Especially the 15th move, once it was executed, its might was unparalleled. Even Mystic Light Realm cultivators wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. During this time, the recovery of the Demon Tiger and Beast also sped up. Fang Chen's strength had increased in all aspects. Calculating the time, it had been less than 20 years since he had entered Dark Cave Mountain. In such a short time, Fang Chun had gone from the Mystic Heaven Realm to the Mystic Star Realm. His combat power was close to the Mystic Light Realm. If he used all his abilities, even Mystic Light Realm cultivators would be able to handle him. Currently, his Azura sword skill had reached the peak, but he had temporarily reached a bottleneck. The Azura sword skill had become his signature move. Apart from that, his myriad sword body had also reached the peak of the 8th grade. With just his physical strength, he could kill a Mystic Star Realm cultivator with one punch. How terrifying was that? As for his external strength, it was shocking. Apart from the illusory Demon Tiger and Beast, there were many Mystic Star Realm beasts within the Demon Ceiling Tower. Once the Beast army came out, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the Mystic Light Realm. Because of the illusory sword, his weapon controlling Dao had also reached the 3rd level. With just a thought, he could control all the weapons within 1,000 miles. Of course, if it was a Mystic True Realm cultivator, they would only be able to interfere with it, but they wouldn't be able to control it completely. This was Fang Chen's trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. Otherwise, if others knew that he had the weapon controlling Dao, he would become the target of everyone. After all, the weapon controlling Dao was too powerful, and the shadow of the martial soldier sovereign still existed. Those who were suppressed by the martial soldier sovereign wouldn't allow a second martial soldier sovereign to appear. Whoosh! After taking a deep breath, Fang Chun came out of the ground. Standing on the Dao-seeking mountain and looking down at the vast land, he felt small. Where are the others? Seeing the sorry state of the Dao-seeking mountain, Fang Chun knew that this was caused by the battle between the humans and the aquatic monsters. But where did they go? Could they have been defeated by the aquatic monsters? After thinking for a while, Fang Chun couldn't think of anything, so he took a step forward and arrived above the ocean. Rip! The waves formed into a long sword, and Fang Chun stepped on it and flew forward. Soon he arrived on land. Roar! A double-horned rhinoceros appeared in the distance, and when it saw Fang Chun, it roared into the sky. Let's try the Shura sword technique. This double-horned rhinoceros was at the limit of the Mystic Star Realm. Fang Chun used the 12th move of the Shura sword technique, Sword Realm. Puchi! The majestic sword light pierced the double-horned rhinoceros body, but it only made a bloody hole. The double-horned rhinoceros is known for its defense, but the sword realm only made a bloody hole. Fang Chun curled his lips. If the outside world knew that a sword could break the double-horned rhinoceros defense, it would definitely cause an uproar. Then, Fang Chun used the 13th move of the Shura sword technique. Whoosh! 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 The violent sword chi whistled, and no matter how the double-horned rhinoceros tried to block it, it was useless. The sword light pierced through the double-horned rhinoceros' fat body, and the latter let out an unwilling roar before falling to the ground. The power of the 13th move is at the limit of the Mystic Star Realm. Fang Chun muttered to himself. The power of this move was enough to sweep through the Mystic Star Realm. As for the 14th and 15th moves, they were used to deal with Mystic Light Realm cultivators. Thinking up to here, Fang Chun's eyes burned with passion. Once upon a time, Mystic Light Realm cultivators were high above, but now he had the power to challenge them. He was already halfway to the Mystic God Realm, and the Ancient God Realm wasn't far away. Continue to work hard. Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword and continued walking on the ground. It was impossible for him to save his wife, the star and moon, from the sky pillar ancestral family with his strength. Borrowing power. This phrase appeared in Feng Chen's mind. But apart from the 5 major families, the Xiu family of the Azure Luo Heaven, and the Leaf family of the Divine Sword Heaven, who else could he borrow power from? Only these major families could make the Sky Pillar ancestral family submit. There's no need to think about the 5 major families. There's no way I can borrow power from them. The Leaf family of the Divine Sword Heaven has Li Ruochu. Only the Xiu family of the Azure Luo Heaven can succeed. Feng Chen muttered to himself. But how difficult would it be to get these major families to support him? Anyway, with Venerable Hei Qi as a bridge, he could try his best. Walking aimlessly in the dark cave mountain, he encountered many demon beasts, but none of them could withstand the power of his sword. This allowed Feng Chen to be out of danger. A few days later, he came to a strange place. After stepping into this area, Feng Chen felt his heartbeat quicken. "Let's go." The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails weapon spirit suddenly shouted. At the same time, Feng Chen felt an overwhelming aura coming toward him. "Oh no!" He cursed and hurriedly activated the space-time collapse technique to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Feng Chen escaped from this strange place. The powerful pressure suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Feng Chen felt a lingering fear in his heart and looked into the distance. Just a moment ago, he had seen numerous mountain peaks, but now they were all empty with nothing in sight. Was it an illusion? "Master, the Dark Cave Mountain is very dangerous. Don't go in recklessly," the weapon spirit said. "That strange place just now is very dangerous. Even a venerable of the profound God realm would not dare to enter it." Hearing the weapon spirit's words, Feng Chen was even more shocked. The danger of the Dark Cave Mountain was far from what he imagined. Chapter 25:01. Do you know this place? Feng Chen tried his best to calm the panic in his heart and asked. If he had escaped just a little slower, he would have died 10,000 times over. It was too powerful. Even in the sword tomb of the Tao-seeking mountain, he did not feel such an aura of death. At that moment, Feng Chen felt that death was so close to him. "I'm not sure, but I remember that the old master once entered a place by mistake and lost an arm in just a breath. He never found out who the enemy was or how his arm was lost," the artifact spirit said in shock. Regrowing a severed arm was a simple matter for the old master. However, after that experience, the old master's methods seemed to have changed, the artifact spirit continued, because the old master's severed arm was tainted with a trace of a special aura. After the severed arm was regrown, his strength reached the heavens. When he was in the profound God realm, he could break the defense of an ancient god with a single punch. How is that possible? Feng Chen exclaimed. He did not expect great Emperor Su Xian to have such a strange experience. According to the old master himself, the place he set foot in should be related to the ancient gods, the artifact spirit said. Moreover, the old master also said that the real danger of Dark Cave Mountain is actually these strange places. After hearing the artifact spirit's words, Feng Chen felt that he was too lucky. He actually escaped from such a strange place by mistake. Recalling the dangerous scene just now, Feng Chen felt his scalp go numb. His figure flashed and left this place. It seems that Dark Cave Mountain is not what we see on the surface. Feng Chen muttered to himself. The current him was still unable to explore those supreme secrets. When he became an ancient god or profound god realm supremacy, he would come in to explore. At that time, he would have the preliminary qualifications to explore these secrets. Just like that, Feng Chen walked for more than half a month. Wherever he passed, there was no one except for demonic beasts. Feng Chen guessed that everyone should have left Dark Cave Mountain. Since I've already obtained a Sword Dao treasure and my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, there's no point in continuing to stay here. Feng Chen said softly, "Let's leave first." When he left, Feng Chen paid some attention. He knew that outside Dark Cave Mountain, there would definitely be many powerhouses from various great forces waiting for him. The supreme sword treasure was worth it for them to do so. Therefore, he did not leave from the front. After obtaining the inheritance of the illusory sword, a simplified map of Dark Cave Mountain appeared in Fong Chen's mind. One of them was clearly marked as a shortcut to leave Immortal Cave Mountain. Let's leave from here. Fong Chen made his decision. The Immortal Cave Mountain was located in the north of the Primal Chaos Void. Its entrance, the Rippling Wave Lake, was located in the south of the Immortal Cave Mountain. The place Fong Chen chose this time happened to be the back of Dongming Mountain, which was its north. A few days later, Fong Chen successfully arrived at the shortcut. He did encounter many beasts along the way, but those below the mystic light realm couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Occasionally, he would encounter a mystic light realm beast, and after exchanging blows with it, it would quickly flee. This is the place. Fong Chen arrived at the top of a mountain. There was a black altar here, a teleportation array. Fong Chen asked. Fong Chen soon discovered that this was a one-way teleportation array. This meant that he could only leave from Dark Cave Mountain, and the outside world couldn't enter. After stepping onto the black altar and injecting his power into it, he suddenly felt dizzy. In the next instant, there was a flash of white light, and Fong Chen disappeared from Dark Cave Mountain. One day, I will come back. A thought appeared in Fong Chen's mind. To the north of Dark Cave Mountain was the Kung-Su Forbidden Ground. The Kung-Su Forbidden Ground was extremely large, and the three great families ruled it. Because the Kung-Su Forbidden Ground was far away from the Primal Chaos Void, almost no experts were willing to come here. To put it simply, this place was actually equivalent to a barbarian land. Whoosh! Fong Chen suddenly appeared above the Rippling Wave Lake in the north of Dark Cave Mountain. According to the map, this should be the Kung-Su Forbidden Ground. Fong Chen looked around and found that no one was waiting for him, so he quickly left this place. After a while, Fong Chen left the Rippling Wave Lake and appeared on land. Now, Fong Chen wanted to save his wife, Star and Moon, and he needed to borrow the power of the Xiu family in Azure Net Heaven. Therefore, he had to go to Azure Net Heaven. The Kung-Su Forbidden Ground is extremely far away from Azure Net Heaven. Even an abstruse God realm supremacy would need a few decades to get there. Fong Chen curled his lips. With his current strength, the journey to the Azure Convocation Plane was far too long. It would take at least a few hundred or even 1,000 years. Moreover, the journey was very long, and he might encounter some dangers. Sky Crossing Array. Fong Chen thought of this. This brilliant void extreme ground is at least stronger than a low-level heaven domain like the Void Star Heaven. There must be a heaven crossing formation. Fong Chen said, let's see if there is a heaven crossing formation in the brilliant void extreme ground. On a vast piece of land, a group of ferocious-looking men were chasing after an old man. Upon closer look, there was a 7- or 8-year-old child in the old man's arms. Grandpa! The old man was seriously injured because he was protecting the child. Blood flowed out of the wound. Seeing this, the child cried and made a noise. Conger, you go first. The old man knew that he couldn't escape today, so he only wanted to stall for time and let the child go first. Boom! The old man used a forbidden technique to force the pursuers back and then threw the child away. Conger, go quickly. Grandpa, I won't go. I want to go with you. The child called Kong, or said while weeping. Kong! Could it be that you want to watch your grandfather die without doing anything? Go back to the family and get reinforcements to save Grandpa. Hearing the old man's words, the child finally began to run for his life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The child ran for his life, wiping the tears on his face at the same time. Bang! After running for a long time, the child accidentally bumped into something heavy and his body was sent flying. The child endured the pain, stood up, and continued to run. Can you tell me where this is? Fong Chen's voice entered the child's ears. I have to go back and get reinforcements to save my grandpa. I don't have time to answer you. I'm sorry. The child politely refused and ran away in a panic. Fong Chen felt that this child was very interesting. He took a step forward and came in front of him. Don't stop me. I have to save my grandpa. The child took a detour and was stopped by Fong Chen again. Tell me the details of this place. I can save your grandpa, Fong Chen said. The child stopped when he heard this. He stared at Fong Chen with wide eyes and said, Can you really save my grandfather? Plop. As he spoke, the child knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, hoping that Fong Chen could save his grandpa. Who is chasing your grandpa? Fong Chen asked. The people of the Bai family are chasing my grandpa. They're all mystic heaven realm martial artists and are very strong. Grandpa is no match for them at all, the child said anxiously. Take me there. On an empty land, an old man was covered in blood and was being besieged by some people. Old man, not only you have to die, but also that bastard has to die, the leader sneered. Kong. The old man's heart was bleak. However, at this moment, a clear voice came from afar. Grandpa. The old man turned his head and saw Kong. Why did you come back? The old man's face was ashen, and he gave up resisting. Where's fifth brother and the others? Seeing this, the leader frowned and said, You mean the people chasing him? Fong Chen suddenly said, I seem to have killed them. Before they came here, they did encounter a few people chasing after Kong. But Fong Chen took care of them. Grandpa, I found a helper. This big brother is very powerful. He killed the bad guy with a single finger, Konger said. Hearing this, the old man became even more confused. Brat, you want to stop our Bai clan? The leader threatened. I just want to save this old man, Fong Chen said calmly. Looks like you're determined to go against my Bai clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the 100 clans attacked together. Young hero, be careful, the old man called out worriedly. Fong Chen gently shook his head. Then, she flicked her finger. Puchi. Every ray of light shot out would pierce through the body of one of them. After a few flicks of the fingers, only the leader of the Bai clan remained. Who are you? Aren't you afraid of my clan's revenge for wantonly killing members of my Bai clan? For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2502. A profound heaven realm martial artist was nothing to Fong Chen. After a few seconds, most of the Bai family members were lying on the ground. The leader trembled as he retreated. His eyes were filled with fear. Who the hell are you? I'm just a passerby. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger and a sharp sword blade pierced through the man's head. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The old man and the child were dumbfounded. Big brother is so strong, Kong exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Thank you for saving my life. After a long time, the old man came to his senses and thanked Fong Chen. Can you tell me now? Fong Chen ignored the old man and looked at Konger. Konger smiled. He had a good impression of Fong Chen. He hurriedly said, Big brother, my grandfather and I are both from the Kong family. I'm a 9th son of the current patriarch of the Kong family, so my name is Kong Jiao. This is my grandfather Butler. The Kong family was one of the 3 dominant forces in the Kungsu impasse. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded lightly. Big brother, the people you just killed are from the Bai family. They rely on the power of the Bai clan and often bully our Kong clan. They even want to annex our Kong clan. Kong Jiao's small face was filled with anger. Originally, the 3 major families formed a tripartite situation in the Kungsu impasse. But a while ago, the Ling family and the Bai family joined forces to threaten us, causing us to be in a passive position. The old man added, This time, the Bai family and the Li family launched a large-scale attack. The patriarch knew that we couldn't stop them, so he sent me to secretly take Kong out of the Kungsu impasse. I didn't expect the Bai family to be so crazy and try to stop us. Fortunately, you helped us. Otherwise, how could I explain it to the patriarch? It was obvious that the Kong family valued this child, Kong Jiao. I see. Fong Chen had a rough understanding of what had happened. He didn't care much about the 3 families. His only goal was to find the sky crossing array and go to the azure sky. Does the Kong family have the sky crossing array? Fong Chen asked. Kong Jiao didn't understand. His face was filled with confusion. The housekeeper said, Originally, there were 2 sky crossing formations in the Kungsu impasse. Our Kong clan had one, but it was destroyed by the Bai clan and the Ling clan not long ago. Otherwise, he didn't say the rest, but Fong Chen already knew. In that case, the other heaven-traversing formation is in the hands of the Bai clan? The old man nodded. That's right. Right now, the only sky-traversing formation in the Kungsu impasse is also in the hands of the Bai clan. Glancing at Fong Chen's expression, the old man asked tentatively, Young hero, do you need the sky-crossing array? Fong Chen nodded, not hiding anything. The old man's expression changed as he said, The 100 Clan is very ambitious to dominate the Kungsu impasse. You saved Kong, this time, and killed the 100 Clan's people. You will definitely be hated by the 100 Clan. It will be difficult for you to borrow their sky-traversing formation. Why don't you follow me back to the Kong family's headquarters and see if the family head has any ideas? No matter what, Fong Chen was Kong Jio's savior, and the old man was very grateful to him. Fong Chen pondered and nodded. The three of them quickly returned to the Kong family's headquarters. The Kungsu impasse was very huge. It was a vast land independent of the 33 heavens. On this land, the three major clans ruled. This situation had lasted for hundreds of millions of years, but not long ago, this stalemate was broken. The reason was that the Bai clan had used some unknown method to make the Ling clan willingly ally with them to fight against the Kong clan. In the Kong clan's headquarters, the second master of the Bai clan led many experts to negotiate with the Kong clan. Second master, I wonder if the Kong clan will submit this time? An elder asked. I'm not afraid that the Kong clan won't submit. When we kidnap Kong Jio here, the Kong clan will know what to do. The problem now was when they could kidnap Kong Jio. By the way, contact the people who went out and see what's going on. The second master of the Bai clan said. Soon, the second master of the Bai clan led many experts to the Kong clan's residence. Old man Kong, what do you think? The second master of the Bai clan asked directly. The Bai clan is too much. The Kong clan's patriarch said coldly with a gloomy face. Your Kong clan has to make a choice today. The second master of the Bai clan threatened. The second master of the Ling clan also mocked. Old man Kong, do you think that the Kungsu impasse is a tripartite situation now? If you know what's good for you, quickly surrender. At least this way, the Kong clan can still survive. Otherwise, once our two clans join forces, your Kong clan will only become a part of the history of the Kungsu impasse. The second master of the Ling clan said, Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. If I'm not wrong, Kong Jio is probably under our control now. Do you think that your plan is very secretive? What a joke. Do you think our two clans are idiots? Our clans. Finally, the Kong clan's patriarch's face turned completely gloomy. If you dare to touch a single hair of Kong, or my Kong clan will fight you to the death. Old man Kong, I don't want to hear any nonsense. Now you only have two choices. One is to surrender, and the other is to resist, the second master of the Bai clan said impatiently. For a moment, the Kong clan's patriarch's face changed. It was very difficult to choose. Thinking that Kong Jio might fall into their hands, his heart was extremely heavy. Kong Jio was the hope of the Kong clan. As long as he could escape, the Kong clan would definitely rise again. But now, he looked at the second master of the Bai clan and the second master of the Ling clan with resentment. What? Can't make a choice? The second master of the Bai clan said coldly. Patriarch, many elders of the Kong clan were filled with fighting spirit and vowed to fight to the death. However, at this moment, a voice broke the deadlock. Father. Everyone turned their heads and saw Kong Jio's figure appear in the mansion. How is it? Old man Kong, it's too late for you to regret it now. The second master of the Bai clan thought that the people he sent out had captured Kong Jio. Behind Kong Jio were the steward and Fong Chen. The second master of the Bai clan didn't know Fong Chen and only thought that he was a member of the Ling clan. The second master of the Ling clan thought that he was a member of the Bai clan. This gave the two of them the illusion that their people had captured Kong Jio. Why did you keep an old man? The second master of the Bai clan frowned. Jio, are you okay? After the Kong clan's patriarch saw Kong Jio, his heart softened and he gave up resisting. However, a voice interrupted the second master of the Bai clan. How can the two great families of the Kungsu impasse bully an 8 or 9-year-old child? Fong Chen grinned. The sudden change stunned the Kong clan's patriarch. However, when he saw Kong Jiao and the steward's expression, he seemed to understand something. The handsome man in front of him didn't seem to be from the two great families. How can the Ling clan have such an arrogant person like you? The second master of the Bai clan scolded. Just as the second master of the Ling clan was about to explain, Fong Chen spoke. I think you've misunderstood. I'm not from the Ling clan, nor am I from the Bai clan, Fong Chen said. Hearing this, the second master of the Bai clan's expression changed drastically. At this moment, an elder hurriedly ran over and whispered a few words in his ear. Instantly, the second master of the Bai clan was furious. Brat, who are you? Why are you going against the Bai clan? Going against the Bai clan? Fong Chen shrugged and said, I only saw someone bullying a weak child, so I helped. That's all. It seems that the Bai clan is too kind. How dare any Tom, Dick, or Harry bully us? The second master of the Bai clan's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent and said, Since you dare to kill someone from the Bai clan, then you should be prepared to die. Fong Chen didn't feel fear because of this. He just looked at the second master of the Bai clan and said, I heard that the Bai clan has a sky crossing formation. I want to borrow it. There wasn't any tone of negotiation in his voice. It was an order. You want to borrow the sky crossing formation? Let's see if you have the ability. With that, the second master of the Bai clan gave the order to kill Fong Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures whizzed out and rushed towards Fong Chen. Anyone who dares to provoke the Bai clan will meet a tragic end. The second master of the Bai clan said coldly, Since you've sent them to their deaths, why should I hold back? Chapter 25:03. Fong Chen wanted to discuss with the Bai family and used the sky crossing array to leave. However, the second brother of the Bai family was furious when he found out that Fong Chen had killed his men. Kid, this is between the Bai family and the Kong family. You shouldn't have interfered. It was as if Fong Chen was just an ant in the eyes of the second brother of the Bai family. The Bai family and the Ling family attacked. Kaboom! A vast power swept through the entire mansion. Kong Jiao was very worried when he saw this. He begged his father to save his savior. It's just the Bai family and the Ling family. They can't threaten me. Fong Chen said disdainfully. The Bai family and the Ling family were even more furious when they heard this. In the blink of an eye, the first group of people had already approached Fong Chen. Kill! Many martial artists attacked together. Their auras shook the sky. Even if you're a profound Qi realm martial artist, you'll definitely die. The second brother of the Bai family had never imagined that Fong Chen was a profound star realm martial artist. In the Kung Su impasse, a profound star realm martial artist was considered a dominator. In the entire Kung Su impasse, only his elder brother, the Bai family leader, was a true profound star realm martial artist. This was also the reason why the Bai family was above the other two families. Young friend, be careful. The Kong family leader reminded him and prepared to attack. However, before he could make a move, he saw a dazzling sword light whizzing out. What is that? The Kong family leader's body trembled. As a profound Qi realm martial artist, he had never seen such a domineering sword Qi in all his years. So powerful. The Kong family leader said in a low voice. Swoosh! The majestic sword Qi emitted a shocking power as it whizzed out and shot into the crowd. Wherever it passed, the space shattered. Pucci, the first martial artist who came into contact with the sword Qi, was instantly split in half. After that, the sword Qi did not weaken and continued to attack. None of the martial artists from the Bai family and the Ling family could withstand the impact of the sword Qi. Profound Star Realm. He is a profound star realm martial artist. Seeing this, second brother of the Bai clan was completely shocked. Who would have thought that this fellow in front of him was actually in existence like his elder brother? Crack! Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. When the sword light dissipated, many warriors from the Bai clan and the Ling clan had already died. Their corpses lay on the ground as blood flowed like a river. Looking at this bloody scene, everyone's pupils shrank. They looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. Kong Jiao's mouth was agape, and his heart was filled with shock. As for the steward, Master Kong, and the others, they were even more shocked. He knew better than anyone just how strong Kong Jio's savior was. It's too strong. Even if there were 10 of me, I wouldn't be able to withstand that sword light, right? The heart of the head of the Kong family was filled with joy. The heavens were protecting the Kong clan. With such a powerful cultivator taking action, what could a mere Bai clan and Ling clan amount to? How is this possible? The second son of the Ling family was in a daze. His body was trembling as he looked at Fang Shan in horror. Beside him, the second son of the Bai clan looked extremely solemn. He tried his best to calm the fear in his heart. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior, please forgive me. What did you do wrong?" Fang Chen asked calmly. "Senior, you are a powerful cultivator. I apologize on behalf of the Bai clan." The second son of the Bai clan said hurriedly, "Get lost. Don't let me see you again." Fang Chen could not be bothered to attack the second son of the Bai clan and scolded him. The second son of the Bai clan and the second son of the Ling clan were scared witless. "By the way, go back and tell the leader of the Bai clan that I will be borrowing the Sky Crossing Array in 3 days. Tell him to be prepared." They thought that there would be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would resolve it so easily? "Senior, thank you for your help." After recovering from the shock, the head of the Kong clan cupped his fists and thanked him. The other warriors of the Kong clan also said, "What a joke. This was a powerful cultivator. If they could befriend him, the Kong clan would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Kungsu Impasse." "Brother, you are too powerful." The child Kong Jio walked to Fang Chen's side with a smile and hugged his arm. Fang Chen also stroked Kong Jio's little head affectionately. In fact, Fang Chen did not intend to intervene in the feud between the 3 families in the Kungsu Impasse. However, when he saved Kong Jio and returned to the Kong clan with him, he was surprised to find that Kong Jio had great potential. After a careful examination, he found that there was a sword principle seed buried in Kong Jio's body. This also meant that as long as Kong Jio did not die prematurely, he would definitely become a sword principle expert in the future. There were only 2 situations for the sword principle seed in Kong Jio's body. The first was that a powerful cultivator had been reborn and was nurtured based on the accumulation of his previous life. The second was that in the history of the Kong clan, there had been a peerless sword cultivator. Kong Jio had inherited the bloodline power of this sword cultivator and thus had the sword principle seed. Thinking about it carefully, the sword principle seed in Kong Jio's body should be the second situation. Fang Chen suddenly had the thought of taking him in as a disciple. However, he was not completely sure yet. Taking in a disciple needed to be considered comprehensively and carefully. He still had to test Kong Jio and ask if he wanted to be his disciple. For various reasons, Fang Chen took action and solved the crisis of the Kong clan. In his opinion, it was just a casual action, but in the eyes of the Kong clan, he was no different from a savior sent by the heavens. The Kong clan was grateful to Fang Chen and took good care of him. In an elegant courtyard, Fang Chen sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, reading a book leisurely. This book was the history book of the Kong clan, which recorded the development of the Kong clan through the generations. As expected, after a long time, Fang Chen took a sip of tea, then closed the book in his hand and said softly. After reading the book, he was sure that the sword principle seed in Kong Jio's body came from the ancestor of the Kong clan. I didn't expect such a peerless sword cultivator to appear in the history of the Kong clan. Fang Chen sighed. He had once read the history books of the Chaotic Void and had a certain understanding of some powerful venerables who had left their names in history. Venerable Thousand Sword was a legendary sword cultivator venerable. He cultivated to the profound god realm with sword principle. It was said that his comprehension of sword principle had reached a super high level. Some people even said that before Venerable Thousand Sword died, he slashed open the door to the ancient god realm. Unfortunately, he was exhausted and did not become an ancient god in the end. In any case, Venerable Thousand Sword's strength had already surpassed all the experts of the same era. He was the most promising and qualified expert of that era to step into the ancient god realm. Although he died, there were still people in the later generations who remembered him. Unfortunately, the Kong family declined too quickly. Generation after generation, it had already been passed down for hundreds of generations. Now, only the upper echelons of the Kong clan knew that Venerable Thousand Sword was an ancestor of the Kong clan. Unfortunately, the Kong clan did not even have a decent sword cultivator now, so how could they have the face to mention Venerable Thousand Sword? Brother, just as Fong Chen was pondering, the Kong clan had brought Kong Jio to the courtyard. Fong Chen put down the book in his hand and smiled at Kong Jio. Senior, the Bai clan and the Ling clan are not easy to deal with. With Bai Lai's character, he will not let you off easily after you killed the members of the two clans in public, said the Kong clan head. It's fine, Fong Chen shrugged. The Kong clan head saw Fong Chen's indifferent expression and shook his head gently. Fong Chen was still too young and did not understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. He also did not understand the cruelty of the world. Bai Lai was also a profound Star Realm expert and had dominated the Kungsu impasse for many years. He had many supreme treasures in his hands. If he really went all out, it would be very terrifying. Brother, are you borrowing the sky crossing array to leave the Kungsu impasse? Kong Jio said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded. I heard that the outside world is very lively. I also want to go out and take a look, Kong Jio said with a smile. Fong Chen rubbed Kong Jio's head and said, Jio, the people outside are sinister. The slightest carelessness will cost you your life. You're too weak now and can't protect yourself. If you want to go out, you have to cultivate well. The Kong clan head could see that Fong Chen doted on Kong Jio. Suddenly, his heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, Senior, Jio is the future hope of my Kong clan. His talent is also not bad. I wonder if he can be your disciple. Fong Chen raised his head and glanced at the Kong clan head. The Kong clan head was shocked and hurriedly explained, If Senior feels that it's not suitable, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Fong Chen waved his hand and said, Jio potential is indeed not bad, but the matter of becoming a disciple is not child's play. First, Jio needs to agree. Of course, even if Jio really agrees, he has to pass my test first. Chapter 2504. Hearing this, the head of the Kong family was secretly delighted. He had seen Fong Chen's strength with his own eyes. Although he did not fully display it, that stunning sword was enough for the Kong family to cling to him. If Kong Jio could really become his disciple, would the Bai family and the Ling family dare to bully him? Senior is a peerless powerhouse. It's my fortune to be able to be your disciple. The head of the Kong family directly expressed his stance and pulled Kong Jio to Fong Chen's side. Kong Jio's small eyes turned and looked at Fong Chen. He asked, If I become your disciple, can I leave Kungsu impasse? Fong Chen shook his head. No, I've said it before. Your strength is too weak. You can't survive in the outside world, Fong Chen said. Then what can you teach me? Kong Jio asked. I can teach you swordsmanship. The head of the Kong family was stunned. His Kong family cultivated the Thunder Dao cultivation method and did not seem to have any intersection with swordsmanship. Asking Kong Jio to give up his original foundation and learn swordsmanship from him? Was that really okay? Really? My dream since I was a child was to be a peerless sword cultivator. When I was young, I often dreamed that there was a glowing sword in my body that guided my cultivation. But every time I woke up, it felt like a dream. Kong Jio said with some curiosity. Fong Chen smiled knowingly. In fact, it was not a dream, but the sword Dao seed was changing Kong Jio's body. Although Kong Jio had never come into contact with the sword Dao seed had been imperceptibly influenced for a long time, and it had already given him a strong potential in the sword Dao. Once it was developed, it would definitely shock the nine heavens. The head of the Kong family's eyes flickered, and he seemed to be hesitating. If I become your disciple, can I become a powerhouse like my ancestor, the Thousand-Sword Venerable in the future? Kong Jio asked. Hearing Kong Jio's words, Fong Chen was also a little surprised. He did not expect him to know about the Thousand-Sword Venerable. I've looked through many historical books, but there are very few descriptions of the Thousand-Sword Venerable. But I can feel that the Thousand-Sword Venerable's strength must be very strong. Kong Jio said with a pout. Jio, nonsense. The Kong clan master berated. Our ancestor, the thousands-word venerable, is a peerless expert. How can you be mentioned in the same breath as him? Fong Chun waved his hand. Patriarch, there's no need to be humble. Jio may be weak now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Perhaps his future accomplishments will surpass Reverend Thousand's word? Plop. Kong Jio knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. Disciple Kong Jio greets master. Fong Chun hurriedly helped Kong Jio up and said, You and I are connected by fate, and you like the way of the sword. I've decided to take you as my disciple, but I have to test you. If you can't pass, then I'm sorry, but I can't take you as my disciple. In fact, when Fong Chun recruited disciples, character was very important. Potential was secondary. Character was the most important. The next day, Fong Chun and Kong Jio left the Kong family's territory and came to a mountain range. This mountain range is basically filled with chaos heaven god level demonic beasts. You'll pass the test if you can last a day inside, Fong Chun said. I understand. After watching Kong Jio enter the mountain range, Fong Chun grinned. In the mountain range, Kong Jio walked carefully. Roar. Suddenly, a wild wolf discovered him and roared at him. Seeing this, Kong Jio made a prompt decision and quickly fled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, he was not as fast as the wild wolf. In the blink of an eye, he was caught up by the wild wolf. Roar. The wild wolf was provoking Kong Jio, but the latter did not act rashly and calmly waited for the opportunity. In the dark, Fong Chun watched this scene and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You didn't lose your composure in the face of danger. Seeing that Kong Jio was very calm, the wild wolf finally couldn't help but attack. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward Kong Jio. At the same time, it grabbed at Kong Jio's head with its claws. A dagger appeared in Kong Jio's hand at some point. He was calm and stared at the wild wolf without moving. Rip! In a flash, the wild wolf rushed in front of him. He lowered his head and rolled, changing his direction. The wild wolf's claws missed, but it quickly turned around and rushed at him again. This time, Kong Jio finally moved. In just a few breaths, he had found the wild wolf's weakness. Seeing the wild wolf attacking, his aura fluctuated and his defense was raised to the highest level. Rip! The wild wolf's claws scratched his arm and blood spurted out. This is it. Kong Jio endured the pain and turned the dagger in his hand. When the wild wolf was not paying attention, he stabbed it into the wild wolf's abdomen. Roar! The wild wolf let out a miserable cry. Its huge body kept twitching and its aura weakened rapidly. Kong Jio took advantage of the situation and continued. The dagger stabbed the wild wolf's abdomen several times in a row. Dong! After a while, the wild wolf's huge body fell to the ground and lost its vitality. Phew! Kong Jio panted and his forehead was full of sweat. He sat on the ground. This guy knows that he can't beat the wild wolf, so he used the trick of injuring himself. Fong Chun laughed. Moreover, it's not bad to be able to find the wild wolf's weakness in such a short time. The most important thing is, thinking of this, Fong Chun's eyes shone with golden light. When Kong Jio was playing with the dagger, his aura was very similar to that of a sword cultivator. That feeling was indescribable. Fong Chun had decided to take Kong Jio as his disciple. Just as Fong Chun was about to show himself, a miserable cry was suddenly heard. Kong Jio, who was sitting on the ground, immediately stood up. He looked around and determined the source of the sound, then quickly ran. Soon, Kong Jio came to an open space. At this moment, there were several wild wolves attacking a weak woman covered in blood. Damn it! Kong Jio saw this and shouted in a low voice. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Soon after, he took out his dagger and fought with a few wild wolves in a roundabout way. Poochie! The dagger ruthlessly pierced into the body of one of the wild wolves, killing it. Seeing this, the remaining wild wolves howled at the sky and finally retreated. Are you okay? Kong Jio helped the woman up and asked. The woman shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. It could be seen that the woman was seriously injured. Kong Jiao helped her to the side to rest. On the towering tree, Fang Chun frowned. This woman is obviously not injured. Why did she do this? Fang Chen's vital spirit was very powerful. How can a mere woman hide from him? Jiao is still too soft-hearted. On the path of martial arts, you can't be soft-hearted. Otherwise, you'll be the one who suffers in the end. Fang Chen sighed. However, just as he sighed, something happened. While Kong Jiao was treating the injured woman, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in the injured woman's hand, and she stabbed Kong Jiao's back fiercely. Crack! Kong Jiao didn't even turn his head. His fingers firmly clamped the dagger in an instant. Then, Kong Jiao turned around with a gloomy smile on his face. Seeing this, the woman was a little confused. At first, I almost fell for your trick. But when I defeated the wild wolf, I realized that it was all your scam. I wanted to see what you were up to. Kong Jiao said. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the woman's eyes. Your eyes won't lie. Only then did the woman realize that her eyes had betrayed her. So what if you saw through me? You're still dead. The woman sneered and revealed her true nature. She stabbed the dagger at Kong Jiao. Idiot. Kong Jiao sneered and stood there quietly, not moving at all. Bang! Before the woman could get close to Kong Jiao, she fell to the ground. When I helped you just now, I've already injected my Kong family's frost aura into your body. As long as you activate your power, your meridians will be frozen, Kong Jiao said. On the towering tree, Fang Chun slapped the table and praised. He was about to remind Kong Jiao, but he didn't expect his disciple to be so smart. It's not easy for an 8 or 9-year-old child to have such wisdom. Fang Chun wasn't stingy with his praise. When it's time to be kind, when it's time to be ruthless, when it's time to be ruthless. Kong Jiao is better than I thought. Such a character is suitable to cultivate the sword Dao. Fang Chun was more and more convinced that choosing Kong Jiao as his disciple was the right choice. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Fang Chun directly appeared. Master! Fang Chun nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the frozen woman on the ground and said, Great wisdom appears to be stupidity. Jiao, I'm very pleased that you can perform so well. Let's go back. Chapter 2505. Fang Chun was very satisfied with this test. Although Kong Jiao was only 8 or 9 years old, he had an intellect and potential that ordinary people could not reach. When facing an opponent, no matter what choice he made, he had to hold back. When he first saw the injured woman, Kong Jiao also had a benevolent heart. At that time, he really wanted to save the woman, but when he was fighting the wild wolf, he also secretly paid attention to the woman. Through the woman's eyes, he found that there was something special about her. Then, he paid more attention to her. In the end, he saw through the woman's plan. On the second day after returning to the Kong family mansion, the formal apprenticeship ceremony was held. In the chaotic void, many experts valued the apprenticeship ceremony, but for Fang Chun, it was not so important. In the meeting hall, he sat at the top with a smile on his face. Kong Jiao knelt on the ground, kowtowed to him. At the same time, served him tea. Fang Chun took the teacup, took a sip, and laughed. Good. Disciple Kong Jiao pays his respects to master. When the Kong family saw this, they were full of joy. If an expert like Fang Chun could become the backing of the Kong family, the rise of the Kong family would be just around the corner. Jiao, you are now my disciple, so you have to follow the rules of the sect. Fang Chun simply explained the rules of the sect to Kong Jiao. Kong Jiao nodded heavily. Don't worry, master. I will keep it in mind. Fang Chun helped Kong Jiao up, and with a thought, he took out a broken sword from a sword tomb. This is a gift for you. Feel it well. The Kong family was a little puzzled. Why did he give him a broken sword? Only Kong Jiao was ecstatic when he took the broken sword. The sword Dao seed hidden in his body was really awakened at this moment. Rumble. A deafening sound came from his body, and a violent sword Dao aura swept through the entire meeting hall. The Kong family was shocked and dumbfounded. Only then did they know that the broken sword was a supreme treasure. Holding the broken sword, Kong Jiao could feel that the sword Dao comprehension in the broken sword was resonating with the sword Dao seed in his body. I see. The mystery of the dream that had troubled him for a long time was finally solved. Kong Jio was very excited. At the same time, he was very grateful to his master. He finally understood why his master had asked him if he was willing to practice the sword. It turned out that master had long seen through the sword Dao seed in his body. Information about the sword path seed appeared in Kong Jio's mind, and he quickly understood it. Thank you, master. Kong Jio cupped his fists. Fong Chun flicked his finger, and a ray of light entered Kong Jio's mind. When you fully comprehend the sword Dao in this broken sword, you can cultivate the sword Dao I left for you, said Fong Chun. What Fong Chun left behind for Kong Jio was the comprehension method of the Azura sword Dao and the Azura sword arts. With Kong Jio's potential in the sword Dao and his guidance, it wouldn't take long for Kong Jio to reach the beginner level. He gave Kong Jio a lot of cultivation resources, as well as many treasures that sword cultivators needed. In short, in just one day, Fong Chun had completely armed Kong Jio. Even though Kong Jio was only a heaven-opening realm pure heaven god, his battle prowess was at least on par with earth-opening realm cultivators. Moreover, now that the sword path seed had awakened, Kong Jio was confident that he could step into earth-opening realm soon. You should cultivate well in Kong Jio. I've left a mark here, so the Ling family and by family won't dare to invade. In the courtyard, Fong Chun said sincerely. He had just accepted a disciple and was about to leave. Master, are you leaving? Can you take me with you? Kong Jio asked reluctantly. Fong Chun shook his head. The outside world was too dangerous, and he had offended too many forces. The dark blood race and monster race of the 5 great clans wanted to kill him, and there was also the Sky Pillar Zone family. There was no place for him in the vast primal chaos void. I'm leaving to do something very dangerous. If you follow me, you'll only lose your life. Fong Chun said, cultivate well here. When you reach the profound God realm, you can leave the Kungsu impasse and train in the outside world. However, remember, don't expose our relationship at that time. Although Kong Jio didn't know why his master reminded him, he still nodded. Don't worry, master. Jio will cultivate hard and increase my strength as soon as possible to help master. Kong Jio clenched his fists. The third day, which was also the agreed date, Fong Chun arrived at the Bai family's territory as promised. The headquarters of the Bai family was located in the center of the Kungsu impasse. The scenery here was beautiful, and it was a fertile land. It could be seen that the Bai family was very influential in the Kungsu impasse. In the meeting hall of the Bai family's residence, Patriarch Bai Lai, do you know where that kid came from? The person who spoke was the Ling family's patriarch. Sitting at the head of the table was an old man with a big beard. He had a hooked nose and scarlet eyes. According to the second brother's guess, that person should be a profound star realm cultivator. However, our Kungsu impasse is a barbarian land, far away from the center of the primal chaos void. No experts have ever come here before. What's he trying to do? Bai Lai muttered to himself. Big brother, that guy seems to want to use our sky crossing formation to leave. Could he be from? The second brother of the Bai family stopped mid-sentence. You mean? Hearing this, Bai Lai frowned and said, Dark Cave Mountain. Everyone in the Kungsu impasse knew about the legend of Dark Cave Mountain. Everyone panicked when they heard the 2 words, Immortal Cave Mountain. Don't panic. Bai Lai waved his hand and said, Dark Cave Mountain is too dangerous. A mere profound star realm cultivator entering is simply courting death. If I'm not wrong, that guy should be lucky to come out alive. However, even so, he should be seriously injured. It was already a miracle that he could come out alive from Dark Cave Mountain. It was impossible for him not to be injured. Bai Lai guessed Fong Chen's identity from the clues, and this made him even more confident. I don't care who you are. If you want to dominate our Kungsu impasse, dream on. Big brother, what should we do? Should we lend him the sky crossing formation? The second brother of the Bai family asked. Are you stupid? Bai Lai said, the energy required to open the sky crossing formation is too great. It's enough to kill countless young people. Although our Bai family is strong and prosperous, there are already signs of decline. We can't open it easily. What if that guy opens it? If he wants to do something, then he won't be able to leave. Bai Lai grinned, thinking about it. If he could come out alive from Dark Cave Mountain, there must be countless treasures in his Sumeru ring. Thinking of this, Bai Lai's eyes shone with a fiery light. After a while, the Ling family decided to stand together with the Bai family. "Ha, that's right." Bai Lai waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Ling family head. After this matter is dealt with, I will personally lead an army to destroy the Kong family. At that time, the entire Kungsu impasse will be ours. Thank you for your kindness." The Ling family head cupped his fists. In the sky above the Bai family residence, Fong Chun stood on a cloud and looked down. He heard the conversation between Bai Lai and the others clearly. "Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Fong Chen's eyes were cold as he revealed himself. Buzz. A violent force swept through the entire city. Suddenly, the people below felt an extreme pressure. "Who is it?" Bai Lai roared and rushed out of the meeting hall. The second brother of the Bai family and the others followed out with some fear in their hearts. In the sky, the two sides faced each other. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back. Bai Lai's scarlet eyes stared at Fong Chun. "Big brother, it's him. He killed so many of our brothers." The second brother of the Bai family reminded. Hearing this, Bai Lai's killing intent was faintly visible. "Kid, who are you?" Bai Lai asked. "Is this important?" Fong Chun spread out his hands and said, "I didn't want to have a conflict with your Bai family. I just wanted to use the sky crossing formation to leave, that's all. However, not only did your Bai family not lend it to me, but you also want to deal with me. Humph. Do you really think that you can dominate the Kungsu impasse just because you're in the Xian Star realm? Kid, let me tell you, as long as I'm here, don't even think about it." Bai Lai said coldly. Fong Chun took a step forward and a violent force approached Bai Lai. "Since your Bai family is not willing to lend me the sky crossing formation, then I will kill until your Bai family agrees." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger and a surging sword light shot towards Bai Lai. Chapter 2506. Bang! Bai Lai punched the sword light away, causing it to change direction and shoot behind him. Crack! The second brother of the Bai clan held his neck with both hands as blood flowed out. His eyes widened as he fell to the ground. "Second brother," Bai Lai shouted. "Sky crossing array." After killing the second brother of the Bai clan with a single finger, Fong Chun was still calm. However, Bai Lai was completely enraged. Killing his second brother in front of him was a blatant slap to his face. "Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Bai Lai clenched his fists as lightning flashed around his body. He raised his fists and slammed them together. Suddenly, the sound of an intense collision pierced through the nine heavens. Bai Lai was enraged. At this moment, he displayed the aura of the strongest person in the Kungsu impasse. "You want to die?" When his aura had accumulated to a sufficient level, Bai Lai roared as he took a step forward and arrived in front of Fong Chun. Too weak. Fong Chun shook his finger and did not even look at Bai Lai. Being humiliated like this, Bai Lai was enraged. He roared in his heart as his iron fists smashed onto Fong Chen's body. Dong! The sound of vibrations could be heard as Bai Lai's fists hit the black, vibrantly golden armor. Crack! A crisp sound could be heard from the black, vibrantly golden armor. Then, a violent force blocked Bai Lai's fists from moving forward. At the same time, Fong Chen's thousand-sword body was fully released. When Bai Lai realized that his fists could not move forward, he panicked. He wanted to pull his fists out, but he could not do it. This scene caused the crowd to misunderstand. An outsider dares to challenge our Bai clan. Bai Lai's iron fists have already intimidated that guy. He doesn't even dare to move. Although Bai Lai's fists did not send that brat flying, he has already suffered internal injuries. His internal organs are damaged, and there's no hope for him to live. This is the consequence of going against our Bai clan. Some of the younger disciples of the Bai clan shouted excitedly, and at the same time, they were humiliating Fong Chun. All of this was so jarring to Bailey's ears. Damn it! Beads of sweat appeared on Bai Lai's forehead. He tried his best to pull out his fist. However, no matter how hard he struggled, Fong Chun just looked at him with a smile. How is this possible? Bai Lai roared in his heart. He finally understood that the latter was also a mysterious star realm martial artist. However, at the same cultivation level, he actually couldn't even break through the latter's defense. This was an inconceivable thing. After a few breaths, some of the elders of the Bai clan caught some details. Why are there beads of sweat on the forehead of Patriarch Bai Lai? What are they doing? Why aren't you moving? Could it be that Patriarch Bai Lai is absorbing the energy in this brat's body? At this moment, Bai Lai's body was clearly swaying. Furthermore, his complexion was pale and his forehead was covered with sweat. It was obvious at a glance that his mental state was not very good. However, even at this point, the people of the Bai clan were still praising Bai Lai. Hearing this, Fang Chun gently shook his head, his face full of a mocking smile. Bang! With a thought, Fang Chun activated the black, vibrantly golden armor, and the thousand-sword domain instantly restrained Bai Lai. The powerful force of the thousand-sword body slammed into Bai Lai's body. Dong! Bai Lai's body flew out like a kite and smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Whoosh! Everyone in the residence exclaimed. Then, their eyes widened as they stared at Bai Lai. They kept shaking their heads in disbelief. The number 1 elite of the Kungsu Impasse had been defeated so easily. It was too unbelievable. As for the Ling family patriarch, his body trembled and he staggered. At this moment, everyone looked at Fang Chun as if they were looking at a demon. Demon? He is a demon. Even Patriarch Bai Lai is no match for him. Who in the Kungsu Impasse can defeat him? Does the heavens want our Bai clan to perish? In the Bai clan residence, there were cries and howls. A sorrowful atmosphere engulfed the entire place. Bai Lai struggled to get up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Fang Chun with fear. My Bai clan was in the wrong. I, Bai Lai, apologized to Senior in the name of the Bai clan. Bai Lai actually gave in. Senior, if you want to use the sky crossing array, please do so. My Bai clan will support you. You don't object? Fang Chun asked mockingly. Bai Lai immediately shook his head. What kind of joke was this? He was the number 1 elite of the Kungsu Impasse, but he couldn't even break through Lin Fan's defense. Lin Fan was as strong as a mystic light realm cultivator. If he continued, the entire Bai clan would die with Lin Fan. Bai Lai knew his place. He apologized to the Bai clan and hoped that Fang Chun would let the Bai clan off. Then go and prepare the energy crystals, Fang Chun said faintly. Yes, Senior. I will go and prepare them now. Very quickly, the energy crystals were prepared under Bai Lai's lead. The sky crossing array consumed a lot of energy every time it was activated. Fang Chun was going to the faraway azure sky, so it would consume even more energy. Even the Bai clan felt the pinch. However, when they thought about how terrifying Fang Chun was, these energy crystals were nothing. Senior, the sky crossing array is ready, Bai Lai said carefully. Fang Chun nodded and stepped into the sky traversing formation. Rumble. The sky crossing array was activated, and the giant energy crystals instantly evaporated. A terrifying energy enveloped the array. After watching Fang Chun leave, Bai Lai's body suddenly shook and he nodded heavily. Hua! The sky crossing array closed, and everyone from the Bai clan heaved a sigh of relief. Family head Bai Lai then. The Ling clan head came over and asked with a smile. He thought that Bai Lai wouldn't let him off after being humiliated like this. However, what he got in response was a slap from Bai Lai. Ha! The slap landed on the Ling clan head's face, and a red handprint appeared. The Ling clan head's expression changed, and he suppressed his anger. From now on, no one is allowed to have any ideas about the Kong clan, or else they will be going against me, Bai Lai said in a deep voice. In fact, before Fang Chun left, he had sent a message to Bai Lai, telling him that Kong Jio was his disciple. That was why Bai Lai made such a decision. With Bai Lai's prestige in the Kungsu Impasse, no one dared to go against his orders. At least the Kong clan wouldn't be suppressed and could develop quickly. Rip! The sky crossing array tore the sky apart. No one knew how much time had passed. Finally, after a long and dark journey, they reached their stop. Dong! Fang Chun felt that his body was falling at a rapid speed. When a ray of light shone on his face, he suddenly opened his eyes. Hwah! The sky-crossing array opened, and he walked out. What entered his eyes was the bustling streets and rich origin energy. Azure sky. A look of joy appeared on Fong Chen's face. He had finally arrived at Azure Sky. The Kongsu Impasse was just a small interlude in his life. With Bai Lai's deterrence, he should be able to intimidate those who have ill intentions towards the Kong clan, Fong Chen said to himself. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Bai Lai betraying him. He had left a mark on Kong Jio's body. If Bai Lai dared to have any ideas about Kong Jio, he would pay a price he couldn't bear. The trip to the Kongsu Impasse had come to an end for the time being. The news that Kong Jio was his disciple was still unknown to the outside world, so no one would disturb them for the time being. Kong Jio had enough time to cultivate diligently. What he needed to do now was to seek help from the Xiao clan in Azure Sky and rescue his wife. Where is this place? Fong Chen asked. Soon he found out. This city was called Returning Sky City, a small border city at the edge of Azure Sky. The Xiao clan was located in the center of Azure Sky. If he wanted to see Venerable Hei Qi, he would have to go to the Xiao clan's headquarters. Let's find out more about the Xiao clan before making a decision, Fong Chen said to himself. On a mountain outside Returning Sky City. Woof, woof, woof. A large black dog with a bone in its mouth stood on top of the mountain and looked down. Huitian City Lord actually dared to betray the Xiao clan, truly courting death. Huitian City was under the jurisdiction of Venerable Black Red. Since something like this had happened, Big Black Dog naturally had to clean up the mess. I'll take your head as a warning to others. The Big Black Dog spat out the bone, its eyes as big as gongs emitting a strong, killing intent. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2507. In a restaurant, Fong Chen sat near the window, digesting the information he had gathered while pondering. Huitian City is a subsidiary city of the Xiao family. Why are there rumors that the city lord has betrayed the Xiao family? Fong Chen was puzzled. Logically speaking, the Huitian city lord would not dare to betray such a huge family like the Xiao family. Something's wrong. There must be something fishy about this. Fong Chen frowned and stared at the bustling street. Suddenly, a black light flashed and disappeared. Seeing this, Fong Chen stood up and used the space-time collapse technique, disappearing from the restaurant. What a familiar aura. In that black light, Fong Chen felt a very familiar aura. He could feel that the black light seemed to be fleeing and that someone was chasing after it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the black light escaped from Huitian City. At this time, Fong Chen finally saw its true appearance. That's it. Fong Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it that the big black dog under Venerable Black Red? Why is he in such a sorry state? Beast, where are you running to? Just as Fong Chen was deep in thought, a furious roar rang out. Then, a fierce and domineering saber light cut through the sky and slashed at the big black dog. Woof, woof, woof. The big black dog opened its bloody mouth and endured the pain on its body to block the attack of the saber light. Its huge body flew out and smashed on the ground. The saber light dissipated and a figure walked out. Huitian City Lord, how dare you betray the Xiao family? The big black dog spoke in human language and said angrily. Fong Chen had been hiding in the void, watching all this. Is this the Huitian City Lord? Sure enough, there's something wrong. Fong Chen did not act rashly. Instead, he paid close attention and was ready to take action at any time. The returning Sky City Lord gripped his scimitar, a sinister glint in his eyes. He walked step by step towards the big black dog and said, I've worked hard for so many years and made great contributions to the Xiao clan, but in the end I didn't get anything. Speaking up to here, the returning Sky City Lord's face turned ferocious as he angrily said, What they can give me, your Xiao clan can't. The Xiao clan's people are so full of themselves that they have never treated me as a human being. I've had enough of this kind of life. You're courting death, the big black dog said. Even if we die, you'll die first. Just as he finished speaking, the returning Sky City Lord's wrist shook and the curved blade spun, whistling through the air. The big black dog cursed inwardly. Its huge body fled for its life. Poochie. The terrifying saber light shot out from the scimitar, sealed off his escape route. With a bang, the big black dog hit the blade and bounced back. You can't escape. The Huitian city lord sneered. Everything was under his control. The big black dog was at most equivalent to a human mystic star realm cultivator, while the returning Sky City Lord had already touched the threshold of the mystic light realm. The big black dog roared, but there was nothing it could do. Die! The returning Sky City Lord waved his hand, and the scimitar pierced towards the big black dog with berserk energy. The latter felt despair. This was the first time it felt so close to death. Master, I've let you down. I couldn't even do such a simple thing, the big black dog said sorrowfully. At the crucial moment, Fong Chun appeared. Bang! He sent the scimitar flying with a punch, saving the big black dog. It's you. The big black dog, who had been in despair, became excited when it saw Fong Chun suddenly appear. As for the returning Sky City Lord, his face was gloomy as he stared at Fong Chun. Who are you? The returning Sky City Lord asked coldly. Brother Dog is my good friend. If you touch him, you're touching me, Fong Chun said. At least you still have some conscience. Hearing this, the big black dog felt warmth in its heart, but it warned, the returning Sky City Lord is very strong. He has 1 foot in the mystic light realm. Be careful. Many prodigies returned to Dark Cave Mountain one after another. Venerable Hei Chi had also been there, but he didn't find any trace of Fong Chun. He didn't expect him to appear here. Then you can go and die too. The returning Sky City Lord opened his palm, and the scimitar returned to his hand. Be careful, the big black dog warned. Brother Dog, aren't you too weak? How can such a weak person force you into such a sorry state? Fong Chun joked. Humph, don't make sarcastic remarks, the big black dog said. After 3 days, I have to look at you with new eyes. During these years in Dark Cave Mountain, my strength has also increased. Brother Dog, watch carefully. Fong Chun's casual conversation with the big black dog made the returning Sky City Lord even angrier. You're courting death. The returning Sky City Lord's body turned into a streak of white light, and the scimitar in his hand carried unparalleled power. Wong. Fong Chun released the aura of the mystic star realm, which shocked the big black dog. You've broken through to the mystic star realm? The big black dog was shocked. Back at the Wave Lake, Lin Fan was only a mystic heaven realm cultivator. It didn't expect him to step into the mystic star realm in the blink of an eye. This means that with your talent, you do have the strength to fight against the returning Sky City Lord. The big black dog nodded its head and commented like a human. It's useless. Seeing that Fong Chun wanted to block, the returning Sky City Lord sneered. Returning Sky City Lord, I wonder if you can block my sword? Fong Chun grinned, took out the hidden star sword, and used the 13th move of the Shura sword art. Xiao! An unimaginable sword light flashed in front of the Huitian City Lord like a thunderbolt. Clang! The scimitar was knocked down, and the returning Sky City Lord quickly retreated, his face full of fear. How is this possible? The returning Sky City Lord cried out. However, it was already too late. The sword light had quietly arrived, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. In the end, under Fong Chun's control, the sword light pierced through the returning Sky City Lord's head and killed him. Kacha! When the returning Sky City Lord's corpse fell down, the big black dog was stunned. Its eyes were as big as gongs, staring at the returning Sky City Lord. He couldn't believe it. You're too strong, aren't you? The big black dog shook its huge head and exclaimed, My 3 stages are all messed up. Fong Chun's forehead was full of black lines. Even a dog has 3 stages? However, he didn't say this sentence out loud. The big black dog transformed into its human form, walked to Fong Chun's side, and punched him on the shoulder. Not bad, kid. You must have gotten a lot of good things in Dark Cave Mountain, right? Not bad, Fong Chun said. By the way, what's going on? Master got the news that the returning Sky City Lord betrayed the Xiu family, so he sent me to kill him. Who would have thought that the returning Sky City Lord hid his strength? Fortunately, You appeared, otherwise I would have died. Venerable Black Red also knows? Fong Chen asked. The big black dog nodded. This matter is a bit strange. There must be someone behind the returning Sky City Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to betray the Xiu family. I have to report this matter as soon as possible. After saying that, the big black dog pulled Fong Chen back to the Xiu family's headquarters. A light flashed in Fong Chen's mind, and he immediately said, Brother Dog, I killed the returning Sky City Lord. Can I inherit his position? The big black dog looked at Fong Chen in confusion. You're already so strong? Do you still care about the position of the City Lord? Fong Chen shook his head. He had other intentions. Seeing this, the big black dog said, Of course you can. If you want, I'll take you back to announce it. In just a day, the returning Sky City changed hands. After the news of Fong Chen becoming the City Lord spread out, it caused a great commotion. The big black dog emphasized that the returning Sky City had been stabilized, and there wouldn't be any chaos. Only then did the situation stabilize. After that, he left Fong Chen alone to guard the returning Sky City while he went back to report. Returning Sky City, City Lord's Mansion. If you want to get the Xiu family support, you need to have enough capital. Fong Chen said. His capital was nothing more than strong potential. He originally planned to go directly to Venerable Black Red, but the death of the City Lord changed his mind. He inherited the position of the City Lord because he wanted to bring the merit points to the Xiu family for help. I'm afraid that Venerable Black Red alone won't be able to persuade the Xiu family to help. Fong Chen murmured. Therefore, he needed to work harder. According to his understanding of the layout of the azure sky, the Xiu family was the absolute overlord. There were a total of 180 cities in the vast azure sky. Every 10 cities formed a territory, so there were 10 major territories. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2508. There were 5 marquises in the 10 territories. The 5 marquises had the same status as Venerable Hei Qi. They had absolute authority in the Xiu family. Most of the city lords of the 180 cities are at the mystic star realm. The commanders of the 10 territories are at the mystic light realm. Fong Chen muttered to himself. With my current strength, it's easy for me to challenge the commanders. However, it'll be difficult to become one of the 5 marquises. The 5 marquises were at the mystic god realm. Fong Chen couldn't compare to them. I heard that the 10 marquises have some authority in the Xiu family. If I can get Venerable Hei Qi's full support, I might be able to succeed. It would be difficult for him to save his wife, Star and Moon. Therefore, he had to do everything he could. On the second day after the big black dog returned, Fong Chen was attacked by an assassination attempt. He was cultivating in the garden when the space around him suddenly became chaotic and a black figure appeared. Then, a dagger that could disturb one's Yuan soul stabbed at him. Crack! Luckily, his physical body was strong enough to block the attack. Then, Fong Chen launched a counterattack. Whoosh! He used the 13th move of the Shura sword art and hit the attacker. However, after struggling for a moment, the assailant managed to escape. You want to leave? Fong Chen sneered and used the 14th move of the Shura sword art. He pierced the attacker's head through the air. On the third day, Venerable Hei Qi and the big black dog arrived. Fong Chen. Venerable Hei Qi felt very close to Fong Chen when he saw him. After all, Fong Chen was the only successor of his best friend, Venerable Demonic Sword. Greetings, Venerable Hei Qi, Fong Chen said as he cupped his fists. I went to the Ripple Lake too. I didn't see you, so I came back, Venerable Hei Qi said. Fong Chen told Venerable Hei Qi about his experience in the Dark Cave Mountain. Venerable Hei Qi nodded. You did the right thing. You offended too many people in the Dark Cave Mountain. If you weren't careful, your life would have been in danger, Venerable Hei Qi said. You have the same demeanor as Brother Go back then. Even the body of the Holy Son of the Dark Kindred was destroyed by you, and he almost lost his life in Cave Wu Mountain. There is also the son of Sirius of the Werewolf tribe, the rogue cultivator Heifeng, and Zhong Xiangshan of the Sky Pillar Zhong family. You killed all the geniuses in the top 10 of the profound ranking. The big black dog sighed. When he first heard the news, He couldn't believe it. Now, after witnessing Fong Qin's battle prowess with his own eyes, he was incomparably shocked. The Dark Blood race hasn't made any moves for the time being. It's said that the Son of Darkness is undergoing a baptism to reconstruct his strongest body. Venerable Black Red said, but the Dark Vampires won't let the Sword of Darkness go. They'll attack as soon as there's any movement. As for the werewolves, it is said that the fifth wolf god has personally set out to search for you. Hearing this, Fong Qin's expression changed slightly. Had the fifth wolf god finally lost his patience? That was a genuine abstruse god realm, venerable like Venerable Black Red. But don't worry, the fifth wolf god won't dare to come to the azure sky. As long as you don't leave, nothing will happen, Venerable Black Red comforted. After chatting with Venerable Black Red for a long time, he learned about some major events that had happened in the chaotic void recently. In the end, Fong Chun returned to the main topic. Senior Black Red, actually, I came to the azure sky this time to ask for a favor. Fong Chun pondered and said, there's no need to be so polite between you and me. Just say it. Venerable Black Red had already regarded Fong Chun as his junior. Previously, when I was in the Void Star Sky, I destroyed a branch of the Sky Pillar Zone family, and they hated me. When I left the Void Star Sky, the Sky Pillar Zone family attacked the Void Star Sky and destroyed the Wuji Sword sect. They took away my wife and some other outstanding disciples. They're trapped in the Sky Pillar Zone family. Although their lives aren't in danger, I'm very anxious. I want to save them, but I can't do it alone. Fong Chun explained briefly. Let alone you, even I would find it difficult to get them from the Sky Pillar Zone family, Venerable Black Red said. Soon, Venerable Black Red understood Fong Chen's intention. You want to use this method to get help from the Xiao family? Fong Chen nodded silently. Venerable Black Red said, unless you can become one of the 5 vassals, it won't be of much use. The 5 vassals represented the 5 profound God Realm experts. But it's obviously impossible with your strength. Venerable Black Red said, of course, if you can get help from more than 3 profound God Realm venerables, it'll be much easier. If 3 or more profound God Realm venerables work together to threaten the Sky Pillar Zone family, I think the Sky Pillar Zone family won't fall out with them because of a few cultivators. Venerable Black Red said, I'm talking about the top profound God Realm venerables. Ordinary profound God Realm venerables weren't much of a threat to the Sky Pillar Zone family. But the top venerables were different. For example, Venerable Soldier Wu could suppress a heavenly region by himself, and it was one of the 10 super heavenly regions, the Star Sky. How about this? You become one of the 10 great commanders first, and then I'll help you think of a way. Venerable Black Red sincerely wanted to help Fong Chun. I'll go take care of things in the Sky City. You should prepare. The battle of the 10 great commanders will begin in 3 months, and you can challenge the other commanders. With that, Venerable Black Red and the big black dog left. Fong Chun clenched his fists. Wait for me. It won't be long before I can save you. The demon ceiling tower flashed, and Bai Qingqing walked out. Qingqing. Bai Qingqing's pretty face had a trace of worry. She shook her head and said, I want to go back to the suicide cliff. Fong Chun was puzzled. Bai Qingqing continued, I heard your conversation with Venerable Black Red. If you want to save your wife, you'll need at least 3 top profound God Realm venerables. My master happens to be a top-notch venerable one. I'll go ask my master for help. Blackstone was a top venerable. He was very powerful, and his name shook the chaos void. He had left a trace of imprint on Bai Qingqing, but Zhong Xiangshan was in the immortal cave mountain. There were thousands of words in his heart, but he couldn't say them. Don't worry, my master will definitely help. Bai Qingqing left. With the help of the big black dog, the latter took the sky crossing array and headed to Mo Shatian. Then, she contacted her master with a secret technique and quickly returned to the suicide cliff. The suicide cliff was located between the Dawn Moon Sky and Mo Shatian. On the towering suicide cliff, a black-robed old man was sitting cross-legged on a blue stone. Beside him, Bai Qingqing pulled his arm and acted coquettishly. My precious disciple, where's that guy from Zhong Xiangshan? Blackstone asked. When my imprint was destroyed, I rushed to Tianqing's Zhong family in a fit of anger and caused a ruckus before stopping. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing's heart felt warm. For her, her master actually rushed to Tianqing's Zhong family to cause a ruckus. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, my master would definitely overturn Tianqing's Zhong family. Blackstone said, "By the way, who saved you in the end?" Bai Qingqing told Old Freak Hey Sure about how Fang Chun had saved her. This guy you're talking about is not bad. He's so young, but he's so powerful. He killed Zhong Xiangshan with one sword. Ha, well done. Blackstone laughed. He was in a good mood. Master, Bai Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped. Qingqing, do you have something on your mind? You're not happy when you come back this time. Could it be that you suffered some humiliation in the outside world? Tell me, and let me vent your anger for you. Blackstone looked at his disciple lovingly. The person who saved me is the person I mentioned to Master before. Upon hearing this, Blackstone was slightly surprised. It's him? I didn't expect him to go to Dark Cave Mountain as well, and his strength to rise to such a level. Blackstone nodded in satisfaction. You've always been thinking about it. Isn't that great? At the critical moment, he saved the damsel in distress. Shouldn't you be happy? His family was taken away by the Tianqing Zhong family. Tianqing Zhong family? Just because of Zhong Xiangshan, you use such despicable methods? No matter how great the hatred between the top experts of the primal chaos void was, they would not use such a method. Blackstone said disdainfully. You mean you want me to help him save his family? Blackstone asked. Qingqing, you still don't understand the Tianqing ancestral family. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2509. The 10 Great Commanders had a very high status in Azure Sky. They were equivalent to the Xiao clan's high consecrators. Only by becoming one of the 10 Great Commanders would one be qualified to compete for the position of Marquis of the Five Directions. Although the Xiao clan was the dominant power in Azure Sky and ranked among the top 10 in the Chaos Void, the Xiao clan was still in control. However, the Marquis of the Five Directions and their subordinates were the ones who controlled the cities and waged war against the outside world. In principle, anyone from Azure Sky could compete for the position of Marquis of the Five Directions and 10 Great Commanders. This also happened to confirm the Xiao clan's policy of governing Azure Sky, delegating power, providing benefits, and firmly binding them to the Xiao clan. In this way, the Xiao clan would not only continue to be the dominant power, but would also be able to endure for a long time. In less than 3 days, Venerable Black Red returned to Returning Heaven City. His expression was somewhat gloomy. Fang Chun found out that the betrayal of Returning Heaven City's lord was indeed supported by a major power. As for which power it was still unknown. However, the death of Returning Heaven City's lord had completely disrupted their plans. For the time being, those hidden powers would not dare to cause trouble in Returning Heaven City. Could it be a power from another heaven? Fang Chun asked. Venerable Black Red shook his head in contemplation. The Xiao clan has been ruling Azure Sky all these years and has offended many powers. Many powers second only to the Xiao clan were forced to submit to the Xiao clan. As long as there is an opportunity, they will definitely not miss it. Venerable Black Red's meaning was clear. He suspected that the other first-rate powers of Azure Sky were behind this. However, there was no clear evidence for this, so it was difficult to do anything about it. After all, the Xiao clan's every move could cause dissatisfaction in Azure Sky and lead to war. Although the Xiao clan was strong, they could not withstand the collective resistance of all the powers in Azure Sky. I will report this matter to the clan. You don't have to worry. Venerable Black Red said. There's still 3 months before the battle of the 10 Great Commanders begins. When the time comes, many old monsters will come out to compete. Cultivate well. Venerable Black Red left Returning Heaven City. The big black dog also left. Returning Heaven City regained its peace. However, as time passed, the battle of the 10 Great Commanders drew closer. The air was filled with an oppressive aura atmosphere. It gave off the feeling that a storm. However, during this period, Feng Chun had been cultivating. It was already very difficult for him to take another step forward. There was a gap between the mystic star realm and the mystic light realm that some people couldn't cross in their entire lives. However, Feng Chun wasn't afraid of mystic light realm martial practitioners at all. However, just as Venerable He Chi had said, there were many people who wanted to compete for the position of 10 great commanders. There were even some old monsters who had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. Those old monsters might have limited potential and might not be able to reach the level of ancient god in their lifetime. However, after countless years, the battle experience they had accumulated was enough to crush all the younger generation. Feng Chun didn't dare be careless. He had been studying the Azura Sword Tao. Hiss. In the city lord's mansion, Feng Chun sat cross-legged on the ground. With a thought, the bloodline copper mirror appeared in Lin Yun's body. When Lin Yun took a closer look, he saw traces of blood on the bloodline copper mirror. This was Feng Chun's essence blood, and also the purest bloodline power. Ever since he had absorbed the blood of the wolf god, his blood contained the wolf god's bloodline. The wolf god's bloodline was also a branch of the darkness bloodline. With the help of the bloodline copper mirror, the darkness bloodline hidden in his body had been completely activated. Feng Chun could even feel the power vibrating in his blood. It was extremely powerful. Is this the darkness bloodline? Feng Chun opened his palm, and a trace of black blood circled around it. A trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. Wong, the bloodline copper mirror, let out a loud sound and continued to enter Feng Chun's blood, changing his bloodline power. The darkness bloodline was one of the most ancient bloodlines in the primal chaos void. The son of darkness was so strong because he had the darkness bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the sky battler. Who? Lin Yun took a deep breath and threw this to the back of his mind. The most important thing right now was to increase his cultivation. In the distant darkness void, crack, a spatial storm appeared in an instant and directly annihilated the calm darkness void. Then, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and wolves howled incessantly. In the terrifying storm, a werewolf strolled out. His body was covered with lightning. He clenched his claws, and suddenly, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. He had a pair of golden eyes and was wearing a blood-red robe. He exuded a murderous aura. He was the fifth wolf god of the werewolf clan. I feel the aura of the wolf god's blood, the fifth wolf god said eerily. His golden eyes emitted a terrifying light. In that direction, the fifth wolf god's claws pointed in the distance and muttered to himself. Then, his body flashed and disappeared into the darkness void again. The fifth wolf god had a supreme status in the werewolf clan. Moreover, the werewolf clan was a branch of the dark blood clan. The 5 wolf gods were the famous wolf guards of the dark blood clan. While the 5th wolf god was on the move, the demon clan was also secretly inquiring about Feng Chun. Especially when the news of the demon ceiling tower spread, it caused an uproar among the demon clan. The higher-ups of the demon clan had ordered to kill Feng Chun at all costs and take back the demon ceiling tower. Time flew. 3 months later, the Battle of the 10 Great Commanders took place as scheduled. Feng Chun, the new city lord of Huitian City, was led by the big black dog to the Xiao clan's territory in the center of Qingluo Heaven. How is it? Venerable He Chi asked. Feng Chun nodded. As long as there are no abnormal people, there shouldn't be a problem except for taking over the position of commander. In the past 3 months, another important thing had happened. The 8-feathered sky sparrow had successfully evolved into a 9-feathered sky sparrow. At that time, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. The entire sky above Huitian City was covered by a red glow. Some people thought that a supreme treasure had appeared. But in the end, the city lord's mansion came out to refute the rumor. Only then did the restless people calm down. The 9-feathered sky sparrow was the most powerful existence in their clan. It also had the purest bloodline. Just as the 9-feathered sky sparrow had said, a trace of ancestral power had awakened in its body after it successfully evolved. It was the only 9-feathered sky sparrow in the primal chaos void in the past trillion years. Luckily, it had the help of the demon tiger and beast. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for it to evolve. The nine-feathered sky sparrow's combat power was also a little exaggerated. It could even challenge the demon tiger and beast in its ethereal form. This made Fang Chun feel more at ease. The nine-feathered sky sparrow, the ethereal demon tiger and beast, the demon ceiling tower, and the hidden star sword were enough for him to fight against any mystic light realm cultivator. The battle of the 10 great commanders this time is grander than I imagined. Here's a list. If you encounter these people in the competition, kill them without mercy. Venerable Hei Chi took out a small booklet and handed it to Fang Chun. There were a lot of names written on it, and some introductions were attached at the back. After reading it, Fang Chun was a little surprised. Most of the people on the list were the city lords of the 180 cities. This meant that a large portion of the city lords had betrayed the Xiu family. Thinking back to the betrayal of the Huitian city lord 3 months ago, it was terrifying. Fang Chen's heart shook. Who was it that was targeting the Xiu family? Wasn't this too terrifying? So many city lords had betrayed them under the Xiu family's nose. It could be imagined that the mastermind behind this was extremely powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to do this. Is there a problem? Venerable Hei Chi asked. Fang Chun shook his head. No problem. But won't it cause a misunderstanding if I kill people in the competition? Venerable Hei Chi had thought about this long ago. Don't worry. I've already talked to the patriarch. You don't have to worry. Venerable Hei Chi said, Right, if you can complete this mission, one of the peak venerables in the family will come with me to the Sky Pillar Zone family. Hearing this, Fang Chun was excited. Wasn't the reason he fought for the position of the 10 great commanders so that he could gain the support of the peak venerables from the Xiu family? Wasn't this an opportunity? Many thanks, Senior Hei Chi. What Fang Chun didn't know was that Venerable Hei Chi had put in a lot of effort to get him the chance to complete this mission.